Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every week for our latest episode. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Before we start today's show, I really need your attention. As you know, the South African wine industry is in dire straits, and this is because of the lockdown and the alcohol ban. Listening to support the Save SA Wine campaign. Please join our Facebook group at facebook.com/groups/Save SA Wine. And also, please share all posts on social media with the hashtag Save SA Wine. If you are a business in the wine industry, we invite you to share a video explaining how the lockdown ban is impacting your business and how many jobs are at risk. We are doing our 50th podcast next week, and we are dedicating this podcast to the Save SA Wine campaign. And all videos submitted before Monday evening will be featured in the podcast. All the details are in the group. This is all videos submitted before Monday evening, the 3rd of August. So please don't delay, submit your videos as soon as you can. The group, again, Facebook.com/groups/Say Wine. And now, on with the show. Good day, everybody, and welcome. Today I'm speaking to Ken Forrester of Ken Forrester Wines. Ken, thank you for joining us, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Thanks, Will. Thanks very much for getting us online here. It's always, so much going on, and at the same time, it's kind of we're standing behind a screen with everything shut down.
Amazing world we live in, right? I always said we can travel internationally because anywhere in the world is just a flight away, and that's been not true lately.
It's terrible. I have a daughter who lives overseas currently, and just the thought that I can't get to see her is horrible. It's really terrible.
Yeah,
the longest I've been in my life without seeing my child. It's not a great feeling, I promise you.
No, it's totally horrible, and it just shows how quickly life can change and how many things we take for granted, right? That we shouldn't have.
Totally.
Ken, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry?
Well, it was kind of, I suppose, in hindsight, looking back on it, it was probably one great big fortunate mistake. I don't know. I started, finished high school. I went and studied hotel management, and I wanted to get aboard the Union Castle lines. I wanted to get on board. I thought that would be the nicest way to be able to do it. And shortly, kind of at about that time, we were totally boycotted, and there were no more liners coming to South Africa. So it meant emigrating. And I had my whole family here, which didn't seem like such a good idea to leave the country. So I went and worked for Southern Sun Hotels. I worked in hotels, and then from hotels, I went into my own restaurant. I went and joined a friend in a restaurant, took on this restaurant. Crazy 21-year-old starting a restaurant or taking into a restaurant in Johannesburg. And then within about 4 or 5 years, we had a couple of restaurants running, and we had more things going on. And then I joined up with Marc Guibert, and he had Ile-de-France in Johannesburg, and we had a partnership going with La Bastille. And with these restaurants running, we came down to the Cape, my wife and I, to a wedding. A friend of ours getting married down here in the Winelands. And I took my wife around and showed her all the producers that we were buying from. Because in those days, you were buying from a wine producer, you couldn't just pick up the phone and they delivered. It didn't work like that. You know, each winery put their wine on the train themselves. We didn't have the kind of distribution network 40 years ago that you've got today. And so unless you were buying from Distillers Corporation or Stellenbosch Farmers Winery, and then you were getting the very humdrum kind of just the middle of the road kind of wines, and I wanted estate wines. And people like Spier and Baxberg, for example, wouldn't ship their wine together because they were scared you were going to steal each other's clients or something. I'm not sure, but that's how far back it was. And I showed my wife this property. We're actually talking to him, Jannie Engelbrecht, at Rust and Vrede. And he said, man, there's a farm down the road here towards the coast. But he said, met daai Bobbejaans skytgrond, jy sal nooit Cabernet kan groei. And we came and had a look at this farm, and it was all Chenin Blanc mainly, with a little bit of Syrah and some Cinsault, and actually some Sauvignon Blanc as well. And so we had a look at this place, and it was on the market. It was for sale. And I said to my wife, with all the chaos going on in Joburg, we, in our one restaurant downtown Johannesburg, had just had 18 of our windows shot in a March, one of the last marches before the elections. And so we semigrated. We bought this property on a public auction, 50 hectares of Stellenbosch, situated between Stellenbosch, right underneath the Helderberg, on the way to the coast. We're on the way to Somerset West, and we are literally halfway. We're 10 kilometers to Stellenbosch and 10 kilometers to Somerset West. And this 50 hectares, as I said, was planted largely to Sauvignon Blanc. I made the very first vintage. I took about 2.7 tons of Sauvignon Blanc to Mike Dobrovich in 1994. And Mike very kindly pressed it, and I got some barrels. I got some secondhand white barrels from Hempy's to Toy, and Kevin Arnold, who had a partnership making Chardonnay with those barrels. So we took this Sauvignon Blanc and we fermented it in barrel in 1994. And the first wine I made was a couple of hundred cases of Blanc Fumé, made by Mike Dobrovich and myself. And then the following year, we spoke to Martin Meinert, who was a good friend of mine. He was the winemaker at Vergelegen, but he had a winery that he wasn't using. Can you imagine somebody just happens to have a spare winery? Well, that was Martin. He was working at Vergelegen, and he had his own cellar and vineyards in Devon Valley. And basically, I wanted to rent his cellar, so I rented space in his cellar, grapes there, and started making wine there. And Kathy Marshall had just finished her training, and she was working at Vergelegen with Martin, and Kathy came on, and she was our very first winemaker. So it's been an incredible time. If you look back over 25 years of where we started, and today we produce about 1 million bottles of wine, and we market in about 40 countries around the world. Half of our production is here in South Africa, in restaurants mainly. And then the balance is all offshore and in mainly restaurants there as well. A little bit of stuff in liquor stores, but no really big supermarket stuff. So we've always looked to kind of produce great wines. We don't buy in grapes. We try and farm, or we try and get leases on other people's land, and we'll farm that land. We've got the most fantastic viticultural team headed up by Peter Rousseau. And we farm their property and then negotiate to buy their fruit from them at ruling market prices. But that way we guaranteed quality from the fruit all the way through. So that, in a nutshell, is what we do. We've got 3 ranges today. We've got our real popular, easy drinking, everyday Petit range. And that Petit range includes Sauvignon Blanc, Chenin Blanc, Chardonnay, Rosé. There's an off-dry white, and we call it our natural sweet, and there's a Pinotage and a Cabernet. And that, you know, I think everybody wants everyday wine. And for me, our Petit range is quite simply my 100-point wines. Those are the 100-point wines, because when you've had that tough kind of day and you get home and you reach into the fridge and you pull out a bottle and you pour yourself a glass and you have a sip of that wine and you go, yo, nice. That's as good as it gets. What did you want more than nice? That's 100 points right there. And so for me, it's really critical to get good quality in that bottle, and, you know, retailing that at around 60 Rand a bottle, I think is right within reach for many, many, many people as an everyday wine. And then we have our reserve range, which is slightly older vineyards mainly, and barrel fermented, and a little more time spent in the cellar, maybe a whole year before we launch and release those wines. In case of the red wines, the Renegade and the Merlot, we're looking at 2 years before release. So the wines already got a little bit of age on them. They've spent time in oak. They're richer, softer, riper. We have specific single vineyard parcels of wine for things like Gypsy, FMC, our flagship wine, FMC, which we've been making now with our 2019 vintage FMC, is our 20th vintage of making FMC. And when Martin and I made that wine, Martin's a member of the Cape Independent Winemakers Guild, and that wine went into the Guild auction, the very first vintage of that wine in 2001, I think. The vintage wine, the wine was 2000 vintage, and we sold it in 2001 on the auction. And we sold that wine on auction for 160 Rand a bottle in 2001. And that was the same price as Anthony Hamilton Russell was getting for his Chardonnay. So it was a monster price. It was huge. And I decided, well, if we're going to sell it on auction for that price, then we've got to be brave enough to take it to the market at that price. And we had a launch in Johannesburg at my restaurant. I still had a restaurant up there. My partner had a restaurant that kept Gatrell's. And Mike Fridgen said to me, you know, that's a very stiff price for Chenin Blanc. And my argument to him was, it's a good price for white wine. That's a great price for great white wine. I think that's very fair. I think I'm quite happy to pay that money for a great bottle of white wine. Why wouldn't anybody else? And I have to say that just with kind of as a product of inflation, that wine today sells at about 550 Rand a bottle retail, and we sell every bottle we make. If I could produce double, we would sell it all. We sell out of that wine. We've been out of that wine in most markets now for nearly 3 months. And we don't rush the next vintage. If we're out of stock, I'm afraid we're out of stock. It just takes that long. It's hand harvested. It's selections through the vineyard. You know, before the drought cycle started about 5 years ago, we would do 4 or 5 selections in the vineyard. And now we currently, in this kind of drought cycle, had to be a little more choosy, a little more picky. And it might require 10 selections through the vineyard. And each selection might be 3 or 4 days apart or a week apart. And all of that fruit, that whatever we pick, if it's just a barrel's worth or 2 barrels or 4 barrels, all of that gets made separately. It's all fermented in barrel in 400-liter French oak. And it's all wild yeast ferment. I mean, I love the kind of concept that everybody's jumping on this natural wine bandwagon. I mean, we've been using wild yeasts for 25 years.
Wow.
That's what we do. We don't know, we didn't know you could. It's just, we've been playing this game with wild yeast and going through mallow in barrel. And yeah, we use a bit of sulfur, but it's kind of smart. It keeps the wine clean and stuff like that. We're very cautious with our sulfur levels. We keep them as low as possibly. And we use absolutely zero sulfur prior to moving the wine for its first racking. So right through fermentation, etc., there's no sulfur on that wine. And yeah, the FMC has really been a wonderful, wonderful kind of project. And, you know, I said to Martin Meinert when we started out, I said, Marty, why can't we make the best white wine in the world? He said, yo, you know, maybe your kids, maybe in 20 years' time. I said, why should it take 20 years? Why can't we approach that and set about doing it? And I truly believe that we've kind of established an icon after 20 years. And, you know, I have that FMC in top restaurants around the world. It's in London, New York, Paris, even in Paris, believe it or not, on restaurant lists. It's in great wine stores around the world. And it has a huge following. I have private clients who buy that wine. We have a client in Aspen who buys 5 cases every kind of November. He tells me, look, don't take offense here, but this is my kind of everyday Montrachet. Well, he's paying $60 a bottle. If that's what you're happy, you know, I'm happy. It suits you. I wish I could get $60 for it, but that's what it becomes in retail America. So yeah, it's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. What can I say? Well, 25 years later, and to keep myself slightly insane, we constantly have other projects on the go all the time. We make some wine from Pikkenierskloof. We've got some Chenin Blanc from Pikkenierskloof, which is a vineyard planted in 1959, a little bushvine vineyard. And there what we did was we applied all the natural principles of kind of hands-off winemaking, very minimal interference. And what we do there to make it just a little more tricky and even crazier is each release of that wine is simply denoted by 1, 2, 3. So right now we're busy building the blend for the 3rd release of the wine, no vintage. And in fact, the wine in the bottle is a blend of 5 vintages in this third release. And if you think of all of the champagne that you've ever drunk, most of that champagne, 95, I don't know, 99% might have been non-vintage, in which case it was a blend of somewhere between 3 and 10 vintages. But nobody bats an eyelid. Champagne to champagne, you don't even think back how many vintages are in this. You don't think to look for the vintage unless you're specifically looking at vintage champagne, but you need lots of money for that. And so have a non-vintage white wine from a single vineyard made up of between 3 and 5 vintages each year, and all wild yeast barrel fermented, old neutral barrels. When I say old barrels, 10-year-old barrels, there's no hint of oak on the wine. The barrels are simply vessels which allow for nice gentle oxidation and good settling because of the oxygen protein kind of alignment that takes place. So we do that. We make a bit of Sanso every year, just to kind of keep the staff right up to the people who sit in debtors and accounts and logistics. We make a wine each year where I say to them, what would you like to make this year? And I'll go and source the grapes, and that could be Pinot Noir, it could be Sanso, it could be, what have we made, Gewürztraminer. And we kind of go and get the grapes, we de-stalk, little hand de-stalking, and when you work out how long it takes to hand de-stalk half a ton of grapes, you never want to do it again. It's a serious, it's hard work. And then we'll crush the fruit and ferment it right here in the cellar, open bins or in a small tank, and then press that off with a little hand press and into barrel if it needs to go into barrel, and set it up, and that becomes a little kind of fun for the staff. That's the wine that they made each year. So we constantly have new projects and new things going on. It's for little groups. Frank wanted some Syrah, and he came and had a look at our Syrah, and we kind of produced, we have various Syrah vineyards that we make from, and he said, but he, kind of likes the idea of a classical French styled Syrah, more Rhônish, kind of slightly wilder, less kind of berry fruit. So we gave him some samples of both styles, and it ended up he took both. So, we constantly kind of fiddle about and make stuff. And that's what we really love doing. I've got an assistant in the cellar, a youngster by the name of Sean Matesa. And Sean went through agricultural college here in Stellenbosch. He's been with us now for 6 years. And Sean is just the most wonderful, wonderful youngster. He's taking over more and more of the winemaking and got his own projects going now. So every day is fun and exciting. There's always something new going on.
So Ken, I have a problem now because you've been so passionate about the wine, and when you talked about the 100 points and you haven't stopped, I need a glass of wine now, and I think everybody listening to this need a glass of wine, and most of us can't get any. So,
this is the reason that those people have wine cellars, just in case there's going to be a lockdown. And people, build yourself a little cellar under the stairs, net while you will, but let's get some wine in stock.
I think that's right. We need to encourage people to stock up and make sure they have a cellar that's stocked. I mean, no decent person should not have a stocked wine cellar. Ken, where does, I'm very interested. I mean, you're so passionate. Where does this Ken Forrester passion come from?
Well, I don't know. I've always had this kind of passion for food and for wine. My biggest kind of bugbear in the restaurant industry was to try and find good, consistent beef. So we would talk to our butcher and we'd have the most magnificent sirloin. And then there'd be a big rugby match that weekend, and the next week the sirloin was terrible. I'd say to him, what happened to the sirloin? No, he doesn't know. No, he didn't hang it or whatever. Then I kind of started digging into this, and the beef industry in South Africa is very interesting because we don't have a grading system that tells us about what actual breed of beef. So we don't know. The grading system from the state abattoirs doesn't tell you this is Angus or, what the dairy farmer's just gone out of business. So he sold all of his old Jersey cows, and the Jersey cows go through the abattoir. So we're getting meat with big yellow fat on it. We don't understand what that is. How did that change? Well, there's no recognition of the different breeds through the abattoirs. So it becomes very, very difficult to get consistent beef. And eventually what we did was, about 10 years ago, I spoke to a vet who was a professor here at Stellenbosch University of animal husbandry, specifically bovine animal husbandry, cattle. getting mommy cows pregnant. That's his business. That's what he does best.
Mm-hmm.
And I was chatting to him about a little piece of land we had down here, which was not suitable for vineyard. And I said I was looking for high value beef because, I mean, Stellenbosch is expensive land. You can't just put trolleys on it. So he said, well, what about we go for some Wagyu? And I said, that would be an excellent idea. How do we do that? So we had to import embryos. So we bring embryos in frozen in nitrogen, and then you get some surrogate cows, some mommy cows, and you get these cows all cycled and into the kind of phases, whatever. And he comes along, inserts the embryos, and the embryo takes 9 months. The gestation period is 9 months. And after 9 months, you have 100% Wagyu cow. Remember, an embryo is not artificial insemination. An embryo is it's already a fertilized egg. So it's a Wagyu egg, fertilized Wagyu sperm. And that embryo is 100% Wagyu, even though it's carried in an Angus cow, for example. So after 9 months, your cows are born and you've got Wagyu beef. And 10 years later, we're now producing Wagyu beef with the brand Cape Wagyu. And we now have consistent beef. It took me 40 years to get there.
Do you have to keep on importing the embryos, or can you start building your own herd eventually, or doesn't it work that way?
Well, for different bloodlines, we can bring in embryos because we want to kind of have a variety of bloodlines. We don't want to repeat the same bloodlines. So yeah, just from a genetic point of view, it's good. It's healthy to have some different bloodlines coming in. But generally what we're doing is we are now putting our bulls to our own cows and producing our own Wagyu from locally produced Cape Wagyu. Yep.
Interesting. So, yeah, well, I didn't even know this. Every day you learn something. Can your estate is it's such a nice place. What can you experience when visiting you guys?
You know what we try to do? We had a tour operator phone us up and say, you know, guys, you want to bring buses there, but your gates are too narrow and you need to trim all your trees. And I said to him, no, maybe you must get smaller buses because we don't really want big buses. We can't accommodate 40 people jumping off a bus all at once. We're a much, much smaller kind of place and we want to stay that way. So we've got a tasting lounge, which is set up with some tables and chairs, with a little bar area, with some couches, settees, with little lounge areas. So it's a whole mishmash of different environment that you can come in and get comfortable. We also have the most wonderful outside seating area under the trees, wonderful old oak trees. And you're sitting right next to this Werfmeer, this old-fashioned Werfmeer with a tinkling fountain next to you. And we try and treat people in a very personable and genteel kind of way. We try and look after them. We provide cheese platters, and obviously we provide some Wagyu biltong and Wagyu duurworst. So there's this little selection of knickknacks of food, not specifically a meal, but we use exclusively Dalewood cheeses. And we put out a cheese platter with homemade biscuits and maybe bread. And we offer you various different kind of tailor-made tastings where we would say to you, this is the Shannon 101 tasting, the Shannon Masterclass tasting. This is the best of both worlds tasting with some reds and some whites. You know, so there's a whole lot of options. And we happily open bottles and taste virtually anything we have in stock here. And, you know, kind of people say, oh, you can't taste that. That's our most expensive wine. Imagine if Ferrari said you can't test drive our cars. How would they sell them? You know,
yeah,
so
exactly.
As far as I'm concerned, it's all available for tasting. You know, come in and taste, come in and feel welcome. And there are people who, you know, under normal circumstances, before government shut us down, there are people who want to just come and sit here and have a bottle of wine, have a glass of wine and a cheese platter, because it's a great place just to sit under the trees. We've got 6 dogs, a variety of shapes and sizes, kind of 3 of them ex-animal welfare, 3 little local Jack Russells, and then the rest kind of all mishmash. So the dogs are welcoming and friendly. It's just a nice environment. We want you to feel comfortable when you come here.
Wow, that sounds wonderful. First you made me want to have a glass of wine, and now you made me hungry. So I'm scared to ask you the next question, and that is, you're also selling champagne in your wine lounge. Can you tell us a bit more about that? That's quite interesting.
Well, you know, like they say, a lot of business is done on the golf course and in bars. Well, we used to go to many, many years ago, I'm doing 20, 23, 24 years ago. every year, our distributor in the UK, which was Oddbins, which in those days was the premium distributor of clever wine, of interesting wine in the UK, they had nearly 400 stores, and buyer was a fellow called Steve Daniel, who probably has the best palate that I've ever come across in my life. The man is an unbelievable taster. And they used to have a show every year, which was just a wonderful show at the Park Lane Hotel in the ballroom right on Hyde Park.
I know
And
exactly
I used
where
to
that
fly,
is. Yeah, nice
right,
place.
#1 Park Lane, right next door to the Mini and BMW dealers down there.
That's right.
And we go down there, and I'd fly in the night before, land that morning, take my suitcase straight to the show, get off the tube, and then walk from Marble Arch or whatever, straight in there with my suitcase, set up on my stand, and meet all the mates that you met last year. Then that Saturday night was a big party, a big event, dinner and a party, normally a dance at a big event. And then the next day you'd arrive feeling slightly worse for wear. And the guys next to me were Bill Cartson, champagne. And I was feeling slightly worse for wear. And I said to the fellow, do you mind if I have some champagne, please? This is 9 o'clock in the morning, as one does. And he poured me this little 1 centimeter splash. And I looked at him and I said, that's seriously not going to work. Where I come from, we need a glass of champagne. Oh, South Africa, we don't have representation. So I said, well, that we can talk about, but let's get some champagne going first. So we had a sip of champagne, we had a chat, and long story short is I ended up being the importer and representative for Bilkart Salmon, and have been for the last 22, 23 years. And
Amazing.
it's the most delicious champagne, the most wonderful philosophy behind it all. It's in the same family since 1818. It's now in the 8th generation of the same family, the Bilkart family. And the legend is that Francois Bilkart married Elizabeth Salmon for her vineyards. She had the most unbelievable Blanc de Blanc vineyards, and the two families will never agree because they both think each other married each other for each other's vineyards. So it's a wonderful kind of French story. But
Typical champagne story, right? I think these guys invent these stories to sell their champagne. I've read so many of these stories, and then you find out later on these are actually these stories were invented as a marketing ploy.
And it works.
Yes, of course.
You can't knock it. It works. And their champagnes. What I love about their champagnes is that you don't feel that searing acidity. The balance on their wine is just magnificent. And they recently, about 6 or 7 years ago, decided to increase the size of their cellar and their production. And they took in a partner, and they asked their bank to issue some kind of B shares and to raise capital. And one buyer, one person took a whole batch. He said, right, that's it. And he's a guy, Mr. Frey, and Frey also has a Rhone vineyard. He's got Chateau Bechevel there in the kind of recapitalizes of Bilkart, and he's dying to buy the whole place and place down in the Rhone. So they really are in good company. They make wonderful, wonderful wine. They were at a champagne dinner, and Francois Bilkart, who's just about retired now, he's about 80 years old. He still goes in every morning, and his father used to go in until he was a ripe old age every day. And he says he was at a champagne producer's dinner sitting next to a big, prominent brand. And this guy from this brand was telling him about how much money they've spent on packaging and marketing and advertising. And Francois said, that's really strange because we just spend our money on grapes, on the best fruit we can buy. And that's their philosophy. That's how they think. Yeah, and it works. I mean,
Ken, I think you just said something that most businesses forget. The best money you can spend is on the quality of your product. That's where it should start, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It couldn't be any other way.
And I think this comes right through just the way you're speaking about your philosophy in business and your philosophy in wine and your philosophy in beef. You realize that the quality of your ingredients and the quality of your product is ultimately the thing that matters most. So that's very nice to hear.
Well, you know, I put my name on the thing, and I thought that was a good idea because the farm was called Skoltsenhof when we bought this place. Now, I think that's a difficult name to market. Skoltsenhof, you know,
Yeah,
in
it just sounds like debt as well. Or you never get out of debt with that name. You never get
if
out
you
of,
talk to a
you don't get out of debt and you
German,
don't get out of the court. So that's a bit of a
yes,
problem.
yeah, that was the moeilijk. And I thought to myself, at least I haven't been to jail yet, so maybe Forrester can work because I know a lot of people from my restaurant days, and maybe that's what we'll do. So we called it Can Forrester Wines just for lack of inspiration, I suppose. We should have been smarter than that. But at the end of the day, with your name on the bottle, you've actually got to want to drink the wine yourself. And frankly, I will drink every one of the wines that I make, and I really would back them because based on the fact that we produce that fruit, and I've got really smart viticulture, and we work really hard on viticulture and getting balance in the vineyards. You know, we've looked at organic farming and we've looked at all kind of production methods, and we farm with no herbicides, no insecticides, absolutely, you know, and spray anything that's as natural as possible. We use sulfur, obviously, to control leaves and stuff like that, but really it's as clean as we can. We use ducks to control snails. We bring in our ducklings at the moment are busy nesting. They're on eggs, and we're just waiting for them. Now they hatch those eggs out and we get all those babies going. And we should get to about 60 ducks. It's what we look for each season. And then we train those ducks. Once we've grown them up a little bit and fed them up for about a month, they get a stable to themselves with some infrared lights and lots of crushed millies. And then we put a little plank with some crushed maize up the plank onto the back of a little trailer behind a quad bike. And they walk up this plank onto this trailer, and we take them down to the bottom of the farm and then lead them back every day. And we drop them off in a different part of the farm every day, and they walk back. And as they walk back, they scavenge and they literally eat anything that moves. They are our deadly ducks. I mean, these guys clean the vineyard up for us. They take out all the insect growth, which is just fantastic. Great.
Wow, that's an amazing story. Ken, something else,
Yeah,
we talked a little bit about the lockdown, and the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you have any new ideas or changes in mind?
sorry, well, in new ideas in terms of what marketing, selling wine, you know, at the moment we're all literally in the same boat. We're very engaged in Zoom calls and stuff like that with our overseas clients, just on the telephone with our overseas clients, talking to them, being in touch with them, trying to keep them going. But they have the same problem. Their restaurants are all shut down.
Yeah.
So the demand has tapered off really sadly. The demand has fallen tragically. So we're desperately kind of trying to keep things going, keep things burning. In the local market, it's terribly difficult because people can order wine and they can't get it. And with the last lockdown, we sold a lot of wine online. And then when opened up, of course, we needed the courier companies to come to the party to get the deliveries done. We try to do all of our local deliveries here. I mean, I filled my car 3 times a day and drove to Cape Town and to Simonstown and to Cape Point and all around. I delivered myself. I mean, all of us were driving around with our cars laden, 60, 70 cases of wine in your car. But to get to Joburg and stuff like that, we needed couriers, and we were let down terribly by our courier company. So sadly, we disappointed a few folk. It was just, I mean, and unfortunately, I hear it happened to a lot of the wine industry. So, you know, just getting your stock out after lockdown is going to once again be a bottleneck. You know, it's very tricky, very difficult. We obviously staying in touch. It's hard to do tastings because people don't have wine, you can't get stock to them. We were hoping to release and launch our Gypsy, which was now delayed because we wanted to send out a bottle to press and interested people and influencers. And at the same time, there's a wonderful, wonderful dish which actually comes from that part of France, which cassoulet from the south of France from Carcassonne, which is just sort of near the Loire Valley, and near the Rhone Valley, sorry. And we wanted to cook up a cassoulet from a recipe that we used to use in our restaurants and send out a cassoulet and a gypsy. And what could be nicer than baking your cassoulet and sitting down with a bottle of gypsy and then talking about it, except that we can't send the wine out. So yeah, it's restrictive, it's tough. And you know, it's really tough on staff. We've got to try and maintain and keep our staff employed and try and keep people going. And you know, the knock-on effect is what really worries me. You know, if you lay somebody off, you're laying off the breadwinner of a family. It's not one person out of work, it's 5 people out of food. And you know, government hasn't given us a lot of support. We've got TERS now until the middle of August, which obviously we're claiming on behalf of our staff. We're doing what we can there. But at some stage, without income, we're going to have a discussion with maybe asking people to temporary layoff for 3 months, or get them into work and just pay them for the hours that they work. But it's incredibly difficult for the industry. And the bad news that really worries me is that with this big fall in demand, we've had a great vintage. 2020 was a good vintage. 2021, with wonderful winter rainfall and a nice cold winter, looks like another good vintage coming. We've got a lot of fruit and a lot of juice, and everybody is sitting on tanks and full tanks. Yeah. Most people, when I say everybody, I think majority of the industry is sitting on full tanks. We've seen bulk wine prices, which we kind of give us an indication of the state of the market. We've seen prices slipping by 30%.
Wow.
You know, we're now just starting to prune and looking towards next year's harvest with tanks that are still full. And I just feel terrible about what is going to happen to the growers. How are they going to sell their fruit? If the prices fall 30%, it'll knock farmers off the land.
Yeah, this is true. So yeah, there's hard times coming. Yeah. So Ken, talking about this, I mean, this year has been a very, I mean, I think people probably learn more this year about themselves than any year before. But what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
And what's the most important thing we've learned? You know, I think you kind of don't burn your bridges.
Yeah.
You know, you want to sell wine to somebody. If they don't want your wine today, just stick around. You got to wait a while. Maybe they'll take your wine in 10 years' time. You know, we're not here for the short term. You know, looking at vineyards, that FMC vineyard, at some point, I mean, that vineyard was planted in 1970, so it's already 50 years old. Now, at some point, that vineyard's going to be past its sell-by date. So what we did about 10 years ago was we took cuttings from that vineyard and had them all cleaned up in a lab, in a technical nursery, and then replanted the bottom part. I took out 1/3 of the vineyard, which was a sacrifice. I had to lose 1/3 of the vineyard, but I had to make some investment in the future. Yeah. And so we replanted FMC at the FMC vineyard, but we still have 2/3 of the old vines. And what we've done now with the old vines is that where we have weak vines, or where vine has picked up a disease or dieback in the rows, we've now taken out that vine, left the soil fallow for a year, and then replanted the following year. So we're interplanting, and we mark those young vines, so we separate them. We don't pick that fruit to go into FMC. That gets picked separately. But when you plant a vineyard, you're planting it for your children. And you might not even see that fruit in that wine come to full fruition. So it's a long-term game, you know, and it's not a kind of quick release. And I'm always slightly amazed when we approach restaurants and we want them to buy our wines and that, and they'll say, sure, but you know, there's a listing fee. What's this listing fee? Well, you know, we've got to pay for wine lists and etc. I mean, they're buying the product and they're putting a margin on it. They're marking it up. I mean, essentially, you know, if I sell a wine to a restaurant at 100 Rand and they sell it, I imagine on that 100 Rand, let's assume we make a 30% gross margin. So we're making 30 Rand. They sell that wine for 300 Rand. The waiter gets a 10% tip on that wine. He makes as much money as I do. And it's taken me 3 years of growing the wine, making the wine, keeping it in barrel for 2 years before I even see my 30 Rand. He gets his 30 Rand the day he sells the wine. So, I mean, the market is quite a tricky market, but that's as the market is. You're not going to change that anytime soon. It's just that to have to grow to have to own a vineyard, grow the grapes, make the wine, have a big fancy stainless steel cellar with wooden barrels imported from France, and then to buy the bottles and buy the labels and buy the boxes and then go to a restaurant and say, I'd like to give you 10,000 Rand to buy my wine, seems crazy to me.
Isn't that where the power of branding comes in, though? If the restaurant's sitting there and this customer comes in and says, can I have a bottle of Ken Forrester's wine? He doesn't have a choice, right?
You know, unfortunately, the wine, how can I say, the loyalty to brand with wine is not as extreme as it is with, say, beer, for example, where, I mean, certainly before the advent of all the craft beers, you had an Amstel drinker and a Castle drinker and a Lion lager. The guy only drinks Windhoek. No, I don't drink Castle, or whatever the case is. Whereas in the restaurant, you look at the wine list and you're looking for a Chardonnay or you're looking for a Chenin Blanc, and you'll go, there's a great Chenin Blanc from Sebastian Beaumont. Let's have that. We'll be happy with that. You know, and so there's always a replacement, and there's not a lot of brand loyalty, sadly.
Is it that a South African thing where we've actually marketed the varieties more than the actual wines?
Well, I think that branding is, in the wine industry, I think branding is everything. You need to build a brand. You've got to be a brand. If you think of literally any wine, think of a French wine, immediately it's a brand. And that's what's really, really important. You know, if I say Guiguel, immediately you know what we're talking. It's got to be Southern Rhone, Guiguel. It's going to be fantastic. And it's you know, Guiguel. So branding is really, really important. And I think that to me is possibly the hardest thing, is to constantly stay on a path of brand building and producing wine that's good for your brand and sending out a message that's good for your brand and maintaining the honesty and of your brand so that your brand actually does grow. You've really got to be consistent, the messaging that goes out and what you're doing, your product, your quality, all have to be utterly, utterly consistent.
Ken, it's such a pleasure talking to you, but my last question for you is to give us your very own wine quote, or if you can steal a quote from somebody else, that's fine as well. Which one is your favorite?
Yeah, well, a long time ago, I kind of said, you know, here we are with all the problems of the world in one hand and a glass of Chenin in the other hand. Now that's better. That just feels much better. A glass of Chenin can really help lift the problems of the day, I promise you. It works for me. And, you know, it's just, I heard a lovely, I think it's actually a Dion Mayer quote, if I'm not mistaken, who said that anybody who's against wine simply doesn't understand it. They've never met good wine. And I think that that's a reality. And to see us locked down because of an alcohol ban, I mean, I cannot imagine that people think of wine as alcohol. You know, if you're talking about abuse with alcohol, is it, I mean, can you imagine that people drink a bottle of Chenin Blanc in a restaurant and start stabbing each other with the knives at the table? It's not consistent with what government is setting out to try and do here. And if anything, yes, I think we can't be ignorant about alcohol abuse. It certainly takes place, but I don't believe it's the wine industry. And I don't want to say that we're innocent, but I do think that it has a lot to do with social norms and social government and social policing, and actually just people, you know, looking out for each other, as well as government's role in a functioning state, which is critical.
Well, Ken, I mean, on that note, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. If people want to get hold of you guys and want to order wine, or just want to chat, how do they get hold of you guys?
Well, we've got a wonderful website. We've got a great website. We've also, because my daughter convinced me, she's very tech savvy, we've got an app. There's a Ken Forrester app,
I
believe it or
saw
not.
that.
You
That's
can download it.
wonderful.
And it's got so much information on it. And all of our wines are listed, every tasting sheet of every wine in the last 10 years, just about. And
Hmm.
you can order wine direct from us online. And, we could give you a code, and we could give you a code for a discount. Well, if you wanted, we have people specifically quote Will 10, we'll give you a 10% discount on all your orders. And, for good measure, we'll throw in the shipping as well.
There you go. And Ken, can you promise that if you're lucky, Ken Forrester will deliver the wine personally?
If it's close enough, I've kind of got to look at what we do. I'm kind of travel the Cape. I'm not going to get to Joburg or Bronkhorstspruit anytime soon.
Well, I'm telling you, Ken, your passion is really it rubs off, and it's great to hear somebody that's after all these years are so passionate about the business and their wines. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. We'll put all the links down in the description, and I'm sure people will love this 10% discount. So
if they just
mm-hmm.
There'll be a voucher on the internet site, on the website. When you're buying a wine, there's a payment voucher, and you just put in Will 10, and we'll give you the 10% discount straight off there. It'll come off automatically.
Okay, awesome. That's wonderful. Ken, thank you so much. I know you're busy, but I really appreciate your time, and I think people will love listening to you. You were very informative and very entertaining.
Thanks.
And you really made me hungry and thirsty. So that's great.
Those Wagyu burgers are something else. Well, you must try the Wagyu burgers sometime.
So it's burgers, biltong, steaks, and don't forget the cassoulet and of course the wine that goes with it. So I'm in for all of this.
And the best with cheeses, eh?
Oh yeah, of course, that as well. Thank you, Ken. Have a nice day.
Cheers, Will. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Before you go, please remember our invitation to post your video in support of the Save SA Wine campaign. You need to post this to the Facebook group and you will be featured on your 50th podcast. If you are a member of the public, you can support the Save SA Wine campaign by joining the group and sharing all the social media posts with your friends and family. These are all posts with the hashtag Save SA Wine. Facebook.com/groups/Save SA Wine. All the links are in the description below. We really appreciate your support and thanks again for listening. to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Marcus Swemberger. Marcus is the General Manager at the Devon Valley Hotel. Welcome, Marcus, and thanks for talking to us on About the Winelands.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for the invite.
It's our pleasure. How are you coping with the lockdown situation here in South Africa?
Well, it's not only in South Africa; it's a worldwide phenomenon. So yeah, I'm coping. I'm personally coping. Yes, I keep busy at home with homeschooling and some small activities that we do at home with the children. But otherwise, yeah, it's the industry itself is obviously rough. It's really rough. As you know, the hospitality and the travel sections. It's a huge challenge, but I'm coping. Yes, thanks, Will.
Excellent. So tell us, Marcus, how did you get involved in this industry, and tell us a bit about yourself and history and stuff.
Well, my history, maybe you hear in the accent, I'm from Europe. I'm from Austria, and I fell in love with South Africa back in '96. You know, and then I came to the Cape, and I just immediately fell in love with this place. You know, and it's just beautiful. The people are lovely. The food, the wine. It's been just an incredible journey for me. And I'm actually come from a chefing background. I've been an executive chef in this hotel for 14 years. I've been worked around the world. I worked in Cape Town. I worked in restaurants and hotels. So the wine industry is actually fairly new to me. Now, like, even though I've been working and pairing and playing with wine, but the wine industry as a whole is actually quite new to me.
Well, that's it. That's awesome. So, so you moved here 14 years ago. Where did you obviously you worked in Europe before that, right?
I worked in Europe. I worked in Austria. I did my training. I worked in Germany, in Switzerland, in Israel, in America, in the UK, in France. So I was a real sort of traveling youngster until I met the right Macy, as you say, and then the rest is history. And I'm now settled in Somerset West. We've got a house. We've got beautiful children, and we got a bond. We got lots of debt, so all the normal things.
Okay, awesome. That's fantastic. So, I mean, the Devon Valley Hotel is in one of it's such a beautiful place, the old Devon Valley. You know, tell us a bit of the history of the hotel.
Well, Devon Valley, yeah, it is an amazing place. I've been here for 15 years, 14 years as the executive chef, now 1 year as the general manager. So the hotel's history actually stretches back to 1947, and it's an interesting, it's a fascinating story. It was the family who owned this piece of land. They bought the whole cedar wood from Cape Town. It was a shipwrecking in Cape Town Harbor, and they bought all of this wood and they built this beautiful hotel back in 1947. And it had a couple of owners changes, and since 2003, the Louis family has it, and they refurbished the hotel. It's in a beautiful state now. You know, the gardens are lush and beautiful. It's been completely remodeled. We've got 50 rooms. We've got 6 conference facilities. We've got a beautiful vineyard terrace. So on a bright summer's day, it's just the views are really breathtaking. You feel like you're sitting in the middle of the vineyards. You overlook the Devon Valley. You overlook the Helderberg Mountains. It's a spectacular view. It really is. It's world class. The only view who makes this is the beautiful Devon Mountain, but everything else is just, it's breathtaking. Working here, and it's breathtaking sitting here on the Davis and Church, some sundowners. So as soon as the lockdown is over, I hope you're going to keep it up and running again.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and the view from there is just unbelievable. And like you say, you know, you've got accommodation there. Actually, when people get married there, a lot of times the guests and everyone stay overnight, I would assume.
That's right. No, it's our wedding industry. It's big. It's huge. You know, so we've got that. We actually, before the lockdown, we started clearing up a little wooded area on the back of the property, and we're gonna incorporate this into our wedding venues. It's gonna be stunning. It's gonna be right in the woodlands, you know, like of Devon Valley. So I'm really excited. Our plans are just huge. What we want to do on this property, and just the wedding is one of them. So we're gonna we offering numerous different packages. And the one thing, what exciting thing, what we're doing at the hotel as well, we actually help you to finance the wedding. So in the future, if you have a wedding here and the lockdown is over and we're all up and running, you come and chat to us, and we're offering that we can actually finance the wedding for you. So this is actually an exciting sort of thing we're planning to do. And the setting is going to be stunning. There we have the ceremony going to be on our manor lawns. You overlook the Helderberg Mountains. When this woodlands is carved out, and we finish with it in hopefully, I don't know when now, but it's going to be stunning. It's really going to be stunning.
Well, that's an awesome offering, financing weddings, and thinking now about, I mean, you're one of the few hotels in around that area where people can actually have quite a fairly large event. Besides weddings, I assume you're focusing on the conferencing market as well.
It's our bread and butter, Bill. Like we have 6 conference facilities, and again, we just upgraded the facilities. We've got it's our bread and butter. In winter months, we don't experience a large drop like other hotels do, because our corporate business is very strong throughout the year. And we have six conference facilities. We've got our 80-seater is our biggest seater of our venue. We've got numerous breakaway venues. And this is going to be, after lockdown, this is going to be our focus. The local business, and we're gonna pick up where we left off, but we're going to be all guns blazing. We are ready to go.
Well, in terms of conferencing, I want to ask you, because obviously this is something that you mentioned, the whole tourism winter. Cape Town has managed as a city to fight that off by, with the convention center and with all the conferences and stuff going on, and you seem to do the same. But when the lockdown lifts, I assume your offering is going to be targeted at first more to locals rather than overseas tourists or overseas conferencing, right?
Yes, now 100% will. Yeah, I listened, I think yesterday or the day before, to the minister speak, and we don't expect a lot of international travel before December. So it's a killer for the hotel industry. So our main focus, our only focus, will be the local market. It will be the corporate market. It will be the locals. It will be the support locally.
So do you have any plans to attract local corporates? Any new idea? You're not going to focus. Are you going to focus? Are you going to finance conferences as well?
No, not gonna. Yeah. No, look, we have a marketing lady, and it's going to be an aggressive marketing campaign. Not only social media. Social media is great, but you need to go out there. You need to sell the place actively. And we have one lady, a marketing lady, and as soon as she's allowed to go out, she will be doing exactly that. There's lots of small businesses, medium businesses in the Stellenbosch area, Somerset West area, into which we will be targeting. So we will be offering special packages. There is things on the pipeline. We're busy working online. How we can streamline the operation, how we can offer, how we can attract corporate and a business to the hotel. Now we are busy with that, but it's difficult to plan ahead at the moment. It's just difficult to see what direction is everything going. Every day things change, and so are we. We put things we put things on paper, and then it all changes. Then it all changes again. So at the moment it's definitely a wait and see approach, but when the time comes, we will be ready. That's for sure.
I think that's the one thing that the businesses hate most is uncertainty, but. One thing that I found certain at your hotel is going to be something interesting. And the last time I was there was about a few weeks before the lockdown, and I saw that you still you have some cats there in your lounge. It seems to have been there. Like I'm certain they've been there forever. What's the story about the cats?
It's funny that you mentioned that. We have one local cat. It was with us now for 6 months. It's a youngster, and just this last 3 weeks since I'm in contact with the with the person who looks after the property, there's 2 more kittens have just arrived. So we actually got 3 cats at the moment. So 2 kittens and 1 older cat. So yes, yeah, that's cats and Devon Valley. It goes together.
It does go together, yes.
Yeah.
So the other thing that is interesting that you offer that's a bit different is in your lounge or bar, I'm not sure what you call it, you've got a whiskey tasting. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, Cedarwood Lounge. Yeah, no. We've got 150 different single malt whiskies on offer. You know, this is mostly Scottish whiskey, but we do offer Irish whiskies, and we offer some exotic whiskies. You know, we got whiskies from India, Japan, Sweden, and Taiwan, and obviously the local whiskey, the Three Ships whiskey range we have, and some American bourbons we have as well. So our whiskey range is huge. It's one of the biggest in the Western Cape. It used to be the biggest, but I think there's other properties there they're quite big as well now. So it is definitely one of the biggest whiskey range, and it's super popular. It's really popular. And we're offering food and wine pairings. We have a new executive chef, and our whiskey range, it is more a focus on the New World whiskies. So with the New World whiskey, just have more flavor, and it's just a more fun whiskey, if this makes any sense. And so is our cannabis. You know, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fresh. It's going to be just a little bit different. And that's what we're aiming for. Maybe I can just introduce Andrew Jordan. He's only started with us beginning of March. He's in lockdown as well. He's roaring to go. You know, he got all those ideas, and he's the executive chef we appointed the beginning of March, and he's got wonderful experience. He was for 14 years in the UK and works for the Sheraton Group, for the Conrad Group, and so he is planning, and menus are ready. So now he's pairing it with the whiskey. So it's all good. It's all good.
Well, that's awesome. At least this time can be used for a bit of planning, right? And I know dates are difficult, but at least, like you say, you can plan venues and you can plan new products and new offerings. So that's one good thing.
It's one good thing, yes. And I'm like that. You know, like I'm pushing and I'm pushing and I'm pushing, and then all the work is just about done. You know, there's only so many menus you can design. So now we're just hoping that the minister does us all a big favor, just lifts this lockdown soon.
Well, I hope so too. So the other thing that I've noticed is lately, I'm not sure how long you guys have been producing wine, but can you tell us a bit more about the wines you're producing, and also the winemaking philosophy at the farm?
Well, I can tell you my winemaking philosophy. This is the best way you learn about wine is to drink it, you know. So, but we are having the hotel is mostly focused obviously on hospitality, but we have 3 different cultivars on the estate. We have the Bush Shannon, the Cab, and the Pinot Noir. But we don't make our own wines anymore. For the last couple of years, we went into partnership with the Middle Flay estate. We buy wine from them, and our neighbor Dion Schubert, he's looking after our vineyards and looks after them. So in the past we used to make our own wines with the Silverbell and the Ghost Tree range, but at the moment currently we don't, and we buy actually our wines from Middle Flay. We went into partnership with them a couple of years ago.
But you make the wines under your own brand, right?
We make the wines under our own brand. Yes, that's right.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
So where are your wines sold? Mostly in your restaurant, or are you selling in the local market?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Mostly in our restaurant, only at the hotel.
So as a chef, you know, how important would you say? I mean, you just told me your background is you've been a chef all those years. So the wine experience that the diner will have with his food, how important is that for the experience?
Well, we have we are in the wine industry. Even though we are a hotel and our focus is hospitality and it is corporate, and it's a wine. It's our maker. Yeah. When you come to the hotel and you overlook the vineyard, but our focus will always be Devon Valley. Will always be Stellenbosch. Will always be local. So we have Devon Valley flights. We're offering from the Louisville range to the Middle Flight to the Clonmalvern. We're offering all the Devon Valley, and this all the Devon Valley wines. And this is what we are pushing. I think we have an excellent relationship with all our neighbors. the offering is called a Devon Valley Tea Tour package. So when the guests come here, they can come to the valley and to come to all the different estates. They can eat and they can drink and they can experience the Devon Valley in a quite unique sort of way. And it's a fantastic offering. It's very reasonably priced as well. It's just to bring a local awareness to the Devon Valley. And I think it's working really nicely.
I think that's important that you say, you're working with the locals there, like Clo Malvern and all those people are making, all of them have a different and fantastic offering. But the Devon Valley, like you say, as an area, is such a nice offering that it has as a group. So it's important that you collaborate together. But the other important thing is, especially for your conference as well, you're only about 4 or 5 kilometers out of Stellenbosch, which is also important.
That's right. Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's so we are away from the city, but we are still very close to the city. So you get the feeling of the vineyards, you get the feeling of countryside. So it makes the people feel relaxed. We not only do with the corporates, and we work with the corporates. So we're offering working cost challenges. We're offering braais. We're offering the full range of catering, and it makes a difference. When people come, because people come to work, but at the same time they come to relax. So it's like a package we're offering, but it comes naturally. So people don't have to pay anything extra. They just come here and they naturally relax because they're in the vineyards, and and it works. So we get lots of support from the local medium small businesses, and it works.
So, Marcus, I also noticed on your website that you have a few social responsibility initiatives. Can you tell us a bit more about those?
Yes, yeah, no, we do. And the main social responsibility, what we're doing is the Louis family, is the Louis Group Business Academy. So we have about 280 students coming throughout the year through this academy. It's to learn about business, ethical business. The Louis Group is sponsoring that, and they're coming to Devon Valley. So it's a great initiative to learn about business, and to learn about the way the Louis family does business. But we do other charitable events throughout the year. But it's then more on the basis what comes to us, what's happening. If there's a crisis somewhere, then we're going to jump in and be helping. But obviously, as social initiatives, we still promote water savings, and with all our guests, we still promote social awareness, what's happening in South Africa, and it's basically our drive. So our main drive is the Louis Group Business Academy.
That's interesting. About the other social awareness thing we're talking about now is the coronavirus, right? And it's forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you have any changes or new ideas in mind in your business model?
Well, I'm a Christian, and I'm personally on my knees, and I'm praying so much more than I used to. And I know the Louis family, they're strong believers. They feel the same. The whole business model is based on strong Christian ethos. So but we all know we have to do things differently going into the future. It's not going to be the same for quite a long time. Even though we have these beautiful refurbished conference facilities, we have this beautiful hotel in the middle of the vineyards. But in order to create business again, we have to think differently. We have to think out of the box. We're having online brainstorming session. We go to these webinars. We educate ourselves. But it is a learning journey for me, big time. I think for many of us sitting in this industry, hospitality industry, it's a learning curve. Try to keep our staff employed, and as maybe I can mention it as well. I really want to honor the Louis family when it comes to that. We haven't had a single retrenchment. We keep everybody on the payroll. So it's been amazing actually. The family is really looking after the staff really well. So but really it's a learning curve, and I'm learning every day. So Corona it's a headache, but it's not going to kill us.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, and it's important, like you say, that you have the right philosophy and mindset to get through all of this. Talking about that, your whole journey through the hospitality industry, through first as a chef and And your life journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
What I've learned?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've learned since I'm at this hotel that wine makes every meal an occasion. It's every table more elegant and every day a little bit more civilized. Now, like I've loved to, I learned to love wine. I love to, even at home, I love playing with food, match it with the wine. So it's a love. It's ingrown. And like I say, it's part of me.
Oh, that's awesome. So, Marcus, if people are listening to this and they want to book their wedding, or they want to come and visit you guys, how do they get a hold of you?
But at the moment, we are still in lockdown, but obviously we are available on our websites there, or on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. We are doing social media launches on a regular basis. So but as soon as we open up again, you can visit us. I'm here at the hotel Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 days. We've got banking coordinators, we've got booking agents. So you come to visit and we will help you. So and come and experience them, really. Come and experience our terrace. Come and experience the food we are offering. Like there's, when you go on our website, we can only sell so much. When you come here and you see who we really are, this handmade hospitality we try to sell to our guests and our clients. It's tangible. When you come here, it is tangible. You can feel it. And I think over the years, like we can show the success. We can show what truly handmade hospitality is all about.
That's awesome. I mean, Marcus, it's been a pleasure. Thank you we'll put the links to all of this obviously in the description, but thank you for taking the time and chatting to us. And I think everybody listening to this can't wait to get to the Devon Valley. I can tell you myself that view from your terrace is one of my favorite views in the world. So, definitely looking forward to seeing you guys. And yeah, thank you for spending the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Cheers, Will. Appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and you will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today we are talking to Giselle Coetzee. Giselle is the Sales and Marketing Manager, as well as the winemaker at Melisat Vineyards. Hi Giselle.
Hi Will, thank you very much. It's nice to chat with you.
It's our pleasure. Tell me, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry?
Yes, well, I was born in Johannesburg, quite away from the winelands, but we always had wine in the house, and you kind of get curious about how wine is made, and we always came to the Cape for holidays. And when the Cape Doctor blew, we ended up at wineries tasting wine. And in those days, a lot of the winemakers and owners of the farms used to present the tastings, and this was so wonderful, and I loved the whole vibe about the industry. So eventually I started doing some wine courses in Johannesburg, and every holiday I spent in the Cape, and I completed my Cape Wine Academy Diploma 2 in those days. I didn't have the WSET courses then. I met my husband and we moved to Germany, and I became a wine consultant in Germany. And that really opened the world of wine to me. I was working in this wonderful shop, and we had over 1,200 different wines from all over the world. And my manager in those days said, "You can't sell a wine unless you know how it tastes." So we did quite a bit of tasting from everything, from white, rosé, bubbly, reds, anything. But eventually I came back to South Africa, and I met a winemaker that invited me to come and harvest for a couple of days. And then I decided, well, this is what I want to do. I want to make wine. I don't just want to drink it. And I enrolled at Elsenburg, and I completed my studies in 2013. And since then, I've been loving what I'm doing, making wine, and then obviously selling wine, and also doing the marketing side.
Wow, what a story. That's so interesting. So, can you tell us a little bit of the history of Melissat Vineyards?
Yes, Melissat Vineyards is a boutique winery in Paarl. It's situated close to the Huguenot Tunnel, so it's the other side of Paarl town. And the farm dates back to 1693, so the original Dekkers Vlei farm. And the current owner, Stephen Richardson, bought the farm in 1997, and he started making wine in 1999. In those days, the farm only grew Chenin Blanc, which was delivered to one of the co-ops here in Paarl. And he then decided, no, I don't want to just make white wine. So he started replanting, and he kept the oldest 2 blocks of Chenin Blanc. The farm is not that big. It's about 13 hectares, and we've got 8 hectares under vine, and then we also have guava orchards. So Stephen, he is a farmer. He's got a farm in the UK, but he doesn't grow grapes. He grows barley, wheat, and sugar beet. But he's very passionate about wine, so he decided now he needs to purchase a farm where he can actually make some wine. And that is how he ended up in South Africa.
Oh, what a nice story. So you guys are part of the Paarl wine route, so welcoming visitors to your farm. So what can a guest experience when visiting Melissat?
Well, we are very small, so firstly, when people visit our farm, they may see Stephen or myself or one of the other guys working in the cellar there. And when we're all busy, all of us has a turn to be in the tasting room and present our wine. So we're very proud to be passionate and very personal about our wine tasting, and we want people to experience our passion. So when we do our wine tastings, there's always stories to tell about a wine, where it comes from, why we make wine in a specific style. We also have Cemetery of Forgotten Wines, which is a bizarre collection of old wines from all over the world and from South Africa that people can view in our underground cellar. And then we also have a couple of food offerings. So people can really just spend the day there in the beautiful farm looking at our mountains.
Wow, that sounds awesome. So your wines that you're producing, can you tell us a little bit more about that, and also your own winemaking philosophy?
Well, Melissat is famous for our white pinotage. We were the first in the world to make a white pinotage in 2007. And so people come from far afield to come and taste the wine, because first they can't believe that there is a white pinotage on the market. So we like to experiment. We do things slightly different to other farms. And we produce also, apart from the white pinotage, Cabernet Sauvignon. We've got Tempranillo, Viognier, then also Chardonnay, and then an unwooded white blend. We've got a wonderful red blend, and also a Shiraz and a Shiraz Rosé. So our range of wines are quite big for a small winery, but you cover basically all tastes in wine. Our philosophy is that we like to make wines that reflect the terroir of our area. So we've got granite soils. There was attention to detail when we chose, and we want the terroir to show in our wine, and you can actually taste that. We also, our wine style is European. It's not New World. Stephen, because he grew up on European wines, he always wanted to make wines that can age a bit longer. And our wood component is never too much. It doesn't overpower our wine. It must just add a little bit of elegance and complexity to our wine.
So that's so interesting. So, especially the story about the white pinotage, where did this idea come from?
Well, the white pinotage, yeah, we made it, well, Stephen made the first barrel in 2007. And in the late 1990s, early 2000s, red pinotage was hammered in Europe, especially in Britain, for having acetone flavors. And I think our South African palates were just used to those flavors, and we thought, well, that is what pinotage is about. But the British wine connoisseurs said, no, that is a wine fault. And a lot of research was done on that, and it is actually a winemaking fault. But Stephen's train of thought was in those days, well, those flavors are on the skins of the grapes. So if I eliminate the skin, let's see what happens. So he made the one barrel and he sold it at a wine show in Joburg, the content of that barrel. So thought, well, maybe there's a market for this. And then slowly he increased the production. And since 2012, we haven't produced red pinotage.
What an amazing story. So, where are your wines sold? Mostly in South Africa, I presume, or are you exporting?
Both really. Locally, our wines are available in more specialist wine shops. We also, it's also available in the Eastern Cape, where we're doing quite well with our wine. Also in Gauteng. And then we're not really in big supermarkets because our production is too small. We produce about 40,000 bottles a year, so that has to cover our local market and exports. And our exports are mainly to Europe, so we're looking at Germany. We just sent a shipment during lockdown to the Netherlands, which safely arrived earlier this week, and then to Denmark, and then also the UK. Then a little bit to the US, and we've also exported to Argentina.
Wow, that's quite interesting. Exporting to Argentina. I didn't expect that.
Yes.
You're actually the first winery I've spoken to that's actually mentioned that. So that's quite something for the books. So you mentioned a little bit about the, sorry, did you want to say something about the Argentina stuff?
Yeah, that was an interesting one, because from there, our wines eventually ended up in Peru as well. So we've been in touch with some sommeliers and wine shops in South America because of that one export to Argentina, the original one.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Let me repeat that, @thefishwivesclublifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So you mentioned the lockdown, and you know, we know that the coronavirus has forced almost everyone to rethink their business models. Do you guys have any changes or any new ideas in place?
Well, this whole lockdown influenced everyone, and the first couple of days was quite you you feel like you're in a maze and you can't get out of there, because you make a plan and you start working on it and then things change. So one thing that we've learned is that you have to be able to adapt quite fast, and that how important relationships are. And we were lucky that we started selling direct to customer. That's a new avenue that we explored beginning of the year. And that really worked for us during this. So a lot of people were ordering online. Also how it's different communicating with your customers in a digital way. So now you have to really rely on social media to get your message across. People can't taste your wine, so you have to kind of tell a story and make it a little bit visual. So we developed a social media plan, which was kind of in the pipeline, but we had to put it together quite fast to just reach our customers all over the place. And the other important thing is your relationships with your suppliers, your production team, your staff, everybody down the line. You need to keep in touch, and you need to be kind of positive about it, not negative. And it just it actually developed quite a few relationships, which was nice for us.
That's quite interesting. So do you think that social media is going to become more important going forward for your marketing?
It will, yes. Because we're such a small team, we have to be able to do everything. And because we couldn't get people to the farm, our tasting room manager, Alzan, she used to do a little bit of our social media, but now she's just doing social media. And it's not just posting, doing normal posts on Twitter and Facebook. It was also putting videos together and making it more interesting. And our followership on those social media platforms really grew over the last 8 weeks, which we are very happy about. So we gained a lot of new followers, and people actually ordered wine. So that was very positive for us.
That is awesome. I see you also have a wine club. So can you tell us a little bit more about the wine club?
Yes, the wine club started about 2013, and it is expanding at the moment, and it's nice that people join. And it's quite easy. People can join, and they only have to buy 24 bottles a year. But we also have a wine club day. So if people order the allocated amount of wines, we invite them to the farm, and basically we entertain our clients where we will launch new wines, and they will get access to some of the experimental wines which is not for sale in the trade. So we try to keep it very interesting for the wine club. And we've got quite a few members all over the country. It's not just here in the Western Cape. So in future, because of now all of this as well, we were thinking to not just having an open day at the farm, but also do it in the various provinces where we can invite our wine club members to come and join us and meet us and taste some new wine.
I think that's a clever idea, because I think the local market for everybody is going to become so much more important with possible tourist restrictions as well.
Yes, and apart from that, because I travel quite a lot, and Stephen as well, the owner, we go to these areas so they can come and basically meet the winemaking team. And it's not just a marketing person or a local agent that comes and do the wine tastings. It's actually some people from the farm, which I found over the years actually works quite well to promote your product, not just to rely on your local agent or representative.
Yeah, I think that personal touch, Matt, for every brand just are starting to matter so much more, in your modern day, and especially now that people are, like you said, things like social media to actually engage with your customers is becoming an art.
It is, and it's becoming more difficult because there's so much competition out there. Every winery wants to get their wine on a shelf or in somebody's home. So the personal touch really means something to the clients, especially when they're far away.
Yes. So, Giselle, your wine journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
Well, through the years, it's for me from a winemaking side is to understand your terroir, because we want to make wine that actually speak from the area. It must be very distinct, and it takes years to know your area and your parcels in your vineyards. So it's an ongoing learning curve, really, and it's a wonderful journey just to learn about that. And in our area, we've noticed with a couple of farms in the area that there's a very specific flavor profile where we are, which is totally different to the other side of Paarl. The other thing that is always also important for me is the relationships that you build over the years. Doesn't matter who you talk with. The wine industry is actually a very positive industry, and people are always willing to help and share ideas. And especially like a difficult harvest, you can speak to other winemakers and they will share their ideas and how they solve their problems. And that is very important. And it's a wonderful journey that in itself.
Yeah, I agree with you. The one thing I've learned by interviewing a lot of winemakers and people in the industry over the last few weeks is that the wine industry seems to be extremely collaborative. People are not shy to work together and to take hands.
Yes, that is one of the reasons why I really wanted to get into the wine industry. My first harvest that I did was a famous winemaker. I'm sure I can mention his name.
Yes, please do.
I met David Nieuwoud from Cederberg many years ago, and one day I got a call and he said to me, he's looking for a female winemaker to just come and help during the harvest for a couple of days. And I said, yes, I'll definitely be there. And that just was amazing, that somebody would actually share that information and not be shy to bring people that he doesn't know from anywhere into his cellar and to come and help to make wine. And that is how I would like to be. You need to share, you need to educate people on wine and help one another, because this is what it's about and this is how we will succeed.
So are you finding that young people are, the younger generation are interested in wine and the industry?
Yes, not as much as when I was younger, but there's a lot of young people that will come and talk and say, what is it like? What is the industry like? Is there a future in the industry? But I find that young people are probably a little bit more careful in what they drink. I mean, the whole trend is changing. So it means that we also have to adapt to what the young people are looking for and what they are drinking. But from a job perspective in the wine industry, it's very diverse. You don't necessarily have to make wine. You can be in marketing. You can be in one of the other industries that supplies the wine industry, like barrel suppliers, like suppliers that supply all the products for winemaking, yeast, and all those things. It's very interesting. So you don't have to physically get dirty and work these long hours during harvesting. And I don't think people understand this actual size of the wine industry.
I think that's very, very true. So the question I ask to everyone is to actually give us a wine quote. So can you give us your own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
There's one that has been in our tasting room now for many years, and it's not a philosophical one. It's a little bit more like a joke, but I love that. It says, "Of course, size matters. Nobody wants a small glass of wine." And in these days, I think now that we can drink wine again, it's very important to have a nice glass of wine, but drinking responsibly.
That's an awesome quote. I love it.
Thank you.
It's been such a pleasure talking to you and interesting. So thank you very, very much to spend the time. If people are looking for you guys, how do they find you?
Well, on our website, people can visit our website. The website is www.melasat.com. And the directions are on there. Our email is on there. They can phone us, they can email us on social media. So we're on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. And our tasting room is open, well, under normal circumstances, 7 days a week. And we welcome everybody to come and visit us and experience our personal and passionate attention. We're a small team, and you'll probably see Stephen or myself there. And yeah, I would love to see everybody out there.
That's awesome. And at the moment, your online shop is open for business, right?
Yes, people can go to our website or sell it direct.
Okay, that's awesome. Giselle, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very, very much for spending the time. I know you're busy, and I'm sure people will appreciate the information. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Will. I appreciate chatting with you. It was very nice chatting to you, and I hope to see you at the farm soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to SJ Kruger. SJ is a owner and founder of Late Bloomer Boutique Winery. Hi, SJ. Thank you for visiting us.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's a pleasure. So, SJ, tell us a little bit more about yourself and how did you get involved in the wine industry?
So basically, where Late Bloomer started is in a garage in Johannesburg. My father actually started making wine in his garage in Johannesburg. I mean, he spent some time on a wine farm, learned how to do it, and yeah, then he used to bring his grapes to Joburg and make it himself. Where I got involved is obviously we started liking his wine, and we thought, hey, he's actually got some talent in making the wine. And me and a few friends own a wedding venue in Pretoria, and we wanted to kind of see if we could make the wine there. But just the cost of getting the grapes and the barrels and equipment there was so expensive that we decided to go to Stellenbosch and do it there. And then people started liking the wine, and yeah, that's where we are now. Growing the winery, growing the brand a little bit.
So did you guys move down to Stellenbosch?
Yes, my dad stays in Stellenbosch. I'm still in Pretoria. Still have some other things to do here as well, other businesses and a full-time job as well.
Okay, so you're quite busy. So tell me, it's an amazing story, you know. There's not a lot of guys that started making wine in a garage. How did you, was your dad always interested in wine, or where did this interest come from?
Yeah, so he's got a passion for wine. He loves wine. He's always, I mean, I think myself and even my brother and some of my friends, I mean, we got the wine passion and the interest from him. I mean, he's always wanted to do it. I mean, since I can remember, he was always telling us how he's going to learn to make wine. And I think in the ripe age of 52, he decided it was time for him to learn how to make his own wine.
That's awesome. And you yourself, are you a wine lover as well?
Yes, I'm a wine lover. I'm not a wine maker, but I do love wine. I love good wine. I like the story, and I like the skill and the craft that goes into making it.
Okay, so it seems like Late Bloomers is very much a family business. So can you tell us a bit more about Late Bloomers? How many people are involved, and what are the roles of each of you?
So basically, we've got my dad is making the wine mostly on a part-time basis down at Stellenbosch. We also get some assistance from the cellar. We share a cellar with some other wineries. Get a lot of assistance and advice from the guys that have got lots of experience there. And then basically it's me and 3 friends who invested in the winery and to get it going.
Okay, and are you involved in the business as well, in the marketing or any other aspects of the business?
Yeah, so I basically run the marketing side of it. You've got Esther that you've obviously now dealt with, who sets it up, is our social media guy. And then, yeah, most of the marketing, sales, a lot of the planning stuff. I mean, every year when we sit down to decide what we're going to do is basically me and my dad, and we decide what worked the previous year and what we're going to do this year. So I run most of the business side of it and a little bit of the finance and so on.
How long have you guys been going?
I think the first bottle of wine was made in 2012, and then we decided in 2015 when the opportunity came along for us to expand this maybe and turn it into a business and a dream. I mean, the dream we wanted to have a winery. So in 2015, I think we sold our first bottles under the Late Bloomer label. In 2016, we started actually selling it.
Oh, excellent. So tell me, your winemaking philosophy at Late Bloomers, how would you describe that?
So we want to make wine for drinking. We used to joke and say, no, awards are for ponies and wine is for drinking. I think that's basically our philosophy. So we want people to enjoy the wine. We're not making wine to go and get a bunch of awards, but we want people to drink the wine, have stories, great memories, get families to get together, open wine. I mean, we love nothing more than getting photos from our clients who basically tell us how they're enjoying the wine. So it's great having awards, and I think we want to get to a point where we actually are able to kind of enter some of competitions with our wine. But the goal for us, the main philosophy, is to make wine that people can enjoy with their family and friends.
Okay, interesting. So can you tell us a bit more about the wines that you make, and especially about the one called the Farnese Fusion range? That sounded quite interesting.
Yeah, so basically we currently we're making 5 wines. We're adding another one, but basically we've got a Sauvignon Blanc called Summer. Basically it's a nice fruity, it's an easy drinking wine, so a real summer wine that you can have on your slip on a hot day. I mean, we've got a rosé called Candy Floss. A lot of people think it's sweet, but it's actually not. It's got a nice sweet aroma, but actually it's a dry, light rosé. This year we made it from Pinot Noir grapes. We've got a Syrah. Grapes come from Elgin, so we've made it a nice light, not a heavy full-bodied Shiraz, but a nice light Syrah. We've got Mengsel, which is like a Bordeaux-styled wine, a little bit more full-bodied. It's a blend Merlot, Cab, Petit Verdot. And then the Farnese Fusion, which is our flagship, is basically named after my grandfather, Farney. And I think he instilled a lot of the passion we've got for wine and the craft and the skill that goes into it. And we basically took his 3 favorite cultivars, which is Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and Shiraz, and made it an equal blend of the 3. We wanted to make something that was really easy to drink, and as easy to drink as it was spending time with him. He was an extremely gentle soul. We wanted that to come through in the wine.
So did he also make wine in his garage?
No. He just liked drinking it, but no, he did not make wine.
Okay. So your typical customer that you have, what does that customer look like?
So we've had a mixed bag, if I put it that way. We've had people, young people, older people, all across South Africa. Our wines are a bit lighter though than some of the other farms in South Africa. So we haven't really necessarily made wine for the heavy wine drinkers who like the full-bodied, heavy tannin wine. So it's normally people that like something a little bit lighter and easier to drink, if I put it that way. But yeah, we are releasing a new cab which will probably appeal to the heavy wine drinkers this year.
So I mean, wine is quite a competitive industry. So how did you guys, how did your dad start selling his wine? Family and friends, or how did he manage to build a market? It's quite interesting.
Yeah, so when he started making wine, I think he used to tell us a story, a bit of a joke, and he said he thought he could make the wine cheaper because, I mean, he likes drinking wine. So if he could make the wine cheaper and drink it himself, then buying everyone else's wine, I mean, it'd be a win for him. And it turns, and obviously he kept on handing the wine out to his friends. He wasn't selling it, and it kind of built up a following, and people always wanted his wine, and people started saying, but listen, my friends came to me and said, hey, can I buy some of your dad's wine? And that kind of started the thing of saying, but hey, maybe it's something we can do. I mean, it's been a dream for us. It's a pipe dream. So maybe it's something we do. We start making wine to sell, and yeah, here we are.
That's amazing. So are you selling only in the local market, or are you exporting as well?
At the moment, we're still very small, and I don't think we really produce enough to export, but the goal is to eventually get to a point where we can export our wines and kind of create a bit of a global client base.
So you're involved in marketing at the moment. So what is your strategy in terms of marketing? Do you find that avenues like social media and that are growing in importance?
Yes, definitely. I think we've been lucky because we've had our wedding venue, which is extremely popular in Gauteng, and 80% of our guests have been ordering our wine. So we've kind of been getting that exposure there in the area in Gauteng, and we've kind of, through that, we've gotten a lot of return customers. We do a lot of pop-up tastings and events, and we kind of created a bit of a loyal client base that keep on coming back for wine to us. And that's kind of allowed us to not focus too much on social media, but I think with the current circumstances, we've had to up our game on the social media and online platforms. And I can already see the exposure we're getting and a lot more people that are interested and curious about our wine. So, I mean, social media, I think, is going to be play a massive impact in everyone in the wine industry in the next few months or even years.
So your avenues has been basically through your wedding venue and direct to customers that buy directly from you. You're not using any distributors at the moment, right?
No. We like I said, we're still fairly small. I mean, and we kind of build up a client base that we focus on and servicing them and growing that client base. I mean, I think at one stage I probably know 90% of our customers. I mean, every time we sell a bottle of wine to someone, we follow up with a WhatsApp saying, hey, did you actually enjoy it? Give me good feedback, bad feedback. And we've kind of I think the story behind the wine is what got people that get people hooked on it.
Oh, that's interesting. So your wedding venue at the moment, is that still closed?
Yes, we've closed obviously now with the COVID-19 lockdown.
And no idea when you're going to open yet, right?
No, so there's a coffee shop portion and a pizzas and so on that are been selling on takeaway, and then obviously now with the restaurants open, we'll probably open the coffee shop. It's also on a farm with cycling trails and so on, so it actually allows us to open that up a little bit.
Okay, but you won't be able to sell wine there.
No, we don't sell wine obviously for on consumption, but for off consumption we do. I mean, like I said, a lot of our customers know that we got the wine, so they do come and order from us.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, we're talking about the lockdown and everything. I mean, the coronavirus has forced everyone to, rethink about their businesses. I mean, you basically just told me you've got a wedding business, which is basically still in lockdown, and then also your wine business. Have you guys made any plans, new ideas to what are you thinking in this time?
Yeah. So in terms, like I said, in terms of our market strategy, we've kind of been communicating directly and building relationships with our customers, and we deliver at their houses. We're lucky that we've got the restaurant here in Pretoria that we can actually use as a kind of distribution point for Gauteng. But yeah, we're focusing mostly online. I mean, we're not a wine farm. We're a winery. We're not open to the public at the winery. Most of our events and tastings have been pop-up tastings and so on. And I think we'll probably keep staying that way. We want to be flexible, nimble. I mean, if the market changes or the circumstances changes, we want to be able to change with it. And I think being online is probably the easiest way for a small winery like ourselves to do that and keep in touch and build and maintain those relationships with our customers and leverage off that.
Do you have an online shop where customers can order directly, or how does ordering work?
Yes, so you can order online from our website, and then we also obviously take a lot of emails, get emails with our customer base and WhatsApps, and then we are busy with one or two other platforms, online platforms, also to start selling it. That's not our website, but it's also online stores.
Okay, that's amazing. Do you have anything special that you're offering at the moment, or specials for customers or anything like that at the moment?
Yes. So at the moment, we're running a special on our summer Sauvignon Blanc. We call it I Really Miss Summer, seeing that it's been really cold in Gauteng for the last few weeks. And if you buy 12 bottles, we give you free delivery and 10% discount. We're also running a competition until the end of the year for everyone that subscribes to our newsletter. We're sharing the stories of the different wines on our newsletter and some stories about the team and so on. And if you subscribe, you can win a mixed box of wine every month until December. So we're doing that, and then at the end of this month, we're releasing our new Fonnies Fusion blend, which will probably have a nice special on, and then also the new signature cab that's coming out later, which will be quite special. So only 2,500 bottles will be made of that.
Okay, and do you deliver countrywide, or do you have only?
Yes, we deliver countrywide. Obviously, in the big metro areas like Western Cape and Gauteng, we can do free delivery, but we can ship anywhere in the country.
Okay, so you use a courier service. How are you finding logistics at this stage? Because I've been speaking to a lot of, you know, I talk to a lot of wineries, obviously, and lots of them complain about logistical nightmare at the moment of actually getting deliveries done.
Yeah, so it has been tough. I think the couriers are extremely busy because a lot of people are ordering online. So it's been slightly slower than normal, but we've been able to get good service from the couriers that we've used.
Okay. And your long-term vision for late bloomers, where do you see your business going and your brand going?
So I think we set ourselves like a medium-term goal of a number of bottles that we want to get to that we sell every month. So, and we built our kind of sales and everything based on our customer base and how we want to grow that kind of loyal customer base to a certain point and how many boxes of wine we would like them to order a month. But I think eventually we would like to become a global brand and export our wines to different countries. I mean, I have people that have inquired from the US and from Europe and also from countries like Australia. It's just getting to a point where we produce enough and that we can actually make a profit out of it is still the challenge for us to get to.
Yes, I think that is the first hurdle, is getting, you know, making enough wine. So yeah. I mean, you've had quite an interesting start in the wine business. Like you say, your dad started in his 50s, and you've been involved right from the beginning when he started. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from this journey?
So me and the rest of my business partners, even my dad, I mean, we come from high pressure industries where things need to happen quickly. There's no time to wait for anyone. And I think, you know, time is money, but with wine, I mean, there's a lot of waiting and a lot of being patient. And I think that's the one thing that we've had to learn with the winemaking is you need to appreciate time more. I mean, you need to slow down slightly, enjoy the process of making the wine, of tasting it, of seeing it develop and grow. And that's the thing for me. We've learned to appreciate time and the craft and that goes into it.
I think that's right. I mean, I just spoke to a winery this morning, and the guys mentioned the same thing, right? They said patience is the big thing required, because I think people forget that making wine is actually still the agricultural activity. You know, it's like it's almost like a seasonal activity. You've got to wait for the harvest, and then the wine has to ripen. You know, everything has to happen. So that's quite interesting. If you can give me a wine quote, what would that be?
I don't really have a favorite wine quote, but I do love the stories that we get back from our customers. And
well, tell us one. I'd love to hear one of your stories.
Sure. I think one of the biggest things for us is like with the new Fonnies. I sent out the new Fonnies, and it's always great getting the feedback. I mean, one of my good friends just sent me a WhatsApp the other day saying, "Oh, it's such a smooth wine, and it's so nice and easy to drink." And I think that's the one thing for us where we could say, actually, that's exactly what we wanted to achieve, is create something that's smooth and easy to drink. I mean, some of the stories of the weddings we've had, I mean, it's been quite a journey, and you'll see that's why our slogan is, there's a story in every bottle. What's yours? And we really want people to tell us, hey, actually, I had this story. My sister came over for the first time in a year, and we actually opened one of your wines, and we had just a good evening, and it was actually such a great created such good memories out of it.
Do you ever ask your customers to record these stories and send them to you?
We ask for short feedbacks on the stories, but yeah, we haven't necessarily asked them to record it, but we have one or two that's actually given us a little bit more detail on it and so on.
I think that could be a good marketing strategy, getting some video where people actually, say something
Yeah.
good on your brand, especially in today's environment. I think that could work very, very well.
Yeah. We have some videos that we want to record at the end of July that's coming up, but that we'll probably start releasing some of those ones in September, October, so on, some roundabout there.
You mentioned that you've got a new wine coming out. What is that? What is that going to be?
So we have actually got a new Farnese Fusion coming out at the end of this year, which we actually took 2 years wines and blended together to get the taste we wanted. And then we've got a signature cab that's coming out. It's been on oak for 18 months. It's a little bit more full-bodied that we're bringing out. And then later this year, we're going to bring out a new rosé. Last year we made it all. The current rosé we've made out of Pinot Noir, but we're going to actually change that Pinot Noir rosé now into an MCC over the next few years. And we're experimenting with a new blend of taking a Merlot Sauvignon Blanc and making the Canny Floss into a bit of a blended, like more of a blush type of rosé. So we've got 3 wines coming out now, probably in the next 2-3 months.
Oh, okay, that's amazing. Jay, how do people get hold of you guys if they want to order wine?
So we are on Facebook. I think it's Late Bloomer Boutique Winery, as well as Instagram, and then our website, which is latebloomerwines.com. And people can email us there, or they can contact us through social media as well.
So they can DM you if they want something.
Yeah.
So just repeat that offer you have again, that special. I mean, that would be nice for people. It sounded actually quite nice.
Yeah, we've got the I Really Miss Summer special, which is 12 bottles of our Summer Sauvignon Blanc for 10% discount and free delivery.
We all miss summer, right? I can't wait for summer to start this year and maybe get back to normal. Thank you so much for your time. And
thanks for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. I know you guys are busy, and good luck with everything. Good luck getting your wedding business back on track as well. I suppose that's a different challenge. But thank you for speaking to us. And I think our listeners will find this interesting.
Awesome, thanks.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Before we start today's show, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor of this show, Lisa Loves Wines. Lisa shared with me that she has a very special offer for our listeners today. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe, and I think South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Biggest Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a discount on 1.5-litre magnums. This is also a great Father's Day gift or a birthday gift. We will leave the details and links on how to get this awesome offer inside the description. Now, on with today's show.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Edo Haynes. Edo is at Lavenier Wine Estate. Welcome to About the Winelands, Edo.
Thank you very much, Will. It's a pleasure to be with you.
It's our pleasure to have you. So tell all our listeners a bit about yourself and what you're doing at Lavenier and how you got involved in the wine industry.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I studied winemaking and I'm a qualified winemaker. I made wine in Constantia for a while before I decided to sort of spread my proverbial wings in the wine industry by becoming a wine writer. I was a wine writer for Wineland magazine for 10 years and eventually became editor of the publication. And part of my job at Wineland and Vinpro was to engage with the next generation of winemakers. And part of this was to every year take some of the young wine leaders on an overseas trip to a leading wine region. In terms of, or in order to get winemakers to engage with other industry leaders, to learn about the international trade, to perhaps see some winemaking techniques, and to basically come back inspired. And it's now 4 years ago, we went to the Loire Valley. It was a trip where myself and Charles Williams from the Toren, Ati Lowe from Opstal, and Dirk Coetzee, the winemaker at Lavenier, went to the Loire Valley. And when I asked at Vinny if Dirk can be part of this trip, they said, yes, no problem, it's perfect. But in order for Dirk to go to the Loire Valley, they asked me to present a tasting in Paris for the Advini commercial team. And I did the tasting and it went well, and I was so intrigued by this dynamic organization with a really inspiring and young commercial team at the helm. And when I came back to South Africa, I realized that sort of sparked an interest in me to sort of delve into the commercial side of the wine industry. And that's when I made the switch from being a wine writer to getting into the commercial side of the wine industry and the marketing side of the wine industry. So today I've been at Lavenier for 3 years, and it's been an absolutely wonderful journey.
Wow, that's amazing. So can you tell us a little bit of the history of Lavenier itself?
Of course. So before 1990, when the estate was acquired by Mark Veer, and its name was changed to Lavenier. Lavenier was part of a bigger wine estate or wine farm, essentially, called Weltevreden. And when Mark Veer bought the estate in 1990, he's a Frenchman or a French-speaking Mauritian, and he came to this estate that he fell in love with, but he couldn't pronounce the name. So he said that this estate is his future, and he called it Lavenier, which means the future in French. And that's when Weltevreden got changed to Lavenier. So Weltevrede was is one of the oldest wine estates in Stellenbosch, but it never made wine under its own label. And it's only since Mark Veer bought the estate that wine was produced under the name Lavanier. And that started in 1992. And the rest is history. It immediately gained traction in terms of the pinotage. Back then, winemaker Francois Nadia really made a name for himself as the Pope of Pinotage in Stellenbosch. And we are fortunate today that the current winemaker Dirk Coetzee was mentored by Francois Nadia and has maintained that level of quality, level of innovation, and absolute passion for pinotage.
Wow, that's interesting. Besides pinotage, you also have a famous Chenin Blanc block. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so Lavanier focuses on pinotage and Chenin Blanc, which are quintessentially the varietals that South Africa are known for. And in terms of the Chenin Blanc, it's a registered certified heritage vineyard and part of the Old Vine Project. As you enter Lavanier Estate, there is an amazing vineyard that is 48 years old today. That we call the Old Lady. She's a Chenin Blanc vineyard. She produces the most amazing grapes, and they have now they've now isolated the genetic plant material of this vineyard in order to propagate the clone and eventually make it available in 5 years' time in 2025, so that this same clone can be replanted. And we're very, very excited about that. The Old Lady's a legend on the estate. She produces the most delicious Chenins. We make a Chenin that is a really classic style. She's harvested in 2 different portions, one which is harvested earlier and one which is harvested later, in order to get that balance and finesse that we want in our Chenins. In terms of South African Chenin's development, I think the industry has matured and developed in terms of the style of Chenin that it's producing. We're producing Chenins now that showcase finesse, that showcase complexity, and that really age well. And these dimensions are the dimensions that Dirk works on in terms of our single block Chenin, to produce a wine that is absolutely world class. One of the awards that we're very proud of the single block Chenin is this wine won the Diamond Trophy at the Sakura Wine Awards in Japan, which essentially means that it's the top Chenin Blanc from South Africa in Japan. And for us, that's a huge compliment. We know that the Japanese wine market is a very sophisticated one, and that Japanese in general love delicacy and sort of they like the finer things in life, and they're very sophisticated in the way that they appreciate wine. And for our Chenin to be rated as the top Chenin in such a market is an absolute wonderful accolade for us.
Oh, that's a wonderful story. Can I go back to what you said about the Loire Valley, which is interesting because, you know, France is more known for Bordeaux and Burgundy and, you know, the Champagne areas, and the Loire Valley is really known for its chateaus and being the breadbasket of France. So you personally, you know, when you and Dirk were there, what did you take away from the Loire Valley that you brought back to South Africa?
Oh, it's an absolutely fascinating region. What we took home, I'll sort of split it up into different categories. The first part is they've got a really progressive approach towards biodynamic wine production. And I think that's something that South Africa can bring back home and ask ourselves why such a very small percentage of South African vineyards are organic or biodynamic, while a region like the Loire Valley has certain appellations within it that are completely biodynamic. And that's certainly one thing that we brought home. And at Lavanier, we're working closely with experts in terms of organic production and seeing how we can make this estate sustainable, how we can practice organic practices at the estate, and how we can essentially live up to the name the future in order to keep our soils healthy, keep our vines healthy, and produce wines that are natural and hopefully one day organic or biodynamic. The Loire Valley is very, very different to South Africa. I think in South Africa we've got ample sunlight. We know that our grapes are going to ripen, and our challenge is to pick Chenin Blanc at the right ripeness levels. Well, in the Loire Valley, you don't necessarily reach those ripeness levels because their climate is different. They've got rain, they've got limits in terms of ripening their grapes, and they've also got very, very different styles. In the Loire Valley, they produce a lot of sparkling Chenin Blanc, which is still a very small category in South Africa, but they also produce lots of sweet wines and semi-sweet wines, while South African Chenins are mostly dry. It's a fascinating region. If there's one region where we can learn from and they can learn from us in terms of a different approach, diversities of styles, it's the Loire Valley. And you see that with the Chenin Blanc Association, how they are closely working with Loire producers and finding mutual benefits in terms of raising the profile of Chenin. And then the other variety that the Loire Valley is known for is very close to my heart. It's Cabernet Franc. And I think that the variety also has a very big future in South Africa and globally.
Well, interesting. You know, the fact that you mentioned also biodiversity and organic wine growing. I think, and this is something I want to ask you because the name is apt. You know, the future, and the future of wine is in the hand of millennials, and you know, it's a different market. So, do you think, you know, what is your take on that? Are these things important to the millennial market?
Yeah, I think even the current situation that we're in it's a very interesting learning opportunity for the wine industry. And the way that wine is being sold is changing at a rapid pace, and the way that it is being presented is changing. We often use the phrase at Lavinier that authenticity is the new luxury. And millennials love authenticity in terms of stories. A story behind a vineyard. I told the story of the old lady, the Chenin Blanc vineyard earlier. That's more interesting at bottle with the serious price tag. The luxury approach to wine is changing with millennials, and it's all about authenticity. It's about telling the story. It's about being true to who you are and what you're trying to present. And there are values at play, there are associations at play, and most importantly, as I mentioned, characters and stories that become more and more important to the millennial market. And you have to be open and accessible and be able to listen and be able to respond to this market, which makes it very interesting, but we also see it as a massive opportunity. In terms of our demographics that we sell to, there is a large proportion of people that really appreciate Lavinier wines that are from this millennial grouping, and it's important to engage with them and understand what they want, and that's something that we actively do not only in the Citadel when it was still operating, but also in the trade and wherever possible. It's also, Lavinier is a pioneer of premium Provence-style rosés in South Africa. And if you look at wine festivals, and especially millennials in South Africa, rosé is a growing category. And if it's something that you're known for, like in Lavinier's case, you have an advantage. And if you look at our Glen Rosé, which is a high-end rosé, it's limited, it's from a single vineyard, and it has a wonderful story and unique packaging. And it's a wine that is when it was started in 2015, it was strange. Why would you do a high-end rosé? I mean, rosé is rosé. At that stage, most of it was still sweet. But now the Glen Rosé gets sold out in a couple of months every year. Most of it is sold from the farm, and it has a really fantastic following. And it's that kind of engagement that we want. And that we see as an advantage in terms of the millennial market.
That's awesome. I mean, you mentioned authenticity, and you know, what in terms of any other things you can highlight about Lavanese and Dirk Coetzee's wine philosophy and winemaking philosophy?
So Dirk's main passion in life is most certainly pinotage. He loves this varietal, and he loves it for different reasons. One of the things that he really tries to showcase at Lavanier is pinotage's versatility. If you think pinotage, you immediately think of a dry, full-bodied, big red wine. Well, Dirk's approach is that it can be showcased as a premium rosé. It can be shown as an unwooded red. It can be showed as a more feminine style like the Provenance Chenin, but it can also be a big and full wine that is well structured and can keep for years and decades, like the single block pinotage. So Dirk's big passion is to showcase the versatility of this varietal and to show it in new ways, to show that the way that pinotage is being approached is new. We're planting it on new sites. At Lavanier, we've got trellised vines, we've got bush vines, we've got different angles, we've got different slopes, and we're trying to bring that diversity and to showcase the versatility of this variety. And Dirk grew up in Hoekville, which is very close to the Knysna Forest. He loves nature, and we spoke about organic and sustainable production of wine. That's also something that lies very close to Dirk's heart and is definitely part of his philosophy in terms of Lavanier. We also have a Pebbles after-school care facility at the estate in terms of the future of the next generation of people that live on the estate, where we give children the opportunity to achieve academically, but also achieve in other spheres of life. We've started the Lavanier Sports Development Academy, where the kids at the Pebbles After School Care Facility also benefit from professional coaching to get that bit of inspiration, to get exposure to sport and to learn some of the fundamental aspects of sport, like teamwork and pushing through and sort of being able to decide your own destiny through sport as well. So the aspect of Lavanier is multifaceted at Lavanier. We look at the future of not only the environment and not only the economic sustainability of the wine industry and Lavanier itself, but also the people at the estate and also the neighboring estates around Lavanier.
Oh, that's awesome. So talking about, you know, the surroundings and other things on the farm, what else do you offer visitors? You have accommodation there, and what else?
So our hospitality offering is something where this focus on authenticity also comes into its own right. We really have a fantastic cellar experience where people are given a Chenin Blanc and pinotage experience that is second to none. We have all the vintages that are available. We've got a cheese and wine pairing. We've got charcuterie and wine pairing. We've got very, very authentic cheese and charcuterie platters at the estate. And then we also have the added benefits of French wines from the Advini group that are available from the estate. Obviously, during the Corona lockdown, this isn't possible, but it is part of it's a big part of Lavanier's soul and the way that we operate. We love welcoming people at the estate, and we certainly can't wait for the opportunity that we can do that again.
Well, I've heard that you guys have the best live music or the best music at your tasting and sales facility. What is the story there? Is this live? Is this just, do you have a good DJ? How did you get that reputation?
I think it's a bit of a combination. One is about senses, and you have to have the right music. And our cellar and experience manager Ryan Breedenkamp feels very strongly about the music that is played at Lavanier. But also occasionally we have live gigs where we have a variety of music on offer. And the focus is always on the wine of the estate. But if you have the ambiance and the background music and just the entire experience of this beautiful tranquil setting, the wine also comes to its own.
Well, that sounds awesome. Now, you mentioned the coronavirus and our current situation. So, this has forced all of us to rethink our business models. So, do you guys have any changes in mind or new ideas?
One of the things that is clear from all the research that is being done in terms of the commercial aspect of coronavirus is that your brand equity will show in terms of how quickly the brand recovers after the coronavirus. And I think in that sense, Lavinier has done very, very well. We've done well in terms of the direct sales, and now that the market has started to open up again, we've been absolutely humbled by the requests and orders that we've received, and support from loyal supporters of Lavinier in general, globally. And this has been absolutely wonderful to see that we were able to put it through and still maintain good rates of sales through this loyalty for the brand that was built up over the past 30 years.
So things like social media and that type of stuff, how important is that, you think that's going to be for the future of the wine industry?
Well, I've constantly mentioned engaging with your consumer and understanding your consumer, but also sharing your heart and soul with the consumer. That aspect of authenticity is incredibly important. And that also reflects in our social media approach. We regularly give Dirk an opportunity to show what he's doing in the vineyards. To give the people of we give the people of Lavinier a voice through social media, and we get a glimpse into the life of people at Lavinier, the production side as well as in the market, and also support our colleagues in the industry. During this lockdown, restaurants and hotels that supported Lavinier over the decades were closed. And as soon as we were able to support these restaurants again, we absolutely did that by ordering them their food, enjoying them safely at Lavinier Estate, and pairing them with our wines as a team from Lavinier. So it's about relationships, it's about engaging with your customer, it's about authenticity, and it's about being true to your philosophy and being true to what you represent as a brand and as a winery.
Well, you've summed it up nicely, which almost makes my next question mute, but I'll ask it anyway. What is the most important thing you've learned from your wine journey?
We're an industry that is social. We're an industry that engages. We're an industry that sells a product that people enjoy. And enjoyment is so important. As long as you enjoy engaging with wine and engaging with people, the successes will follow, because people feel that positivity, people feel that energy, and they associate with that. And if you've got a passion for quality, you live your philosophy in terms of what you want to achieve with your wines, then you will be successful. And I've mentioned it a lot during this whole discussion, but if there's one wine quote that really rings true in the approach that we have at Lavinier, it is that authenticity is the new luxury. You need to be true. You need to have a product that cannot be replicated, and that's where authenticity of something like a single vineyard range comes into play. And you need to be pioneering, push the boundaries, showcase that versatility of pinotage in Lavinier's case. Be a pioneer of premium pinotage rosé. Why not? And we've got a few other very, very exciting projects in the cellar at the moment. Never stop dreaming. Push that envelope and make the ability to reinvent yourself part of how you continually achieve success. That is part of sustainability, essentially.
That's awesome. So I've heard Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines whispered in my ear that you guys are doing a Biggest Beautiful campaign on your MCC and Pinotage Magnum bottles. So can you tell us a little bit more about these wines?
Yeah, well, gaan groot of gaan huis toe, né? I'm a massive fan of Magnums. I think the way that wines mature in Magnums is just incredible. And we've seen a gradual growth in the interest in Magnums. And especially on special occasions. Father's Day is coming up. And when restaurants were still operating during Father's Day, we had a special where wines by the glass, in terms of our Provenance Pinotage, was poured out of the Magnum. And it just feels different. It feels grand. It feels impressive. And with the mature, the different way that wines mature in Magnum, I think it's just an awesome way to sell wine and a category that is growing. And we're very, very glad to be part of this initiative to showcase Magnums.
That's awesome. I hear that it's a big growing trend in Europe as well, to take Magnums to parties, and the Magnum sales there is becoming very fashionable.
Yeah, not only in consumption at home, but also at restaurants. Magnums are different. As I said earlier, they're grand, they're impressive, and it immediately makes a big impression if you're serving a wine out of a big bottle. And in a way, it's also something that's associated with parties and celebrations.
So what you're telling me is it's also going to make great Instagram shots.
Yeah, absolutely. True
So,
that.
if people want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you guys?
Well, you mentioned it. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to contact us directly, it's easy to email Ryan, and you can email him at info@lavanier.co.za.
Oh, that's awesome. We'll put all the links down in the description. And then all that's left for me is to tell you to keep your head up while the lockdown is going on. And thank you very much for spending the time with us. And it seems like you guys have your finger on the pulse of the future.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity. And cheers to the future of South African wine.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Just a quick reminder that you can get that 1.5 liter Magnum discount. So hurry, get in touch with Lisa. She's at Lisa Loves Wines, and we have the link in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, wineries businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Zunia Boucher-Myers from Aventuur Restaurant in the beautiful town of just outside the beautiful town of Stellenbosch. Hi Zunia, welcome to About the Winelands.
Hi, Will, thank you very much for having me.
No, it's a pleasure. I mean, you have such a lovely place there, and you must be glad that you can finally maybe start reopening again.
Oh, we are very relieved. We cannot wait. And we are actually opening on Wednesday of next week. So very excited for that. It's been a lovely break, but it's time to get back to work.
I can believe you. So Zunia, I'm interested. Tell our listeners a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the food restaurant business.
Okay, well, I'm trained as a fine artist, and I've always had three things that I've wanted to do. I've wanted to be a writer, an artist, and a chef. And I'm lucky that I have done all of those things in the work that I do, because I write, I do our own marketing, and I take the photos of our food and the beautiful farm on which we have our restaurant. And my business partner, Melanie, is a trained midwife. So she comes with the A-type personality, and I love to say I come with the ADD type personality, and together we make a really great team.
Oh, that's awesome. So
Yeah.
it sounds like food and art always seems to go together somehow, right? And I mean, I've been at your restaurant. Your food is a bit of art. I love it.
Oh, thank you. We believe that you eat with your eyes.
That is true.
So it's, yeah, so food must look beautiful and it must taste as good as it looks.
So how did you guys become involved in the restaurant at Avontuur?
Well, I worked at Vale as the pastry chef, and Melanie, my business partner, was the executive chef there. And we were approached by the late Tony Tabor, who was the owner of the Avontuur estate many years ago. And he wanted to have a fine dining style restaurant. And he approached Mel and she approached me, and together we went and had a look at it. And we just fell in love. What was there not to love? This beautiful wine estate, and it's also a stud farm, so all these beautiful mares with these beautiful white iceberg roses as you drive up the driveway. A visually very beautiful farm because it's on the foot of the Helderberg mountain. And so yeah, we've been very, very lucky to have a location where we have it. It's just magnificent. You know, you've been there, so you know.
Well, it's such a, I mean, you've got a right spot there on the R44. So, you know, it's the farm the place advertises itself. You've got the perfect signboard because that road is quite busy. But
yes,
Avontuur itself, I mean, since I can remember, there's been a stud farm there.
That's right.
Tell us a little bit of the history of the farm. Do you know it?
Yes, I don't know all the history because it's a very old farm. I think it's the original documents go back to about 1880, somewhere around there. But the Tabors took the farm over in the early 1980s, and they were originally from Zimbabwe. And they saw the potential to have a wine estate as well as a stud farm because Tony just loved the two together, the combination of horses and wine. The blurb is fine horses and fine wines and fast horses. Sorry, I got that the wrong way around. And
fine horses and fast wine.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And I love to say fabulous food. So all the alliterations happening there. But he just saw the potential of having a stud farm there. And today we have two of the most incredible stud horses in South Africa. We have VAR and we have Oratorio, and the two of them are sure we have a lot of prizes and fantastic jockeys, and the two best studs in South Africa currently on the top 5 as far as I know. So
wow.
In that way, the GM, who's also a lady, Pippa Mickelborough, is one of the most, I'll call her a horse whisperer, because she can look at the horses as she drives past and she can just see what's going on with them. She is I think books will be written about her one day because she is the most incredible person who has put South African horses on the map in many, many ways. I better not speak too much about the horses because I don't know. It's all my own emotions speaking here and my knowledge about
No, it's here. Go on. It's interesting. I love
it. She's truly an amazing horse person. I don't really know very much about the horses. It's not where my passion lies. But having been there for nearly 20 years, you see the horses grow and how they go on to win races and how it's just an amazing, the what do you call it, the history and the lines, like these horses sired these foals and these fillies, and this is what they've gone on to do. It's very, very interesting. And if you are a horsey person, what we do once a year is we allow you to come and meet the foals. We do what we call our mare and foal walk, and you can come and have a look at them. And Pippa or Philip Tabor or Michael Tabor, the two boys that now run the farm, might be one of your guides. So it just depends on which day you might get them. And it's fascinating to listen to what they have to say. So look out for that, because that's an amazing thing to be part of, because it's only once a year and it's the amount of people we allow in is very small. So diarize that as soon as you see it.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I actually haven't heard about that before. So, did you guys start that restaurant from scratch?
We did.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, we did. And the restaurant initially was run by two ladies that did a South African style buffet. And then what they did was they would cook the food at home and then bring it in the morning. And
Wow.
what Mr. Tabor wanted was the actual sit down a la carte menu, a la carte restaurant. And so we started there with no kitchen, no restaurant as such, and we've built it up with one staff member in the kitchen, one waiter, to a group or a staff of roughly 21 in the summer. And we've been there for nearly 20 years now. So it works beautifully. It's a symbiotic relationship that we have with the estate. We've watched the two boys grow into the three boys. There's three of them grown into the men that they are today. And we have a really wonderful relationship with our landlords. We are very, very blessed, I have to say.
Well, it's
So
nice
Mr. Tabor wanted, so just a little recap, he approached Melanie, my partner, as I said, my business partner, and he said, come and have a look, see what you think. And she just fell in love with it and said, what do you think? I said, I'm in. And the rest, as they say, is history. So we started with one waiter, one member of staff in the kitchen, and just the two of us.
Okay.
So,
Wow. So
now
do both of you cook, or are you more on?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you both design the menus and cook and everything together.
Absolutely. We are a real 50-50 team. We do everything together. We design the menu. We often fight about the menu because our tastes are very different. And so Mel doesn't like tomatoes, for example. I love tomatoes. And so we often say no, yes, no, yes. And then we have to have other people taste the food and help us to decide what we'll put on the menu. But there's certain things that will never, ever come off our menu that are evergreen items. For example, our duck, we're known for our duck. We'll never ever take our duck off the menu. And our deep fried ice cream, I think that will be, we'll have riots if we ever had to take that off the menu.
So that's interesting, right? I've had a duck before, but I've never had a deep fried ice cream. So that's definitely a reason to go. But I've seen it, but I've never thought, just shows you.
It's absolutely delicious. It's ice cream that's wrapped in phyllo pastry and deep fried, and we serve it with the most delectable caramel sauce. And it's very, very, very good.
Sounds wonderful. So your food philosophies, how would you describe that?
I would say that for me, what is the most important is that the food looks and tastes brilliant, and that our food is as healthy as we can make it. So we don't use things like MSG or aromat or any funny flavorings. Our food is real food. We make it fresh. We make it daily. So we don't like to use anything that comes out of a packet. And we just believe, our food philosophy is as healthy as we can make it is what we're going to do. And I think it shows in our portions and in the flavor that you get, that you can taste. This is really a great meal. You can taste the flavors. And we also don't like to fiddle too much with our food. So we don't like to have too much garnishing and too much detracting. We like the food to be the hero.
Oh, that's amazing.
And also we really like to use our local producers and our local farmers, and we try to use organic and free range and pasture reared as much as we possibly can. I think that's the way the world's moving, and it's very, very much part of Melanie and my philosophy to try and implement and include as many of those kinds of foods as we possibly can.
Oh, that's very cool. Your customers, are they the demographic? Are they mostly tourists, locals? What do they look like?
No, we've never ever marketed our business to an overseas market because our business is so seasonal. So it doesn't help you market to all your beautiful swallows, and then they leave you in winter, and then you're left with no business. So our demographic has always been our local business, and the pudding has been our swallows, our overseas visitors. So a lot of them are retired and really love to dine and wine and bring families along and to just really enjoy a laid back, comfortable eating experience at a restaurant with a beautiful view. And I must say, we've had our staff for as long as we've been open, a lot of them. So our staff know our customers by name, and they just love that. They love coming in and they say, your regular or your usual or your bottle of Sauvignon Blanc or your bottle of Chardonnay. And our guests just love that. They love being greeted by name.
Well, that's now you're mentioning the bottles, and I mean, that's awesome that they can do that, right? So, I mean, wine is important for a good dining experience. So,
absolutely.
How do you actually choose your wines? Do you only use Avontuur wines? And, you know, how do you, okay. Tell us a little bit about the wines that you serve with the food.
Well, the whole idea of opening a restaurant was to showcase our wines, and we have a brilliant winemaker who's just won 4 new golds at, I can't tell you right now because it's actually a secret.
Oh, okay.
But he's just won 4.
You can tell us, I won't
prizes.
tell anybody. But unfortunately, I'm recording it. It's going to be on the internet. So.
No, that's all right. I'm only kidding. It's all good. It's all good. He's just won prizes for our beautiful wines. And that was what Tony wanted in the beginning, was to have a restaurant that could showcase his wines. So all our wines our food items are paired with our wines from the estate. We only sell our estate wines, and we work very closely with the winemaker and with our marketing lady who's not with us anymore, Kobie van Oort, and who will be sorely missed, I must say. But with the wines, we like to pair the food with the wines, because that's the whole idea. You want this whole experience. Your senses must be just, you know, one beautiful experience after the next. And how much nicer can you get than a wine that marries well with your food?
No, absolutely. I mean, like I said, you know, that place, I've had a few of those wines as well. They're very, very good. So something else you guys are doing is called the Avontuur. I actually didn't know you guys have this, the Avontuur Business Club ABC, which looks like a breakfast club.
It is.
Yeah, tell us more about this.
Oh, this is one of my favorite parts of our business, and that is running the network breakfasts. And what we do is we get the best speakers we can find in South Africa, and even we've had international speakers too, that come and speak to our members about all the different themes that go along with business. So it could be managing your time better, or your tax implications for small businesses, or you name the topic. We've had it in the last 15 years, because we've been running the Breakfast Club for probably 16 or 17 years now. And we've had people like Mike Hancock, the top speaker in Australia. We've had Al Nabusak. We've had Margaret Hirsch. We've had some amazing people come through our doors. And what's lovely is that we don't charge a membership fee. We believe that the very people we want to benefit from our network breakfasts are the ones that quite often are self-employed, solo entrepreneurs, and membership fees are expensive. So all that they pay for is their breakfast, and we take care of the rest. And it's very popular.
So that's very interesting. Do you find that those people become long-term customers from the restaurant and also from, you know, for your wines?
Sure, well, that's a really good question, because the answer to that is yes. You know, because we host these breakfasts every month. You can imagine over the last 17 years how many breakfasts we've hosted,
yeah, that's what
and how many
thinking.
speakers we've had. They become friends, and they become long-term loyal customers of ours. that come back in the summertime with families, or they host weddings or christenings or birthday parties. And that's how we've maintained our business. We've always believed in a reciprocal sort of ethos, really, where what you give is what you get. Actually, our business name, our CC business name, is called the Open Hand. And
that's amazing.
that's yeah. So that's what we believe in. Yeah.
So that's a very interesting business philosophy, because, and I think it's it's one of those hidden secrets that I always call it pushing the free line. If you give people more than they expect, or give something for free, and like you say, you're giving, you don't charge for this networking for breakfast. It's actually a very, very good marketing ploy. Or not a ploy, it's just good marketing, because you actually can show your customers that you care about them. And
what we do
people appreciate
is
that.
we give them, absolutely, and we give them one of our breakfasts, what we actually serve as a breakfast. We don't pare it down or make it smaller, or network breakfast food is horrific at the best of times. I've had some terrible meals, and our philosophy is completely different. We give the best that we can make. So and then people know that this is what they're going to get, and it's so divine. And I think a lot of people actually come back for the breakfast, not for the networking.
So is there wine at this breakfast? I just want to make sure there's wine at this breakfast.
There's always champagne.
Okay.
There's always champagne. I think one of the questions that you asked me is like, what is a wine saying for me? And that is that champagne goes with everything.
That is true. I mean, you can't say it better. So do you guys do any other events?
Oh, we do. We do themed events sometimes in summertime. Like we've hosted a most wonderful and fun Mamma Mia night, which was a dress up. I think we are starved for fun. And so we try and do a lot of fun events. We do women's events where we get women in to empower other women, and it works with the same sort of idea as the network breakfast, but specifically for women. And themes are inspire, empower, joy, those kind of ideas, where we get people from our communities to come and participate, influencers, people that have a lot to say and to give on many levels. And then we have obviously goodie bags and beautiful makeup and lots of wine flowing. It's a lot of fun. And of course, we host events for everybody, from christenings right through to memorial services. We are part of people's history, and we are part of those sort of memories that people have. And we are very lucky to be part of those stories.
Well, that's awesome. So tell me, I'm just wondering, you mentioned not only events, but also, actually, I've now completely forgot what I wanted to ask you.
All right, I'm glad it's not just me.
It'll come back to me. Things have changed such a lot this year with the coronavirus, and everybody has been forced to change their business models. So have you guys, or at least rethink it, have you guys come up with any ideas or any new plans?
Well, we have to obviously rethink what we're doing, because just from a practical perspective. And so when we open next week, we will be running with a smaller menu just to get started with, because we don't really know what to expect. Are we going to have 50 people? Are we going to have 20 people? Are we going to have no people? So it's very hard to know what to do. And so we're going to just open with as much faith as we can muster. And we're going to run with a smaller menu and a smaller staff, just like we did before we had the lockdown, where we had to go smaller and move our tables and all of that. So it will be very much the same. But yeah, in many ways, this has been a great opportunity to look at what you're doing and see what you can do different. We've been on the hamster wheel for 19, nearly 20 years. And what can often happen is that you can kind of just get caught up with the momentum. And this lockdown has given us a chance to step off and to relook at what we're doing and what we want to do, and also what do we really want to do differently. You know, we've got 20 years experience to look back on. Maybe we can make some changes. So the first thing that we've done is we've actually painted the restaurant just to give it a fresh new feel. And we're going to change all the pictures, and we're going to just make it look clean and beautiful and lovely. And I think just from a sort of spiritual perspective, it changes things. If you do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, no,
It's
I
like,
understand exactly. You know, it's like
yeah.
like I say, change is as good as holiday, and I think that's right. I think in this scenario where people would like, you know, would like just to see. I think there's something to say to go back to things that, you know, that you are used to, but also to have places change and looking progressive. I think that is great.
Yeah. Well, we have to change, you know, menus and things like that. So we just decided that we would go with this really clean, beautiful look. I'm a photographer as well, so I've got 20 years worth of beautiful photos of this estate, which I have to say is truly, you know, a photographer's paradise, because every day is different and every season is just better than the last. So we're going to, you know, just give a new feel to an old favorite.
So did the lockdown give you some time to sort your photos that you never got time for?
The 50,000 photos, hell.
Oh my word. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of photos. Well, we've done some lovely new things. We've done some wallpapers with, you know, when you do big take a picture and you make it as big as the wall.
Yeah.
So we've done that. That's really beautiful. But
Wow.
yeah, we're going to go with we've got a few photos to look through and make some decisions. Yeah.
So actually, just remembered what I wanted to ask you. You mentioned influencers, and I was wondering, you know, you said you do the marketing for the restaurant and stuff like that. Do you and this I think falls in with what's happening, right? Everybody now are even more on their phones and online than they've ever been before. So do you guys use things like social media and influence and marketing and stuff like that in your business?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are on every platform that there is, from Instagram to Pinterest. We have a very big following on Instagram as well as on our Facebook page, and a very what is the word I'm looking for? When you have a lot of back and forth. I can't think of the word.
Engagement.
Anyway, engagement, thank you. I couldn't think of the word. So there's a lot of engagement, and I always say in my kitchen, I'm the only one who's allowed to be on my phone, because I'm the one who's actually speaking to our customers out there in the big world. And yeah, we are very, 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 well, let's put it this way. I love social media. I think it's one of the funnest, most quickest way to engage with your clientele.
Well, I think the magic word there is engagement, because, you know, most people think social media is you something and you forget about it, but actually it's not. It's talking to people, answering their comments and actually speaking to them. And you know, it's like the fastest way, like you say, to actually talk to people. You can start today and talk to 100 people if you really want to.
Absolutely.
You just need to
well, I
make
have
the
to
effort.
say, in all our years of having our restaurant, we've never paid for marketing. You know, we've never gone with a big marketing campaign or, you know, spent 20,000 Rand on marketing. We've never done that. We've always used what's called guerrilla marketing. I don't know if you know the term.
Yeah.
But I am like the ultimate guerrilla marketer.
So every time if you say the word guerrilla marketing, I think about, you know, the guys do it at the rugby stadiums. You're sitting there, next minute there's people jumping up in yellow T-shirts that were supposedly come to watch the rugby, but meanwhile they bought the tickets was paid for by some marketer that, you know, wanted to advertise a new cell phone or orange juice or whatever.
Well, I don't know if that's guerrilla marketing as much as harassment.
That's true, right? That's more like jumping onto somebody else's bandwagons, a type of marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think I think for me, guerrilla marketing is just about being consistent and showing up all the time. And
Well, like you said, engagement with your customers, right?
Yeah.
Actually talking to them, asking them what they want, and then giving that to them in their products. I think that is the most important thing.
Absolutely. And it's such fun, you know, if you post something, say I posted a picture of a chocolate mousse last week, and the comments, the people just love it. People love food pictures. It always amazes me. They love to look at them as much as they love to eat them.
Instagram is just a wonderful place for foods, right? And I think you as a photographer, obviously, you know, it speaks to you as well, and you appreciate the platform for the visual.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's absolutely
some very talented people.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Anyway, so the most important thing that you've learned from your journey there at the restaurant and, you know, in the winelands.
Ooh, that's a big question. I think consistency. I think if I've learned anything about this, about being an adult and working, you know, at a job that's fairly stressful and demanding, but also incredibly fulfilling, is consistency. In order to maintain your level of customers and to make people happy, you have to produce the same standards every single time. And I think that can get a bit tricky, because some days are good days and some days are bad days. But for the most part, you've got to get it right 99% of the time. So for me, it's been about consistency, passion and consistency. Yeah.
And that's awesome. So you cheated by giving me your champagne quote right in the beginning. But that's great. So tell us, if people want to get hold of you guys, how did they get hold of you?
Well, obviously we're on social media. We're on Facebook. We have our own page, the Avontuur Estate Restaurant. On Instagram, also Avontuur Estate Restaurant. They're all the same, and Twitter, as well as Pinterest. But right now our phone lines are down, so I'm going to give you an alternative number if anybody wants to phone and reserve for next Wednesday. Can I give it to you?
Yes, please do.
The number is 083 508 1525, or you can email us at openhand@polka.co.za.
I love that open hand one. So we'll put all the links down in the description so people can get that, and I'll make sure the phone number are in there as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, Zunia, are you doing anything special now that you're opening that you want to tell listeners about, or you know what?
I think the fact that we're opening is special.
That's
we're
true,
just so
right?
happy to be opening, you know. So we're not doing any specials as such. We'll just be running with our menu just slightly smaller, and yeah, we cannot wait to see our friends and our loyal customers again, because we've missed them a lot.
Okay, I'm sure they're going to flood you, because I think people want to get out and people want to go to places. So as long as you haven't taken the duck off the menu, I think everything will be fine.
Our takeaway menu as well, and it's the most popular, and it's a winner. You can't miss this.
Yeah, no, I can vouch for that. Zunia, thank you very, very much for spending the time with us. And yeah, I said we'll put all the links down in the description, and we appreciate, I know you're busy, so thank you for spending the time. Yeah.
You're very, very welcome. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everybody, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Arco Laarman from Laarman Wines. Welcome to About the Winelands, Arco.
Hi. Well, thanks for having me on your talk.
No, thank you for taking the time. I know you're busy. I'd really love to know, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got involved in winemaking and in the wine industry?
Yeah, look, funny enough, I'm not actually not from the Cape. There are a couple other winemakers that are not Capies, but I was born up in Joburg, in Roodepoort, and my brother was a Navy diver. We used to come on holiday a lot down to the Cape as a family when we used this flat. And towards the end of our school holidays, obviously, it's family outings. You followed the parents around, and we ended up going to the winelands for a day. And I was at that time probably like 8 or 9. Walked into a cellar, and it must have been just before or after harvest. You can get a typical cellar smell. I'll never forget that. And I looked at this and never knew of it as a career choice. Even more so when I went back to school up in Joburg, and they didn't even know what it was. They thought winemakers were just like mechanics that work in the background. And yeah, I started in high school and was already reading the wine magazine. I remember the first one that came out was Peter Ferreira on the front cover. And yeah, my mom has always been very free to let us follow our own paths. And what happened is the platter was still very thin in 95, and there wasn't emails yet. So we set up a letter and sent out faxes to potential farms that I just sort of earmarked in the platter, and came up to Kaapstad, the Statler family. And I was obviously just out of matric, 19, and they took me on more. It was actually Ingvald, Dani's wife, that sort of pushed me more as help for Dani. Dani Senior had never had anyone before, and I then took a job there more as eyes for people stealing wine out the cellar. But it was then I actually ended up staying 3 years with them and became part of the family. And really, I'm very close to Dani Jr. We sort of brothers from another mother type thing, because he was in standard 7 or 8 when I met him. And when he realized that as a winemaking family, he took it for granted almost that you're born in this industry. But then he saw the passion that I had for not having that, call it generational right to take over a farm. And it really drove to him that he understood that he had a great opportunity within his family to start, and that's where he is, and he's doing a great job running the family business there now. Spent 3 years with them, and then worked for a mobile bottling company. Was very interesting. Got to meet a lot of different farms that you would not have necessarily have known from. That's how I met David from Glencarlo. They didn't have a bottling line at that time, and he sort of offered me a job after seeing how I worked on the line and that. And I was a little wary. I said no the first time, and then did a bottling again with him, and he sort of pressed again, and it's like, oh, and I said, okay, well, let's go for it. So then I actually, before starting at Glencarlo, which was middle of 99, I then went to America to Hess Collection, which was part of the Glencarlo group in those early years, and did a harvest there. And it started at Glencarlo in 2000, and then did vintages in Australia, France, Germany, and Austria over the couple of years. And then Glencarlo started getting quite large, and David Finnison, the whole farm was sold in the early the the mid 2000s, and then David left in 2009, and I took over as head winemaker and continued there until 2016. The reason I left Glencarlo was I'd been there 17 years. It was like almost part of the furniture. And I decided if I don't do it now, I'll regret it. So I decided to start my own company, which was when I started Lahman Wines. First vintage was 2017. So I finished at Glencarlo end of 2016, and Lahman Wines is still, it's only year 3 now. But that's where I am. So I buy wines from different regions. I'd only worked with Paarl grapes for so many years that it was now time to say, well, let's try and do Chardonnay from a cooler climate. There's a couple of independent that are multi-regional, which is also interesting, and it gives you a bit of diversification of working with a specific variety in a different area.
Wow, this is interesting. So I just want to know, Arco, if you knew from a young age that you're going to be in the wine industry. At what age did you start drinking wine?
It's funny. My parents were not big wine drinkers. My heritage is Dutch. Arco is obviously an unusual name. It's sort of a mix from Anco and Arno. Then Lahman. There's not many Lahmans in the country, but the interest I had actually sort of made interest in my parents, so that they live up. They moved to Cosmos in Hartbeespoort. They've got a beautiful guest house there. They actually literally put a cellar into the mountain for the guests, but for myself to play a bit. And yeah, I didn't actually drink a lot of wines until I started at Kaapstad. I would more manage this sort of cellar, so I would see certain wines ahead, and then let's keep that, and let's see if that's going to stay. And my dad also into the Chateau Libertas box competition, not box, I mean like a wooden box, not bag in the box, but it was a wine magazine competition. I had to use my dad's details because it was still underage. And then he got this letter that we were one of the 50 guys to win this box. And it's actually a beautiful Chateau Libertas vintage, when it still had those gold Superior stickers from 1982, 3, 4, 5, 6 vintages of 6 bottles. My dad almost threw it away because he thought it was a promotion, but then he actually saw that we won this thing. And it was me as a minor that's now trying to win competitions out of the wine magazine.
Well, that's fantastic. So tell us a bit, how you started Lahman Wines, the wines you are making, and also, your winemaking philosophy.
Look, a lot of it comes from my philosophy in wine is also more driven towards the varieties that I work with. To be fair, my company is only 3 years old now. There are certain wines and projects still up and coming, but obviously having spent 17 years at Glencarlo, Chardonnay became part of my blood. It's obviously one of the strongest products for Glencarlo. And so Chardonnay is for me very important in my business. And I started, like I said, in the beginning of 2017. I had my sort of entry level. I've got 2 ranges. So I've got my entry level or mid range called Cluster Series, which was a Chardonnay from Pekingese Kloof. Well, the first year was actually from Elgin, and then the 17 is from Pekingese Kloof, and a Cab, which the initial vintage was Paarl, and now it's Stellenbosch. And then my second range is the Focal Point wines, and those are very more site specific as well, with a Chardonnay from a region called Vermakelijkheid. I'm sure you've heard of it. They're near Riversdale on the Duivenhoeks River. And then a Cinsault, which I did in 2017, which was Stellenbosch. In 2018 is Achterperl, beautiful bush vine stuff. And then an old wine Shannon from a block in Paarl, as old as me. I was born in 1977, so it's a 43-year-old vineyard. And my philosophy is, look, keep things simple. It's interesting. I always dealt with, you get all the smoker coming to sell you additives and barrels and staves and this and that. And I believe that wine is a natural product. If you have good grapes, you can bring all the flavors you need direct from the vineyard by not having to add anything that you would maybe see in a cooperative situation. I do use cultivated yeast with my Chardonnay because Chardonnay is a neutral variety. So I do experiment with different yeast strains. But otherwise, a lot of my stuff is also natural fermentation. But people must forget, people talk about natural wines, yeast is natural. So whether it's cultivated by Anchor, as long as it's not a GMO, it is the same thing as a natural yeast, but it's just been gone through a process where it is more active than natural ones. But there's definitely differences in that, and I'd like to get diversity in my Chardonnay to get different flavor components out of it from the yeast and from the barrels.
Very interesting. You mentioned that you're looking at wines from different areas and specifically wines that are, grapes that come from a specific place. Can you explain to us what Cape Sites is and how that works?
It's called Cape Site Specific. It's a group that we started, me and probably about eight producers at the time. It was more about sharing a standard Cape wine, but as we know, wine is sold by stories and philosophies and that. And what we put together is a group that believe in wines with a sense of place. So to be part of this group, your wines have to qualify for their origins. So you can't have wines from Western Cape or blended between Paarl and Stellenbosch. The minimum criteria is that it must be at least wine of origin Stellenbosch, but the best thing is to go from there to Ward to as close as you can to single vineyard. So I have a wine that comes from a single vineyard, not it's not been certified yet for the 2020 vintage. It's a single vineyard, which is that old vine Shannon I was talking about. So the more specific you get and the more driven to the site is the story. So we're now on our 4th year together. Very different under the circumstances with COVID. We're all working from home and talking to each other. It's funny, the winemakers are always very social people, and I actually went out yesterday to go and do something, but we don't see each other as much as we did in the past. But yeah, we're all like-minded and like to have wines with a sense of place. That's the most important message that we're trying to push through into the market.
So Cape Sites, is that official? Is that an organization with a brand? Is it branded, certified? Is it a non-profit? How does it work?
It's called Cape Site Specific, and it's set up as a company, as an organization, and we pay all of us pay a fee to be part of it. And if we want to do an event, then it's like pay as you go in whether you want to do it or not. And look, the idea for us is actually sort of to have a good pool of money from all of us together, and then to invite people from overseas and sort of work together with Warsaw to create content. Like the Swartland has done really, really well. Like, you need to create content in the industry to be able to tell your stories and that. So that's how it's been driven. It's not about making money. It's just about making it operate under our membership fees and what we're willing to take part in as a member.
So are the wines labeled in some way so that you can see it? How does the consumer know this comes, or is it how does that work at the moment?
We haven't gotten to that stage yet where we have a seal or something. It's not like the Old Vines group yet. But you bring up a good point. We don't have anything specifically on our labels yet that mention that. It's more about the events that we do together. But yeah, that is something we should look at maybe is to add something onto the bottle that can at least bring you to the website to understand our philosophies, and that's similar to wine seal, the certification seal. Not everybody, we in the industry know what it stands for, but even the well-known wine, a wine drinker with knowledge doesn't fully understand what even the seals that we have on the labels actually represent. But that's all about getting the message out there, and that's yeah.
It's like you say, it's creating content and raising awareness. It's like anything, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah.
So, okay, your wines, where are you selling? Are you selling in the local market only? Are you exporting? How do you work?
I think we all know that the South African market is pretty flooded. I think if you think now, I think the latest number here was what, 6,000 different wines available under different brands and that type of thing. So my focus was really to drive the international market side. So my wines are local and international, but I'm really pushing on the export side. I export to Belgium, Mauritius, UK, trying to get into Holland, America I'm still working on. But yeah, export is important, but then local as well. But obviously being a small independent producer, I'm not going to be selling at the macros and doing pellet deals and that type of thing. So it's more your independent. So the well-known guys like Wine Menu up in Joburg, all the wine concept stores down here, 1 or 2 liquor cities, the well-known one in Claremont, Liquor City, he's got best range of wines, largest range of wines and gins and all sorts of things. So he's always keen to take on new wines. And then obviously direct consumers, where we and any winery makes the best margins is with, if you have a cellar door or do events that you drive your direct sales, which is something I'm very much focusing on, which I think we all are now in this COVID thing, is that online wine sales have increased dramatically, and online wine shops, just trying to push those sales that you're not getting in the restaurants anymore, or the reduction of availability in the liquor stores, and only having a 5-day, 4 days. You can only buy alcohol 4 days of the week. So yeah, it's, I don't know, for the bigger guys to work out budgets in that this year, I'm glad I know I've got only a certain amount of wine to sell, but for the big boys, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, you don't want to sit with a cellar full of wine when you get your next harvest in, right?
No, exactly. Yeah.
I think what's interesting to me is that you mentioned direct to consumer, which you're right. It's growing a lot, but also you said events. So do you do pop-up tastings?
Yeah, I actually had just started that just before the lockdown. I did my first one at the winery where I buy the Chenin from. Then my idea was to do it at certain, either to use a restaurant or certain of the guys like the Sommelier Association in Stellenbosch, or a wine bar somewhere that uses my wines and that. So that was the idea, is once a month to do like a pop-up tasting, but that's all gone at the moment. So we don't know when we can all have a glass of wine together with a meal, or get together to do a tasting. So yeah, that is the way. I haven't been doing a lot of online Zoom meeting tastings, that type of thing. It's very difficult to do that as well. You can't drop everybody a bottle of wine. We're at Cape Side specifically trying to figure out, well, let's take a 750ml bottle and put it into 50ml little bottles and send it out, and then do a group tasting with someone. But it's logistics and timings and all of that. And to be fair, I think people being a bit overrun with some of these things maybe. So, but yeah, it's important to get to the direct consumer.
So besides that, I see on your website you also offer a winemaking consultancy service. I was wondering about that, and also, what other services do you offer?
Yeah, there's look, because I work for myself. I'm not as hectic as when I was working at Glencola. When I left there, I think we were bottling 650,000 bottles, which keeps one very, very busy. With myself, I utilize cellar space near me here in Paarl, so that keeps me busy maybe 2-3 days of the week. Obviously, wintertime is more quiet time for winemakers. You've got everything to barrel and everything self-fit up and everything safe. So I offer, any consultancy for small guys that don't have the budget for, say, only producing 5 or 10 tons for a small guest house winery or whatever. So I can do little parcels for them if they have their own vineyards. And then obviously anything from packaging for other people that are looking for a winemaker that can do everything from finding bulk wines, doing bottling for them, and so on. It hasn't been such an active part of my business, but there's sort of 2-3 people that I have as a concern that I do this for now, which is great. It sort of just puts a little bit more into the bank account without having to sell wine.
Interesting. So you've mentioned the coronavirus and the lockdown a bit, and I mean, it's forced all of us to actually rethink our business models. So do you have any changes or new ideas that came to mind while you were sitting there in lockdown?
Look, there's again, I'm really pushing on the export side. There's 1 or 2 new opportunities coming my way, which will really help, because obviously we for 2 months couldn't sell anything here locally, but like in the UK, there's online companies that have been selling throughout the lockdown, and it's been like Christmas for them for the last 3-4 months. So people are not going out, but people are ordering wine, and we weren't able to do that. So there is definitely a demand and a bit of a gap. Unfortunately, some people did lose the business due to those 2 months where they had potential listings with some of the larger Systembolaget in Sweden and whatever. But just really looking at again, like I said earlier, that is my model, is exporting, and just making that grow strength from strength in this environment at the moment.
So interesting to me is, it's European summer now, all the whole Northern Hemisphere. And this is obviously a high consumption time. So what about logistics? If you get orders now, are you managing to get them out?
There's in general, there is a bit of a bottleneck at the harbour. But since the export allowance was lifted, that we can export again, I actually I sent some wine to Belgium, and it took the usual 3-week turnaround. It wasn't too bad. Obviously, if you want to still get into that rosé season for the UK, you want the stuff on the water now before their season stops. So I don't know. I don't do rosé yet. I'm looking at doing it possibly next year. But our timings have been out because specifically those 2 months where we were not allowed to export. Definitely certain products, not only wine, but if you think of some of the beers and sort of ciders and things like that, they've lost a huge chunk of business because you've now something that should have been there 2 months ago is 2 months behind. So that's not easy.
Yeah, by the time it gets there, it's winter.
Exactly.
So that is the issue. So I mean, you've had an interesting journey in the wine industry. What is the most important thing that you've learned so far from your wine journey?
Look, the thing is that there's a lot of competition. That's I did know that before I started my own business. Winemakers can make wine, and we all can make wine, or estates can make wine, but it's another thing to sell it. It's a big part of our industry is marketing and being out there. So that's really been, it's not I'd say a life lesson in the wine industry. It's definitely, I've known it as a learning curve that you're going to be marketing all the time. But I won't regret having gotten into the industry over Leon. My first vintage I did was in '96. So yeah, it's a long time. I've been in Paarl for 20 years. And me and my wife have now actually decided to move to a cooler area. And I think it's also more maybe part of my Chardonnay campus going on. We're going to be moving to Onrus, and I'll look at some area there to higher space and really look at cooler climate Chardonnay from Elgin or the Cape South Coast, getting a bit closer to for Marklecape, so I don't have to drive as far to get the grapes. And yeah, we'll hire there for a year and see if it works. Our daughter is not old enough to get into school. Actually, she's still young enough before she needs to start anything. And yeah, I've got good friends there, Hannes Storm, obviously the Finnersons from Cradle. So if they can do it, I'm sure it's possible. So that's hopefully the next 20 years in my wine journey.
Well,
at that.
I just wanted to ask you that because, you're still young and your business is even younger. So what is your long-term vision? Where are you going to take Larman Wines? What is your plan?
Obviously to make it as profitable as possible. What I've actually done with my packaging is, if you look at the labels, it's very much driven on the names. So you got Focal Point Chardonnay, and the story is specific variety from a specific region, and then the cluster series, which means cluster obviously means a bunch of grapes. So I need one berry can be perfect, but you need a whole cluster to fill a glass of wine, and even more so to fill a bottle. So I use my name to endorse my wines, but I think what my plan is in the next 20 years is that if I can push these wines, get the brands strong enough out there that they can actually be freestanding brands on their own, that I don't sell my name, but I can sell those brands to someone who's interested in increasing the size of it. Or I'd have to see if my daughter wants to get into wine, but she's only 3, so I'm not going to push her on whether she's going to be in my footsteps. But
it sounds like in your family, I have to start drinking at 7, right, to be a winemaker. To be a winemaker at 16.
No. So we'll see. But hopefully, yeah. Obviously, we all want to put food on our plates and have a comfortable life. And the wine industry can do that if you just keep your nose to the grindstone, create quality wines that people enjoy, and look at old vines as becoming quite a strong marketing part of South Africa. And maybe get more involved in that, looking at different regions. If you look at Chris Arlight, he lives in that area that I'm talking about, Onrus, but he's buying grapes from all the way up in Pekingese Kloof and all over. So he's also a bit more multi-regional. So that's the different side of being sort of the old 1980s landgoed or estate wines. But yeah, we'll see what happens in 20 years. We can have this conversation in 5 or 10 years from now again. It doesn't have to be that long, but hopefully I'm staying on a stronger foot, or we all are.
Yes, I really hope so. Can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yeah,
your favorite one.
I was struggling a little bit with that. My wife, I do tend to have a good sense of humor sometimes when get put in the spot, but obviously Chardonnay is a very big part of me. And there was that time when I was traveling in the US, or actually it's the US is part of the problem, is that they were making these heavy Chardonnays, over wooded, over full malolactic fermentation, too much buttonage. They made these wines that were so planky and dry that you need like 3 glasses of water with a glass of wine. And there was a stage that I'm sure you know of called ABC, anything but Chardonnay.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm trying to see, which I did in the years of Glencairn, is reduce the wood. It needs to be part of it, but create wines with a bit more finesse. Even more so now, working with this Vermarkelijkheid stuff, where it's on strong limestone soils, 8 kilometers as a crow flies to the sea. making Chardonnays with finesse and changing the ABC anything but Chardonnay to always buy Chardonnay.
There we go. I like that.
So that's what I'm going for.
That's your quote. Always
Yeah.
buy Chardonnay. I love it. So, thank you very much for spending the time here. Our listeners are sitting here and they want to get hold of you, want to order your wines. How do they do that?
There's a couple of options now. Obviously, directly from me, it's www.larmanwines.com is the website, and then all the outlets I mentioned earlier, and then also recently just started with Shopstar. That's also the online way to get it, and I do tend to do my own delivery still at the moment. So if you do buy, you might actually still get to meet the winemaker dropping the wine themselves. So, but yeah, maybe direct is probably best. So look at larmanwines.com and click on to the order sheet, and me or my wife will email within a day usually, and then get the wines out. Depending on this lockdown, because you're not allowed to move it around after Thursday, but usually if one orders on a Monday, Tuesday, you'll still get it before you can't have it on Thursday after evening at 5 o'clock or whatever.
I think what you're talking about now is obviously within striking distance of Paul. What happens if people order from the outskirts of the country or even in Gauteng? How do you manage that?
Well, look, Gauteng is courier service, and that's I would say with the lockdown rules, maybe a week. Otherwise, recommend them going to the likes of Wine Menu, and one or two guys are there. But the best is Dry Dock Liquors as well. They also have my wines. You can still do a week's turnaround. Once you start moving out the country, maybe more like 2 weeks and that type of thing.
Okay, awesome. Arco, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much. We'll put all the links down in the description. And yes, I'm sure people will find this interesting. Good luck with everything you're doing. And with your move to Honors. And thanks for chatting to us. And we'll definitely chat again in future.
Perfect. No, thanks for your time as well. And hopefully, I was seeing some of my wine friends yesterday. We're saying we're only going to get together at a restaurant when they allow us to have a glass of wine again. I don't know who's going to go out to a steakhouse or something and sit and drink a Diet Coke or something. You need that glass of wine or a beer, that thing. So I'm hoping for the restaurant side that this rule will be lifted quite soon as well.
Well, even worse, who goes to a wine estate and don't drink wine if you go out for lunch?
Yeah, yeah, shame. That's the thing, is even if I was at Glencarlo 2 weeks ago, yeah, they're also saying that they probably won't open the restaurant until they have got full option for people to be able to drink wines on the premises.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, hey.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Thornton Pillay. He is the winemaker at Highgate Wines, and welcome to About the Winelands, Thornton.
Thank you so much for having me, Will.
It's my pleasure. Tell us a little bit, how did you get involved in the wine industry, and how long have you been a winemaker?
I was born and raised in Durban and lived a typical suburban lifestyle. My parents have been involved in the agricultural industry for many years, working at Freshmark. With regular farm visits with my dad, this inspired me to pursue a career in agriculture. I then attended high school at Western Agricultural College in Moy River, where I was able to experience various agricultural practices such as livestock, dairy, and poultry until I matriculated in 2009. During my matric year, I was introduced to viticulture and oenology via a seminar which was conducted by the Department of Forestry and Fisheries, known as DAF. Shortly after the seminar, I was awarded a bursary to pursue a career in viticulture and enology, where I then applied at Stellenbosch University, and I was accepted to study towards a bachelor's degree in viticulture and enology at Altenburg Agricultural College in 2010. This was a 3-year course, and upon graduating in 2012, I then applied to be part of the Cape Winemakers Guild Protege program. Here in 2013, I was one of 3 graduates selected to join a 3-year mentorship program, which was sponsored by Nedbank. During my first year of internship, I was placed under the watchful eye of Louis Stradom at Ernie Els Wine. During my second year of internship in 2014, I chose to be at Crude Constantia and was mentored by Bula Gerber. It was during this year that I was given the opportunity to produce my own style of wine. I had created a naturally sweet wooded muscadel. It's a sweet style similar to that of the Grand Constant. I was also given the opportunity during my second year of internship to be a part of an international harvest. The CWG program had sent me over to Burgundy, which is in France, and here I was exposed to premium quality Chardonnay and Pinot Noir at Comte Armand in Pommard. In 2015, I was then headhunted by KWV to be the assistant winemaker for the Mentos range and white wine. And after a year's worth of experience and knowledge gained, I then moved back to KZN and found that Highgate Wine Estate was looking for a winemaker. I then contacted the owner, Mr. Rudy Cassier, and my journey of growing vines and producing wines in KZN had begun.
Oh, that sounds awesome. I mean, how are you enjoying it there in being back in KZN? It must be it's quite a change from Stellenbosch, right?
It's quite opposite. In terms of winemaking, it's the opposite to the rest of the world. However, it's quite nice to also be close to my family.
Yeah, I can believe that. So, could you share us a little bit of the history of Highgate Estate and how did they start making wine there in KZN?
Okay, so I relocated back to KZN at the end of 2015, and on arrival, I came across a message on a mutual winemaker group that there was a wine farm in KZN in need of a winemaker. I then made contact with the owner, Mr. Rudy Cassier, and I was then appointed as winemaker in 2016. Initially, Highgate Wine Estate was purchased by Mr. Cassier in 1996. At that time, it was a vegetable farm producing lettuce and carrots, to name a few, under hydroponics. From here, Mr. Cassier had then opened up a farm stall in which he sold fresh veggies daily to the public. By 2002, he had then opened the coffee shop at Piggly Wiggly. And in 2004, with the aid from Sadara Agricultural College, a trial was done in planting vineyards. Here it started off just under a hectare of 25 different varietals, with major plantings being Cabernet Sauvignon, Pinotage, Shiraz, and Chardonnay, as well as Merlot. In 2010, Highgate Wine Estate was the first to have certified a Chardonnay from KZN origin. And between 2010 and 2016, the owner produced wine as a hobby. However, when I joined the Highgate Wine Estate in 2016 as the winemaker, the winemaking had now become professional, and the brand of Highgate Wine Estate was established. From here on, I worked on the vineyards and getting them back to optimal production. Through major vineyard therapy, I was able to increase production. To give you an idea, in 2016, when I arrived, we only produced 1,500 bottles. 2017 went up to 4,500 bottles. 2018, we produced 6,000 bottles. 2019, we were on 16,000 bottles. And this year, we reached a high of 15,000 bottles as well.
That's incredible. How many hectares do you have under vines?
We currently just have under 5 hectares of vineyard, of which around half of it is in production of grapes, whilst the others are in their first and second year growth. Sorry.
And do you have space to expand? Do you have land to expand on?
Yes, we do have around about a 10-year planting program that we have. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, so our ultimate goal is to get around 17 hectares up to 20 hectares in total of vineyards.
Awesome. So besides, I mean, now you're making wine and you said the owner at a coffee shop. What else if a visitor comes to you, are you open for visitors? And if somebody comes to the farm, what can they experience there?
Yes. So to date, I have created about 12 different products offered to the public to experience. At the estate, we offer various tasting options. Bearing in mind, these are 100% estate wines from the grapes produced on the estate. We do have our morning tasting, which comprises of our unwooded Chardonnay, Rosé, and Syrah, and our Chardonnay tasting, which comprises of the unwooded Chardonnay, the partially wooded Chardonnay, and the wooded Chardonnay. I also have red wine that's up for tasting, which comprises of the Highgate Pinotage, our Merlot, the Highgate Cabernet Sauvignon, and the Black Edition Cabernet Sauvignon. And of doing a tasting of our very own grappa. This comprises of 3 grappas, a plain white spirit grappa of 43%, and 2 flavored grappas, a wildberry and a blueberry flavored, that are both 18% alcohol and sweet.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
We have a chocolate. Yes, it is. It's really a great experience. We also have, we now have a chocolate and wine tasting, which comprises of the 3 wines paired perfectly with 3 different chocolates, and the wildberry flavored grappa that's paired with Turkish Delight. With this, we also have a cheese and wine pairing, which comprises of 3 different wines with 3 different cheeses. And apart from all these tastings, we also have added experiences such as cellar and vineyard tours and a wine etiquette workshop. We also open our doors to photo shoots, weddings, engagements, and corporate functions.
Oh, that's amazing. So quite a few things going on there. When you say, how many guests can you guys accommodate in your corporate functions?
We currently can go up to, I think it's around 80 guests, if I'm not mistaken. But if it's bigger, then we can make use of the external areas that we have.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
Can guests stay over on the farm? Is there accommodation?
There are various outlets, Airbnbs and hotels around the country area. There are places for accommodation, not necessarily on the farm, however, short distances actually.
I saw on your website that you also advertise residential real estate. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. basically, we are a country estate that comprises of various shops, clothing stores, food outlets, and the wine cellar where the wines are produced and tasting room is available. This is the
Okay.
first and only concept of a residential wine estate in KZN, which makes us unique to have the only residential wine estate with commercial shops and a wine estate that
Wow.
produces our own wines from the grapes grown on the estate. With that being said, we do also offer our facilities to neighboring farmers that produce grapes. However, their wines will be made solely for their personal use and not mixed in with our 100% estate wines. The residential estate comprises of 26 houses with a unique architectural design that is upmarket with beautiful views over the mountains. The spaces between the residential houses have no walls between them, but do have vineyards planted between them, which brings about a free living environment and privacy. The residents are within walking distance of the various 23 different shops we have available, which comprises of food stores, clothing stores, the wine cellar, and tasting room, with the putt-putt course and a zip line that goes over the vineyards as an entertainment entity. We also have a park run that we do every Saturday and a pine forest that the people can walk through, which is quite
Wow.
good and upcoming. Yeah.
Well, that sounds awesome. So tell us, I mean, back to the important stuff, the wines. Can you tell us a bit more about the wines you're producing and also um, your, your winemaking philosophy?
Um, sure thing. To date, I'm producing 100% estate wines at Highgate Wine Estate with the wine of origin, KwaZulu-Natal. All grapes are grown and produced by myself on the estate from berry to bottle. I'm currently producing single variety wines, um, and I have blended 2 blends, which will be released during this year, hopefully after the lockdown. In terms of my winemaking philosophy, I believe that above all other requirements, a true passion and drive from winemaking is the foundation of producing a premium wine. With these attributes, you are able to overcome challenges and discover your true capabilities. If you love what you do, it shows. This positive energy spreads to others and motivates people to give off their best effort. Willingness to learn, good communication and understanding one's strengths and weaknesses also allows us to work effectively in a team, as every person involved in the wine industry makes an invaluable contribution.
Well, that sounds fantastic. I mean, so your wines, where are they sold? Are you exporting any of them, or are they all sold locally? What's the situation?
Um, we are currently selling our wines locally. We are currently producing around 16,000 bottles, more or less, per annum, which is suitable for our local market. However, we are in discussion of entering the export market and targeting upcoming markets such as Middle Africa.
It's awesome. I think it seems a lot of people are targeting the African market because there seems to be a price premium in Africa. Do you find that to be true?
I agree. It is a market that is untouched, where the like the demand is high but the supply is low. So I think if we can tap into that, we can really set the boundaries and continue to export our wines to those areas.
Yeah. So, okay, well, the other thing that's happened lately is we are all under lockdown. I think I just wanted to ask you: are you currently you're on the farm and still working, right?
Yes, I do go in. Well, currently I'm on lockdown, but I do go in to do my necessary checks on the vineyards and the wines actually.
Mm-hmm. So, what about any new ideas during this lockdown? Have you thought about online sales or anything similar?
Yeah, so basically, since the pandemic had started, it has really brought me some time into thinking of and creating new ideas and products for the market. And now that we are on level 4, I will then begin my trials on these products.
Okay, that sounds awesome.
Nothing has been solid yet, as we are waiting to be reunited with everyone at the cellar. But as soon as the lockdown is over and we are permitted, we will be doing deliveries throughout SA with discounted rates of our wine.
Okay, that's awesome. So, What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Well, for me, being able to produce wines in a challenging area like KZN has really tested the foundation of my knowledge and experience. KZN being a summer rainfall region, which is the complete opposite to the rest of the world, brings about major challenges with growing the vineyard, as powdery mildew and downy mildew becomes a threat to us. But I always say by sticking to the basic principles, these challenges will be overcome and this can be done by following strict viticultural practices.
Okay, that's awesome. So, can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yeah, so I do have a few, but I chose one that I really enjoy. My quote goes as, the best wine blend includes friends, family, and laughter.
I like that. That is actually a very good one. So, Thornton, it's been a pleasure talking to you. If people want to get hold of Highgate Estate and your wines, how do they go about that?
We have various platforms that we make use of. So we have social media such as Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, as well as which links up to our website. And from there, all our information is available to the public. Our address is on there, contact details, email addresses, etc.
So, Thornton, thank you very, very much for your time. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show.
Hi everyone, welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Ilse Rathford from Companies Drift. Welcome Ilse.
Glad to be with you and
Yes.
nice meeting you.
Yes, nice meeting you as well. Hopefully I can meet you in person very soon.
Yes, that would be good.
Ilse, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry.
I've been in the wine industry since 1997, so it's almost just a little bit over the 20 years.
Wow.
After I matriculated from Bloom of Gold's, I studied marketing at Boland College in Stellenbosch, and I did the prelim and certificate wine course through the Cape Wine Academy. And from there, I decided to join the wine industry. After studying, I started working as a casual on a wine farm in Franschhoek. And from there, I enjoyed it and then moved to different wine farms and to gain experience in the various fields that the wine industry had to offer.
Wow, that's quite a start. You know, you basically worked yourself up right from the beginning.
From washing glasses, doing wine tastings, and then also doing the admin. And for a few years, I also did freight forwarding before I joined the Meerlis family in November 2006.
Okay, and I see Companies Drift is outflow from Meerlis. So can you give us a bit of history about Companies Drift and what you guys do and how it started?
Companies Drift opened its doors on the 1st of December 2010. So this year we will be 10 years old. And it was initiated by the owners of Meerlis, the Meyerbach Family Trust. And they were looking for a long-term investment that would have been beneficial for the workers. And originally, Companies Drift started out as a 50-50 partnership between the Meerlis Workers Trust and the Meyerbach Family Trust. But since the 1st of July 2019, we are a 100% Black empowerment company.
Wow, so the Workers Trust now own 100%.
Yes, and the Workers Trust consists out of 72 workers of the farms Meerlis, Companies Drift, Ken Forrester, and also Friesenhof.
Oh, that's an amazing story. So I see that you guys provide a range of services to clients, from bottling to labeling. Can you explain a little bit more on that?
Our main service that we offer to the wine industry is wine storage. Then we also offer wine labeling, reworks, and container loading services to our wine producers. Up to last year, we had an in-house bottler, but they moved to their own premises during June last year. So currently, I applied for funds to install our own mobile bottling line. That would also be an additional service and would be beneficial for us.
Awesome. So the storage that you do, is that in casks or in bottles? How do you store the wine?
We store in bottles, unlabeled in bins, and then also the finished product in cartons. We don't do storage of any bulk wine.
Okay, so your clients would basically bottle their wines, and then when it's ready to be sold or exported or whatever, then it's transported from you guys again,
yes,
from your facility again. Are you still involved
yes.
in the forwarding and the freight part of it as well?
No, but it helped me quite a lot. So I understand the process. It's much easier for me understanding the whole chain from as when the bottle come into us and when it leaves for exports. So I'm an admin person and a perfectionist when it comes to paperwork. So I always make sure that when we prepare export orders, that everything is in order and will not load anything if it's not correct.
Yeah, I mean your storage facility itself is basically just logistic exercise anyway. So
Yes,
you're part of that
yeah.
chain. So where are your largest clients?
Meerlist, of course, and then Neil Ellis, Ken Forrester, Friesenhof, and then Lismore. I'm not sure if you know or met Samantha yet of Greyton.
No, actually I haven't. I would love to speak to her at some time.
Yes, yeah. So that we have 50 customers that make use of our services, but the few that I gave you now, they are the biggest.
Okay, so I see if you've also expanded to wine under your own label. Could you expand a little bit more on this?
We have our own vineyards, and currently Meerlus look after it, and they also maintain it. So, which means that we have easy access to good wine, and therefore we decided to produce wines under our own label, and we did that and started with that during 2015. We have a small range of wines. It consists out of three wines: Chardonnay, Pinot Noir blend, a Chardonnay unhooded, and then a red wine, which is a Cabernet Sauvignon Merlot blend.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
yeah, and it's easy drinking, pocket-friendly wines. And we are also launching a special wine, which is a natural sweet wine very soon. But I don't want to spoil the surprise. So
Okay.
wait and see. It's a special project that I started.
All right. Well, that's good. What we'll do is when you're ready to launch a special project, I'll chat to you about that specifically.
Yes, it's very close to my art, and it's gonna be awesome.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation: www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
So your wines that you make, your own wines, where are they sold? Do you export any of them, or they're just sold in South Africa? Where are they sold?
It's mostly in restaurants and bottle stores in the Western Cape and Johannesburg. We're not in any retail stores yet, like Checkers or Macro. As you know, that's a real mission, getting our wines into big stores.
Mhm.
And every year we try and submit samples, but we are positive, and hopefully during this year we will be able to be in a big store like Macro or Checkers. And then recently I had an export to Singapore, and then we also export to Norway. And it is my aim that this year I want to expand and like to explore and invest more into exports.
Okay, that's interesting. Could you, how easy is it for you guys to increase your production if there's a big export demand?
Because we, for now, it's okay because we do have access to extra wine, but in future we will look at the other option to buy in.
Okay, that's interesting. So I also see you have a wine club. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, it's very small at the moment because it's difficult because we don't have a tasting room. So we only have a few private clients that order from us on a regular basis. And we also applied for funds to have a tasting room in the near future. And I think if we have a tasting room, it will be easier for us to grow our wine club and build our own customer base. But it is available, and if people would like to join, they can do so. And the link is on our website, and they can also order via our wine club if they're interested.
What do people get when they join your wine club? Well, how does it work?
It's for now, it's only that they get a 10% discount, but we will arrange for delivery, and then we just send regular newsletters. But as I say, we need to expand and we need to grow, and I think it will be easier if we have our tasting room and we'll be able to build our own customer base.
Well, you guys are on the right location for a tasting room.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
about space for expansion? You know, to add a tasting room and say maybe later on a restaurant. Do you guys have space on your property?
Yes, when our in-house bottler moved to their own premises last year, some of the space became available. So we do have office space that we will renovate and change into a tasting room. And we also have additional parking space. So everything is there. I'm just waiting for the funds to be approved.
Always the money that makes the world go round, isn't it?
Yes, I think that is the biggest mission. It's the process and the frustration and the delays if you apply for funding. And we are a new business, and that's the biggest thing, that we cannot afford to apply for extra loans. If we can get grants, that will work for us.
In terms of grants, are you registered as a non-profit, or is it actually a business operation, your trust?
No, we are a private company, but we receive lots of support from DEF, the National Department of Agriculture, and also from Western Cape government, and then also the new South African Transformation Unit that started up a few years ago. They also support and help us quite a lot with funding.
Oh, that's awesome. So the other thing that's happened lately is this whole coronavirus thing, and you know, it's forced every one of us to rethink our business models. What is your thoughts about that? And do you have any changes or new ideas in mind? Maybe online sales?
Yeah, with regards to sales, I just joined wine.co.za, and I'm part of the Seller Direct sales now. And with regards to the production facility, all that we can do is make sure that we practice good hygiene. And it's actually not so easy for a production facility, because mostly of our work, it's done by hand. When we have to do reworks for customers, we have to apply an additional importer sticker by hand. And also on our labeling line, we require more than 5 people to be present to do QC and actually remove bottles from the line that's not suitable for packing. But what we're trying to do is that when people come in, or our staff, we will be testing their fever, and you will be sent home if you're not well, and we will wash the hands regularly. And then we will not start with a full team. We will start with and work with minimum people.
Okay, well, I suppose that's nothing more that you can do, right?
Yes, yeah. I think it's difficult for everyone. And we just have to make sure that our systems are in place, and just take it from there.
No, absolutely. So yourself, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
I love the wine industry. I don't think that I would fit in or want to work in any other industry. It's one of the most diverse and colorful industries that has such a lot to offer. And it's also an industry where many people stand together. Now with this COVID-19, I'm so amazed to see how Vinpro, Hosa, and Selva are standing together and supporting us and keeping our interest at heart. And that makes it all worthwhile. And I don't want to be any other place than in the wine industry.
Well, that's awesome to hear. So, as a last question, can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
Believe it or not, I don't drink a wine.
Oh, my word.
But I can nose it. I do very well with recognizing cultivars and taste wine often and will only have it with a meal. But my favorite quote is enjoy and appreciate wine.
Enjoy and appreciate wine. I like that. Thank you so much. If people want to get hold of you guys, where do they find you?
We have our website, which is www.companiesdrift.com, and we're also available on Instagram and also on Facebook.
Okay, well, we'll put all those links in the description. Joseph, thank you so much talking to us. It was a pleasure, and I cannot wait to hear from you later on again about your new wine that you have close to your heart and you're keeping as a secret to all of us.
Thank you very much, Will. It was also nice speaking to you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start with the show, I need to share something really exciting. I recently interviewed Patrick Robertson, the CEO of the Fishwives Club Boutique Winery, and they have an absolutely awesome offer for our listeners. As a lockdown special, they have a special where if you purchase a case of wine, they will give you an incredible 45% discount on the second case. Yes, you heard that right. You get 45% discount on the second case. And as a bonus, you will also receive entry into the new wine in a can and t-shirt giveaway that ends at the end of August. This is really worth checking out, and you can check this out at the website fishwivesclub.gr8.com. Let me repeat that, fishwivesclub.gr8.com. We will put this link in the description so you can find it there as well, but you need to hurry. They only have 1,000 cases available, and this offer is restricted to one order per customer. So hurry. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Wine. Check out the link. Today I'm talking to Justin Gous. Justin is a blogger and an influencer, and he's running a blog called Justin on Cork. Welcome to About the Winelands, Justin.
Thank you, Will. Thank you so much.
So Justin, tell me, how are you coping with the lockdown? Are you excited about the lockdown lifting as well?
I'm very excited. I think yesterday was a highlight in Cyril's speech when he said that we will be able to buy some alcohol again on the 1st of June. So I think that is some good news for the wine industry as well.
Oh, very good news.
But I'm coping. I'm coping fairly okay, I think.
So are you working from home at the moment?
Yes, I'm working from home, and I think we will probably work from home for, it could be until the end of the year or when this whole pandemic has ended.
No, that's good. At least you can keep working, right? Which is important.
Absolutely, yes.
So, Justin, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Well, I grew up in the Northern Cape. I was born in the Northern Cape in California, and I think my point of view in terms of alcohol was a bit different in the Northern Cape, because the norm was always people consume beer around me. So I think that was the main thing. And then came to the Western Cape, saw all these beautiful vineyards, and I got introduced to wine farms, started going out with friends, and just explored a lot with wines. And that is basically how my perception changed about beer is not always the answer. Wine, the wine is such a bigger field, if I can call it that. So that is where my interest grew for the wine industry.
Amazing. And did you start working in the wine industry after that?
Yes. So I studied directly after school. I went to University of Stellenbosch and I studied accounting, which didn't really work out for me. Then I started working in the bank the year after that, and I realized that I'm actually not a bank person. And then I got my very first job after the bank at South African Wine Industries and Information Systems, which is called Sarvis. I got my first job in the wine industry at Sarvis. And after Sarvis, I went to work at Graham Beck Wines. After Graham Beck, I was at Steenberg Vineyards. So Graham Beck and Steenberg are sister companies. And after Steenberg, went to Douglas Green Bellingham, and now I'm at Distel. So I've been around the block in the wine industry.
So, you have this very exciting blog and also influencer business. So tell us about Justin Uncorked and what's the history? How did you start with this? And tell us a little bit more about that.
I initially started a page on Instagram called Uncork and Talk. So I focused a lot on taking nice pictures just of the wines, but I didn't really feel connected to the name. And I decided, because we always go out and I would always take nice pictures on the wine farms, so why should I then hide behind the name and not show my face? Then I changed my Instagram name to Justin Uncorked, because that essentially gives people a more personal touch to who I am. And the reason why I chose Uncorked as part of my name is, as you uncork a bottle of wine, you tell a story. And this is basically just me telling my story virtually on Instagram.
Oh, that's amazing. I have a friend started calling you Justin Uncorked now.
A lot of them, yes.
So you seem to be you seem to, in the beginning, you used to focus on blogging, but you've recently moved away a bit more, and it looks like to me like you're focusing more on Instagram and social media. Is this by design?
It is, yeah. I think people no longer rely on newspapers and magazines, and Instagram. I have the biggest following on Instagram among all my other platforms as Twitter and my Facebook page. So I think I gravitate just more towards Instagram at this point in time, because yeah, it just works for me.
Okay, excellent. And how important do you think social media is going to become in the future for the wine industry?
Well, I think it is already important now. I think it is now the time that the wine industry can use this platform to put their wines out there and to promote online purchases of the wines, because like we said earlier on, the ban is now lifted, so we can now try and push online sales even more, and it makes it so much easier for us all, because we don't have to go stand in queues and put ourselves at risk to get this virus. So I don't think that it is important in the future, but now is actually the time for the wine industry to focus more on, pushing online sales and putting themselves out there.
Yes, I totally agree with you. I think this is going to be a growing trend, and well, it's been a growing trend for a long time, but it's now been speeded up, right, with what's happened in the industry. So you
Yes.
are becoming quickly becoming an influencer in the industry, and with the following you're getting on Instagram, you must be noticed by wine producers and people contacting you to asking you to maybe do things and stuff like that. So what does a wine producer do,
Yes.
or a winelands business, if they want to see you there as an influencer? Because it looks to me like you're not only doing, just to backtrack a little bit, you're not just interested in wine, you're also interested more in lifestyle, in traveling, and also even restaurants and stuff like that. Am I right?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
So if a business is out there and they are trying to get your attention, how do they, get you to actually write something for them or about them? What do they need to do?
So a lot of businesses use PR companies. So these PR companies would then scout for influencers or bloggers within the portfolio, for instance, wine. And the PR companies would then reach out to us and send us media jobs, and we then take it from there. So we would take pictures and tell the audience about how we enjoy the wines or food or whatever we get sent. So I think a lot of the wine farms or wine companies use PR companies to reach out to influencers and bloggers.
Okay, so that would be the avenue to really if somebody's sitting there with as a smaller producer or with a small restaurant and is thinking, yes, I'm seeing this guy Justin on Instagram, maybe if he post something about my restaurant, I'll get more sales. They can just DM you right on your Instagram page. So am I right
Yes,
if I
yeah,
say that?
yes, you are. So it can be a DM or it can be an email, any form of communication.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is at the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, at the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So what is your long-term vision for as an influencer? What is your income? What would you like to do, Justin? Where would you like to take this?
I think when I started this blogging thing, my goal was to, see more or get more young people involved in drinking wines, and realize that wine is not just to get wasted, if I can call it that, but you can pair wine with food, with different types of food, and so I think essentially my focus would be to just reach out to more young people, the people that needs more education on wine, but not just education, just to connect with people and tell a story to them, and also just to make people aware that wine is not expensive, and going out to wine farms, you literally just need like $200 to have a decent wine tasting and just enjoy the views of the wine farms. I mean, we in Stellenbosch and Paul, we have such beautiful wine farms. So that is ultimately my goal, just to reach out to more young people to get more involved in the enjoyment of wine.
So if you look at your social media following, what would you say would be the the demographics, the age groups, and the split between male and female, that type of thing?
According to the demographics, I think more male follow me. I think it could be over 60%, and then the age is between 32 and 40. So it's more or less in my age group where people would and it's actually a good thing that more males follow me in this case, because it's nice to know that there are young guys that also enjoy wine.
That's true, you know, and it's interesting that it's a growing group. So if you look at the way they are interested in wine, like the traditional, I think people older than 50 are more interested in the older type things, right? Where does the wine come from? The history of the farm, the winemaker stories. So your age group, what are their interests? What are they looking for? Are they more interested in price? Are they interested in experience? What do they like?
So I think people in my age group are more into the experience, going out to wine farms and, you know, have a bottle of wine with their friends. But the price also plays, you know, a role in wine, in them purchasing wines. So it's a bit of both, I would say, but more so enjoying the wine and the experience of it.
Yeah, that's interesting. So something else that's I'm just thinking of that's popped up lately. I've seen that there's a few brands coming up with wine in a can. I don't know if you've seen this. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's actually a brilliant idea because you can literally just have your wine in your hand. Personally, I haven't really had wine in a can. I did try MCC in a can, which was great. I really loved it. I think it was JC LaRue. But I think it's technology evolves and the world is changing every day. So it's important to try out new things and see how people feel about it. I mean, you can have, as a beer, you can have or a cool drink, you can have your wine as well.
And that's amazing. And also, I think the big thing is, I was thinking specifically like wine bars and stuff. One of the biggest problems are spillage, right? They open a bottle of wine and then maybe somebody buys somebody buys a glass, they have to open a whole bottle. Whereas if
absolutely,
that's a nice convenient size, a 250 ml can actually work quite well.
Absolutely, yes.
So just in the coronavirus, I mean, it's locked us all up. We have to change our business models. Have you thought about this? What are your ideas? And even for producers, what do you know? What would new ideas that you thought of while sitting there in lockdown?
I haven't really given it a lot of thought, but what I would say now at this point, it is to utilize social media, utilize the platforms such as Instagram to push for awareness of the different brands, and just make people aware that there is discounts when purchasing wines for this period of time, or just push your online sales.
Yeah, I think that is right. So from your wine journey, what would you say is the most important thing that you've personally learned?
I think number one is that not all rosés are sweet. I always had this perception that a rosé wine is a sweet wine, and I'm not a sweet wine drinker. That is number one. Number two is that, not all your cheaper wines that you see on the shelves in shops are of lesser quality, because if you are an expensive drinker, you would gravitate towards an expensive bottle because you think it's of better quality, but it's not always the case. And that wine is just nice to enjoy, and you can do so much with wine.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, so Justin, I ask everyone this question: is your favorite wine quote? Do you have your own one, or is there one that's your favorite?
I don't have my own one, but I always see on Twitter when someone opens a bottle of wine at 10 in the morning, or at 9 or at 1, someone would say, it is 5 o'clock somewhere in the world. So there's never a wrong time for you to open a bottle of wine or to enjoy a glass.
That's funny because people always say, the Boeing's over, but these days you would never be drinking because there's no flights.
That's true, yeah.
But yeah, that's a good one. And yeah, Justin, if people want to get hold of you and want to connect with Justin, or how do they get hold of you? What's the best places?
Best places, Instagram, so it will be just at Justin_uncorked. I'm also on Twitter, same handle, Justin Uncorked, and Facebook page, same name, and then my website. But Instagram, it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
Instagram's the thing. So just as we've been hammering on about Instagram, and I can see you focusing on it. Do you believe that that people you feel that people are moving away from Facebook a lot to Instagram, and that Instagram is going to become the powerhouse driving social media in the future?
Yes, I think so. And personally, myself, if I look at all my Facebook memories that pops up every day, I'm thinking, yo, I posted a lot on Facebook and the things that I said, but I'm definitely using Instagram more. I think that is the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning. You go on Instagram and you check people's pictures and you like people's pictures. So I think Instagram is just growing and growing and growing. I don't know if everyone is moving away from Facebook, but personally, I definitely did. I don't post as much on Facebook anymore as I did in the past.
Oh, that's interesting. Justin, it's been very interesting talking to you, and thank you for spending the time. I know everyone's busy, and good luck with everything. And are you going to stand in line at the local Tops or wherever on the 1st of June?
It all depends. I think I'll for now I will just order something online and see how it goes. Let everyone just get their stock first.
Okay, Justin, thank you. I appreciate the time you've spent, and yeah, it was a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much, Will.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Before we start today's show, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor of this show, Lisa Loves Wines. Lisa shared with me that she has a very special offer for our listeners today. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe, and I think South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Biggest Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a discount on 1.5-litre magnums. This is also a great Father's Day gift or a birthday gift. We will leave the details and links on how to get this awesome offer inside the description. Now, on with today's show. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Ryk Melk. Ryk is the owner of the esteemed Marathi estate in Stellenbosch. Welcome to About the Winelands, Ryk.
It's a pleasure. Thanks very much for inviting me, Willem. That's very kind of you.
No, it's our pleasure talking to you. Thanks for taking time out of your busy life. How is life treating you with your whole lockdown situation and everything? Are you guys coping?
Yeah, I think we're trying to think out the box, trying to make the best of the situation. And you know what? There are a couple of things. One thing is you learn how to perhaps box a bit smarter. Secondly, with all the time on hand, it's funny how family time suddenly becomes very relevant again. I don't think I have consumed so many bottles of wine on 68 consecutive nights in my life before. But we've had some really good family time, good chats and all that, and that's made it special. The stress levels are obviously high, But at this time, you know, you start valuing what you've got around you and how privileged we are. So there is positive stuff in this.
Well, that's amazing. You know, Mirati is such a special place. I remember from my students' days, it was one of the first places that we used to go on to wine tours. So I'd love to hear, and I know our listeners would love to hear a little bit of the history of Mirati and, you know, the piece of heritage you have there. Can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's, you know, the if you come and visit us at Mirati, everybody's welcome. What we do, I try, if they make special appointments, then I will sit and chat about the history, because, you know, this place needs, you need time to come here, really. It shouldn't be a whistle-stop tour, because we've got so much history here. You know, if you think back of, we date back to the year 1685. So it's what we did was, my mother back in 1987, when my father Ronnie bought the farm back from Annemie the spinster, my mother got a Professor Dr. Helena Scheffler from UCT to do proper research on the farm. So Helena spent about a year in the archives and basically came up with this manuscript of the history, and it was so beautiful and rich that that is how we have taken Mirati forward from that research project she did. And that's where also a few years ago, about 8 years ago, I decided that I would start naming our wines after people that lived here over the past 300 years. So Mirati was established in the year 1685. So as a privately owned family farm, we, you know, in the top 5 or so of oldest privately owned wine estates around in the country. And the history started with a certain German soldier called Lawrence Kampfer, who left the armed forces. He was a mercenary and was granted this land by Gouverneur Simon van der Stel, and with instructions in Groot-Hollands, beplanten, bepoorten, betimmeren, and bezaaien. And that is what he did here. So he came, cleared some land, tilled the soil, with the instructions given to him. But the problem that he had was, while he was a soldier based at the Cape, his barracks were very close to the slave quarters and to the gardens of the Cape. And there he met a little slave girl who was working in the gardens, and her name was Ancella. And this little girl, Ancella, was born in the slave house. Her mother was taken from Guinea in West Africa in the year 1658 and put on a slave ship called Amersfoort. And that ship sailed via Guinea to Angola and then to the Cape. And in 1658, 120 slaves were brought here, and Ancella's mother was one of them. So Ancella was born, she was a product of the slave lady and probably a soldier or a sailor, that we don't know. But the point was, Ancella was born in the castle, in the dungeon, given a name, and in those days, any slave born at the Cape, the surname was always van der Kaap, so that the Dutch officials knew where the slaves came from. So we know about Anthony van Bengala, he came from Bengal, and so we knew where the people came from. So this little Ancella, she grew up in the slave house, and then when she was old enough, she had to work in the gardens where they grew all the vegetables, which supplied all the Dutch vessels sailing to the east, and that's where Lawrence met her. So Lawrence then comes out to Mirati. At that time, it was called the Driesprong. He starts his farming career here, his life, but his girlfriend, the love of his life, Ancella, clearly could not join him because she was a slave. So, and you know, Mirati is just outside Stellenbosch, and it's about, 35, 40 k's from Cape Town as the crow flies. So what Lawrence had to do in order to see Ancella at the slave house was he had to walk on foot 3 days to Cape Town. And the non-slaves had visitation rights, so they could visit the slaves in the slave house. And what happened in the evening was, 8 o'clock at night, they would take a roll call and check in all the slaves. And then at 9 o'clock, they would ring a bell and all the non-slaves were thrown out of the slave house. So Lawrence did this for a period of 10 years. And
Wow.
After 10 years of visiting her, Ancella really obviously wanted to join him here at Mirati. So Ancella had to do a few things. And that was, firstly, she had to become a Christian. So she had to have herself christened. Secondly, she had to be able to speak Dutch fluently. And thirdly, she had to prove to the governor that she would be of no financial burden to the governor. So Lawrence obviously said, okay, he will cover that base. She could speak Dutch and she was christened. So they set her free. And on the 28th of June, 1695, Lawrence fetched her at the slave house, brought her to Mirati with the children now that she had by him, Cornelius, Jacoba, and Achaniki. And they were the first rightful owners of Mirati back in the time. Interestingly enough, after when the title deed was signed over, it was 33 days after Simon van der Stel took control of the Cape. So that gives you an idea of what was going on. So then they lived here, and then in 1715, Lawrence passed away, and then Ancella became the owner. So well, it's quite unusual though for an emancipated slave to become the owner of a little wine farm or a little farm at the time. So Ancella took over and she ran Mirati until the year 1735, and then she sold the farm. To give you an idea, when she sold the farm for 2,500 Dutch gulden. And to put that in perspective, a mercenary based in the barracks in the Cape was earning 25 gulden a year at the time. So wow. Ancella, did quite well for herself in her life. And then there were quite a few owners, very sporadic few owners. And then the next important one for me or for the Melk family is that in the year 1763, my ancestor, Martin Melk, who came from Ostpreußen, from Prussia, he bought Mirati in 1763 and gave it to his daughter, Anna Catharina. And at that time, when Martin Melk bought it, he owned all the property at the foot of the Simonsberg Mountain, which then included 8K Canon. This was all one big farm that the Melks ran. So Anna Catharina married a guy by the name of Beyers, which Anna Catharina's father was in favor of, because like Martin Melk, Mr. Beyers was a staunch Lutheran. And I'm not sure if you know, but Martin Melk, at the time when he bought Mirati, was a very big player in the Cape. In fact, I think he was the wealthiest man at the Cape at the time because he owned a lot of property. He was in construction. He owned all three, can you believe it, all three taphuis licenties. So basically all three pubs in Cape Town that supplied wine to the sailors and everybody in the Cape, he had the rights to supply that. So he was a really big player. And so when Martin gave it to his daughter, he agreed when Beyers took her hand in marriage, and Martin and Mr. Beyers were both staunch Lutherans, and at that time, the Lutheran faith was verboten, was not allowed. So in Martin's warehouse in Cape Town, still there today at Strand Street, where they would sell the produce to the sailors and the ships, on a Saturday after work, all the Lutheran people used to get together and have a hidden church service, a scale kerk. And because of Mr. Beyers being part of that group, Martin was quite happy to hand his daughter over to him. So Anna Catharina and Jan David Beyers, they became the owners in 1763. And then this Melk clan, Beyers Melk clan, farmed here for about 120 years. And then it disappeared. And then 115 years later, in 1987, the spinster who owned it then, Alberta Annemarie, she then phoned my father because she knew my dad. Because as a young winemaker, my dad studied winemaking. As a young winemaker, he used to come to Emirati to buy grapes from her for Stellenbosch Farmers Winery. So Alberta knew the history. So when she turned 79, she phoned my father and said, look, I have no children, I have no next of kin, and I would like you to take the farm back into the family fold with a few conditions. And that is that, number one, you would continue in the tradition that she and her late father, George Paul Carnets, had farmed the place, and also to respect the environment. And my dad was only too glad to oblige. And as you asked earlier, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm here, I see myself purely as a custodian of this magnificent place with these 300-year-old trees, incredible terroir at the foot of the Simonsberg Mountain. And yeah, that's what I do. Every day I get up here, I look out northwest, I see Table Mountain, I can give you the weather report in the morning of what's coming, like the northwest coming in right now and the rain we're going to get. So it's a beautifully located piece of land. And I always say to the people, you know, Lawrence Comfer was granted this land. And in those days, we might think they were old or those people was in the dark days, but they were clever. He had all the land to choose from, but he chose this little piece at the foot of Simonsberg. So he was clever. And I can tell you, when I sit there at his old house, which still stands today, which today is an art gallery, I often sit outside his house there in the evening, and there's such an incredible energy there. You know, there are trees around me there that were planted by Lawrence. Special, yeah.
Interesting about the trees is I actually watched the history of the slave trade in Cape Town not long ago. And I think in the program they said that the tree that these two were married are still there on the farm, the old oak trees. Is that true?
Yeah. So there's a magnificent tree right at our tasting room here. And this tree is more than 300 years old now. And this tree would have been planted by Lawrence and Ansela. And there are 2 or 3 other ones around as well that you can see. I mean, they are of the same era. So yes, absolutely, this tree is still here. It's magnificent, magnificent tree. And again, I sit here quite often, and there's energy there in that tree that's just, I mean, it's just amazing. Really, really incredible.
That's amazing. You're giving me goosebumps as you're telling the story.
So, you know, all these little things I'm telling you now, Lawrence's house is still standing here. The original little seller is still part here, George Paul Carnets, who owned Emirati from 1926. As you might know or might not know, but George Paul Carnets was an artist, first and foremost. Secondly, very much a bohemian man of note. And thirdly, he bought Emirati on a whim because he loved the trees here. I read his journal the other day. And in there, he did say that he was completely blown away by these oak trees when he stumbled upon this place in 1926. And that's the reason why he bought it. And then by default, he had to speak because he was lecturing art at Stellenbosch University. So by default, he went to his friend, Professor Abraham Perrault. And Abraham Perrault was very friendly with all the German-speaking people because Perrault went to Germany and he met a German woman there, which he married. So he had an affinity towards German-speaking folk. And he told Carnets, I will help you farm this place. And so when Carnets bought it in 1926, Perrault helped him. They sent out people here to come and look at the soil, etc., all that. And Perrault advised Carnets to plant Pinot Noir. So Carnets planted Pinot Noir at Emirati in 1927. And we all know that the first Pinot Noir of Africa was made here at Emirati by George Paul Carnets. So my Pinot Noir that we make here, very small amount, but we still make it, and I have named that after him. It's called the George Paul Carnets Pinot Noir. So that, you know, there's a story about George here, and his energy is here. He had an art studio that he built here out of clay bricks that he made, and he built this art studio. The size of the studio was dictated by the carpet that he put down there. And this carpet, a friend of his, a noble friend living in Cape Town, bought a grand piano in Hamburg and sent for this piano by sea. And obviously to protect the piano, they wrapped the piano in a big old carpet. So when the piano arrived here in Cape Town Harbour, the carpet was slightly damaged and his friend didn't want the carpet. So Conrad took the carpet, brought it to Mirati, put it up here outside the cellar, and built his art studio around the size of the carpet. I mean, it's bizarre. And then he built this art studio, which today is a little guest cottage. So it's called the GP Conrad's Guest Cottage. So people can stay there. It's just, you again get the energy of the old man Conrad's. We used to paint there in the morning. In the afternoons, he'd go for a walk and look at his vineyards and talk to the people who were busy helping him making wine and growing his grapes. So, you know, there's just so much around here with the energy between the cottage, between Lawrence Comfort's house, between the oak trees, between the manor house that we have today that was built in about 1763 by the Bayers family. The manor house still stands there. It's exactly the same. Some minor alterations were done by George Paul Conrad, but the gable is a beautiful example of a neoclassical style. It's not the Gothic style. The later years, they were more neoclassical in the structure. They were not so elaborate, not so many curves and draaitjies, where Mirati is a good example of a neoclassical design Cape Dutch gable, basically. So the house is still standing here. It's being lived in 110%. And it's all part of the verf and the feeling that we have here. When we go into the vineyards, because of our terroir, we made a conscious decision about 20 years ago that we would respect the nature by using no pesticides in the vineyards. We release insects that we get to try and fight the mealybug. We are very, very conscious of that. We only pick our grapes by hand, so there's no machine driving through the vineyards and harvesting. It's all done by hand. And when we bring those grapes in, it's in smaller boxes. We hand select on a sorting table. We berry select. We use a lot of natural yeast. So for those who don't know, all the each grape, little coral key, has got its little yeast on it. So we use native yeast that's around in the cellar and in the property. We use what we call spontaneous fermentation. And all these things add to give a character that's very much unique to Mirati. So I'm very, not strict, but I believe in that. And that is what we do here. So we try and keep it hands-on, as real as possible. And we still believe, you know, the truth is in the wine, and the wine must honestly speak for itself. George Paul Conrad had a beautiful expression. My quote for the wine expression is always, Conrad always said, seeing is believing, but tasting is the naked truth. And that's what we abide by.
That's an amazing wine philosophy and winemaking philosophy. What else can you tell us about your wines? That's interesting. I see you guys are making port as well. When did this start?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, you know, I call it in the sort of the dark ages. That's there was a bit of a dark time here in Mirati when George Paul Conrad came in here in 1927, and he had all the expertise from Perrault, and he was doing some fantastic work. He fermented his grapes outside the cellar in open fermenters. He used a system of cold water copper pipes. He was one of the first guys that used some kind of cooling, you know, in his tanks, open tanks, concrete tanks. Then he went and then he built himself, at those days, state-of-the-art open fermenting tanks, stackable concrete, one above the other. They were stacked. And these tanks were built, the architectural design came from Algeria, believe it or not, in Africa. Mm-hmm. Because remember, the French were involved there. So the French made wine there as well. And that design, Conrad brought it here. And so they were fermenting and making wine in these concrete tanks. He was quite sort of proactive and pushing the boundaries. But then when Alberta, his daughter, took over, it became, she didn't want to change anything. She wanted to keep everything the same way her father did. So in that process, things slowly got watered down a bit. You know? So the red wines and the white wines, some years were stunning. Other years, they were not very good at all. But Carnot started making two things. He made a fortified red, a port in those days. He called it a port, which today we can't use the word anymore, but we use a Cape Vintage, Cape Ruby, late bottled Cape Vintage. And he made a white port called the Amber. Now, those two wines, because they are made by fortifying with brandy spirits, you can, to a degree, sterilize your wine. So when you do your fermentation, at a certain point, you add the brandy to it. So the brandy will kill all the yeasts and all the nasty little bacteria, and it will sterilize the product. So there's a better chance that the fortified wine will stay fresh and healthy. If you made a still wine, be it white or red, and it was tainted with acetic acid bacteria, then the wine will spoil and become vinegar. So over the years, in the town Annemie and Ben Prince, a winemaker, port, the Mirati port was a very well-known drink and definitely one of Mirati's tipples of choice, in spite of the fact that there were some stunning years of Pinot Noir, etc. And the red velvet and the claret. But the port was always, if you came here and you drank port, you knew it was going to be a good bet to buy and to drink. And when I came here in 1988, 89, it was the case. Everybody knew Mirati port because Carnot started making that in the early 30s. So, and I totally agree. We still make a beautiful port, and we spend a lot of energy with that. In fact, the oldest vines we have here, port vines, were planted in the year 1977. So that's quite old. But I took it upon myself. I just said, you know, we are living here. We're living. My neighbors, Kanonkop, my neighbors, Rustenburg, Knorrook, Delhi. These are all my immediate neighbors, and they've always made beautiful wines over the years. And there's no reason why we could not do that. So it's taken me about 20 years to grow that with new plantings and new barrels and some techniques in the cellar. But today, you know, it's cheeky of me to say that, but I mean, the Mirati red wines are on the world class, on the stage now. I'm not shy anymore to pour Mirati wines to anybody. 30 years ago when I started here, I wasn't confident in pouring the Mirati wines, but today, I'm not cocky and I'm not, you know, big-headed, but I really am modest about it. But I know what effort's gone in here, and I know what honest work has been put in here. And for that reason, I can quite clearly say now that apart from the fortified port wines, our red wines and the white wines are world class. It's taken a time, but it's there. Beautiful.
Oh, that's amazing. So, right, when people visit the farm, I mean, besides, I mean, obviously the wine and the art, what else can people experience there? What do you offer guests?
Well, I mean, before the little virus came along, you know, my wife Kim started, she likes cooking. You know the old story, oh, your wife Kim, she cooks so well, why don't you start a restaurant? You know, don't ever tell anybody to do that. But we did it. And after 4 years of Kim working in the kitchen, she really grew something special here. It's not big, it's small, say 50 covers maybe on a Saturday or Sunday, but it's good, honest cooking. And Kim started that, and now we've got a little team working with her. So you can come and have a very nice meal here, apart from the wine tasting. It's the little restaurant farm kitchen that we run here. We've also now built, with the help of Topia, Mirant, and Arena, they've built fantastic mountain bike tracks here. And really, again, it's of the best tracks around the Western Cape, no doubt about it. It's all single track cycling. Trail runners use it as well. It is for the skilled mountain biker. It's not for the weekend warrior can come and do some of the tracks. But if you really love mountain biking and you're good at it, this year is absolutely stunning. All the guys, the overseas people, Team Cannondale, Team Scott, they all come and train on these tracks for the Epic. So we've got beautiful mountain biking here. And then we've started a little, well, not little, but we've doing a joint venture with a company to do weddings here. So we had a very good, book heading out now for this next year. But obviously the virus came and has sort of taken the carpet, ripped it out under our feet. So we just have to tread the water now until next year. But if you want to have a wedding, this is also an opportunity where you can come and do it. And what more special place to have a wedding here? I mean, it's just, you can get married under big old 120, 150 old camphor trees, and then have a pre-drinks under Ancella's 300-year-old oak tree, and then move around the corner to the canvas, the Mirati canvas, and there your view of Cape Town is just superlative. So there are a lot of things we've done over the years here, but yet we still retain the honesty and the sincerity that this is a wine estate, and our focus here is to create premium wines.
That's awesome. You've been talking about the virus, and obviously the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models a bit. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
Well, I mean, you know, there are a few things. I think, as I said to you now, small, what I think is the internet or the IT guys, the more new way of looking at things. We've done a few virtual wine tastings now. This has really pushed us in the direction of Zoom meetings, doing online tastings. That's been quite interesting. It's really been quite funky for me. I've really enjoyed that. And then I think what we'll do now in the future, when the small groups come back again, tour groups that come, and if they make an appointment, which we prefer, we could give them far more smaller special attention, because I think the Mirati history, you know, should be told more often to the people, and not just to come in here, let's taste 4 or 5 wines and move on, but rather come here and spend some time, listen to the stories, taste the wines, and absorb the whole package, instead of just saying, well, we're going to do 3 wines and then we're going to scoot off. So rather come here with your mind. I want to learn about the place. I want to learn about the history. If you're not a big lover of wine, it doesn't really matter, but come and listen to the stories, taste the wines. You will be surprised. You might love them. So these are all things for me that I find with the virus now, is that, you know, people are looking at things again from a different angle. The people walk past the Protea now and they stop and they go back and say, wow, look at this Protea. Isn't it beautiful? And where in the past they'd walk past and say, oh, well, there's another, you know, one of the Western Cape's flowers, and carry on. But that's me. Maybe I'm becoming old and sentimental, but I do think that this has made us think a bit more about what we want to do and where we are, and our policy about everything in life.
Well, I think you're right. And I also think that, you know, technology gives us the opportunity to record and keep these stories and raise awareness about the fantastic offerings we have in the Western Cape through other avenues, right? Which will bring more people to come actually experience it in person over time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt. I mean, we travel, we all, you know, when I go overseas to sell wine, I try and go and see places and all that, and I see how other people do it, and I compare what we do, and I still think, you know what, there's room to be, small is also beautiful, and just be sincere about what you do, and it will pay off. You know, that's my motto, really.
Yeah. So, Rick, your wine journey has been a lifelong one. But what is your most important thing that you've learned through this journey?
Well, as you can quite clearly hear from my conversation with you, there are a few things. I mean, for me, the biggest thing is that, you know, making wine is, anybody can make wine. Anybody can ferment grapes. Anybody can put it in a bottle, and you can put a label on there, and you can tell a beautiful story, and the consumer will probably read your story and listen to your story and maybe be blown away initially by what you say. But at the end of the day, the consumer needs to taste the wine and feel whether they like it or not, and does everything gel with them? Does it all make sense? So what I'm trying to say is marketing is a very important part of your product. But at the end of the day, still, what you put in the bottle, you need to be proud of what you've done and be sincere in what you do. That's basically what Hatting, our winemaker, and myself and my team with Desmond, that's what we do here, is the sincerity, honesty, integrity. In the winemaking, you have to do it. You don't get 2 or 3 chances. You know, you have to be real and stay true to your choice and your ideas and what you do.
Awesome. So, I mean, you've touched on it already, but I'm going to ask you again to give us your favorite wine quote, because I loved it.
No, as I say, old man Carnets, I wish I'd met him. His daughter, Annemie, I knew. the Sprinter, but Old Man Collins, you know, that these are little things. Seeing is believing, tasting is the naked truth. That is what our motto is. That's what you have to believe in.
Oh, awesome. Ryk, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and I think people are going to find this, our listeners will find this extremely interesting. How do people find you? If they want to get hold of you, whatever, how do they get hold of you?
They must just come to Mirati, look for this grumpy oak with the long hair that walks around. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
awesome.
you know what? Easily, our website's very easy. It's just, you know, www.mirati.co.za. We've got a great website. I've got a lovely team here. Lawrence in the tasting room. Desmond is our sales and marketing guy. And then Hafting, my winemaker, and the assistant winemaker, and our team in the vineyards. We're a small group, but anybody who comes here and asks, where's Hafting, where's Ryk, where's Desmond, they will all be able to tell you where we are. So it's a nice family, you know, working family that lives and works here.
Okay, well, we'll put the links in the description. And thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I know you guys are busy. And good luck with everything. And thanks.
Yeah, and as we said, you know, we'll do a little promotion on the Magnums now, so people can just follow up on that. We do for this season now, for the winter, and all the COVID time, we'll give a discount on our Magnums. We're doing this promotion, so they can just get in touch, you know, with you or Lisa, and that's a nice little project we'll do as well. So there's some little surprise in there as well.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you very much, Ryk.
All right, great pleasure. Keep well.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Just a quick reminder that you can get that 1.5 liter Magnum discount. So hurry, get in touch with Lisa. She's at Lisa Loves Wines, and we have the link in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Carolyn Miller-Kroch of Zevenwacht. Hi, Carolyn.
Hi, Will. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. Enjoying the time to be able to chat to lots of people, using the time productively yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's been good. I've spent some precious time with my daughter. I travel a lot, so this has been a time to catch up and just have some good family times. But it's been good, and obviously having a little bit of wine on the side helps too.
That's always awesome when working for a wine business, right?
Yes.
Tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry.
Well, currently I'm the National Sales Manager for Zevenwacht Wine Estate. I've been in the industry now for going on 21 years. I think the wine industry almost found me by coincidence. When I was studying, I decided to work at Constantia Wine Estate, just as a sideline job while I was studying. So I was in the cellar door and I did cellar tours and listening to the senior staff and listening to the winemakers, you know, the bug really bit. So growing up in a family that always enjoyed wine and always used to sip along with my mum and my dad, but never really understanding what it was all about. And I think from those Constantia days, I decided I'm going to follow the wine path and see where it takes me, and here I am today.
Amazing. Were your studies related to wine at all?
Well, I actually started off with law and then proceeded to move into marketing and public relations. So it was an interesting combination. And then subsequently, I did my Cape Wine Academy diploma. So it started off in a very different level, and then I made a kind of move into which would be more relevant on the wine side.
Wow, amazing. How long have you been with Zevenwacht?
I started last year, March. So just over a year now.
And before that?
Before that, I was at Thelema Mountain Vineyards. And then I was at Distel, Kleine Steenberg, Glencarlu. So some really amazing names that I can, add to my CV.
Well, that's amazing. So Zevenwacht itself, can you tell us a little bit more about the history of Zevenwacht?
Yes, of course. Zevenwacht actually has a wonderful history, steeped in a lot of interesting tradition. And the property itself has always been on the farming side. And then probably in about, I think it was about 1903, they discovered cassiterite, which is the raw ore that is made into tin. So the mine was basically built. So there's still the original winch and boiler on the farm today, and we actually still have the shafts on the farm, hence why one of our tiers is called the Tin Mine Range. And then that ended probably just before World War I, and it went back into farming. Then in about 1992, Harold and Denise Johnson bought the farm as a going concern. So it was already planted out to vineyards. But what Harold and Denise then decided to do is upgrade the entire facility. So there was a lot of vineyards that were pulled out and replanted. So effort was put into understanding our true terroir and what really suits our farm. We're in a wonderfully unique position. So, and we're very much driven towards a Sauvignon Blanc because of where we are situated. And that went right through to the vinicultural side too, and looking at the cellar and seeing, best practices. So that's a bit of background on who we are. So Zevenwacht actually is a Dutch word, and it means 7 expectations.
7 expectations, right? Talking about expectations, what can the guest expect or experience when visiting your estate?
So we are very fortunate to have a beautifully sized estate. And there's so much that you can do on it. For those who haven't been to Zevenwacht, I think to drive in through those gates, and the first thing you see is just beautiful vineyards, and you drive down this oak-lined road, and that will give you of what to expect. So we see ourselves as a lifestyle estate, and we encourage people to visit our farm, not just to taste wine, but come and jog on the farm. And we've got mountain bike courses. There's a 4x4 course, which the 4x4 club manages. Just simply enjoying our conservancy and and nature itself. And then over and above that, we obviously have our wine tasting center. So, and there are different choices that you can to choose to enjoy a wine. So whether it's a cheese and wine pairing, whether it's a chocolate and wine pairing, or it's simply you just choosing which wines you would like to taste. We also have a restaurant, and part of that restaurant is our picnic area. So our restaurant is very much towards South African style cooking with a nice twist. Chef Henna heads up the kitchen. We have lovely reviews that come through from that side. We obviously then also have our country inn. There's 13 rooms in total. We have Bequena Spa that forms part of the enjoyment of the farm with gorgeous views. Yeah, so there's quite a few choices to be made when visiting Zevenwacht.
Wow, that's amazing. I mean, it seems to me like there's been a progression in your tourism from just first it started off with wine tasting and then into a concept called wine tourism, and now you've got it seems like everybody is going into a complete package of a sort of lifestyle tourism offering in the winelands. Do you offer anything like lifestyle packages where people can do that type of bookings where they come for a certain time with all kinds of stuff included, that type of thing?
Yes, most definitely. You'll see now, specifically going into the quieter months, never mind the fact that we're overcoming quarantine, but traditionally going into winter, we generally come out with very nice packages. So it's like a eat, sleep, stay concept, you know, stay for 2 nights, you know, it includes dinner at the restaurant, a spa package with a wine tasting. So we do a collaborative effort with all the entities on our farm, so people can truly get a full experience of what we can offer and see how beautiful the farm itself is. Once you're on Zevenwacht, there's no reason why you have to even leave, you know, if you're there for a couple of days.
That's true, and your location is very nice as well, you know, close to the airport and close to the rest of our experience in the winelands.
Exactly, yeah. I know we nicely, so we still form part of the Stellenbosch wine route, so we on the Stellenbosch side, but the nice thing is, like you said, conveniently close to the airport and surrounded by amazing other farms too, to form part of that route, you know.
Well, on that point, on the airport side is, I see you've got a conferencing and event team as well, or you are offering that you have.
Yes.
I suppose that's something that you specifically look to build during the winter months to fight this whole tourism winter.
Most definitely. We are very reliant on the corporates to assist us through the quieter months. So we have lovely conferencing packages on offer, again, including the different entities on the farm. And then we also advocate for functions and weddings. So if you are interested, I would suggest anyone visiting our website and linking through to our banqueting team for functions and weddings, and through to our hotel team to assist with conferencing.
Oh, that's awesome. So now the important stuff. Tell us a bit more about the wines you are producing, and also the Zevenwacht winemaking philosophy.
So our philosophy, and I think we're probably not the only one, but it's something that we live true to, is that wine making in essence starts in the vineyard, as we all know. And the wonderful thing is, again, going back to who Zevenwacht is from a position point of view. So we are positioned at quite a high altitude, and we have influences both from Table Bay and False Bay, from a sea influence that cools down the vineyards completely, especially in our hot Stellenbosch summers. With that said, most of our vineyards are also south to southwest facing. So that also assists from that intense heat. We find that we can have longer hang time, for example, for the grapes. We also have a lovely soil structure, mostly decomposed granite. Like I said, we focus, our biggest plant planted to vine is our Sauvignon Blanc. One of the few Sauvignon Blancs that I think when you actually have, you can enjoy the lack of huge amounts of acidity. You don't need the Rennies while you're drinking it, you know. And that obviously comes along with all the elements that make up to where we can get a beautiful, well-structured wine in general going across all our cultivars, really. So Haugen Viljoen is our cellar master, and he's been with us now just over about 1.5 years. And he very much loves focusing on, because of where we are again, on the Rhone cultivar, specifically our Syrah. And then also we have an old vine Chenin Blanc on our farm. So that's become a large focus of ours too. And Chardonnay. So those are basically the 3 cultivars that we can see formulating with where we are from a placement point of view as our focus wines, you know.
Oh, that's amazing. So your wines, Carolyn, where are they sold? I see you're exporting worldwide. Tell us a bit more about your markets.
We are. So luckily for Zevenwacht, it's one of the great advantages of working with this brand. we have 4 different tiers to the wine. So we have from our Z collection range, which is our top tier, right through to our lifestyle range, which is our sevens range. And with that, and obviously a few in between, like our tin mine and our estate. So with that said, it's so great to be able to target different markets with the different tiers. The majority of our market sits in our own backyard. We have a huge national presence, of which the majority of that sits in Cape Town. And then, yes, we have a global stance as well. Our biggest markets are Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, UK. And with that said, you know, we are spreading as much as possible. So yes, we are in America, we're in Canada, we're working on towards getting into Asia. And I am personally working on spreading our wings throughout Africa too, because what we've seen is that there is a larger request for well-priced premium South African wines in other African countries. So that's one of our biggest 2020 projects.
That's very, very interesting. Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show. With the local market, I assume that that is going to be, especially with the current situation, that's going to be extremely important when things get back to normal. Are you doing anything specific? I mean, your local market, if you say Cape Town, I assume that's mostly restaurants, or that also retail stores?
Yeah, I think that whole question of what is the new normal is a very interesting one, and it's a big concern across the entire industry. You know, the restaurant and hotel industry is so closely aligned to the wine industry, and I'm on quite a few different chat groups, and it's very interesting to see what people want to do from an initiative point of view. So yes, there are going to be huge amounts of changes. To be honest with you, I think for at least the rest of 2020, people are going to be very aware of the fact of remaining with the whole social distancing, staying more to themselves, keeping at home. So from an off-con perspective, so from a retailer perspective, and an online sales perspective for home deliveries. So for example, we've just started our own online wine shop from Zevenwacht. That is advantageous for us. That, we can see huge growths forthcoming after, quarantine. But on the other hand, sadly, the restaurants and hotels are really going to suffer. So collectively, we've been sitting together as an industry and coming up with initiatives that we can put forward and assist. What do we do? We have to reach the consumer, assist with them coming into a restaurant, be aware that obviously, again, tables will have to be far apart. There's going to be huge amounts of sanitization going on. There's going to be less people being able to sit in a restaurant. How can we help them? Is it from a discount structure? Is it from getting an initiative to assist with a group funding? So yeah, there's a lot under discussion. What is viable and what isn't, time will tell. But we will be in this together, and we stand together.
Well, I mean, that's the message I get from everybody I'm talking to in the industry. Everybody's working together and rethinking basically their business model. Is there anything else that you have in mind? I mean, of course, wine sales is one aspect of your business. The big advantage of a place like yourself is that you have an outside experience as well, which means social distancing is a bit easier, and I think people will be more keen to go to outside spaces than maybe in inside spaces.
Definitely, definitely. So again, it's a bit of a tough time, you know, with us going into cooler weather. For those who are, you know, prepared to carry on running through the wine farm. Every day when I arrive at the farm, it's so wonderful to see groups of people arriving to do the jog around the farm or the mountain biking trails and stuff. So obviously that will still remain open, and you know, from a health perspective, it's wonderful to be able to get out there once we have all been, feels like, you know, the four walls, clawing down the four walls, getting some fresh air and exercise. But we will have to maintain, as much as we see ourselves as a wine brand, we also have a restaurant and a hotel on our farm too.
Yeah.
So we kind of have a foot on both sides. So we will have to look at different ways of encouraging people to enjoy our facilities, but being aware of, you know, what, like I said before, the new normal is going to be. So that, yeah, we've had conversations. We'll sit down, you know, in a group and have larger discussions of the next 12 to 24 months and where we can assist the best we can. And that goes, I think, from a global discussion. It's not just South Africa. So it's going to be a very interesting rollout. And to be honest, I think time will tell. We can put initiatives in place and it will be adjusted and changed. We'll literally have to be able to go with the flow and be flexible, you know.
It's going to be interesting times. Carolyn, I see Zevenwacht is a member of this BWI, the Biodiversity and Wine Initiative. What does that mean?
Yes. So we actually, again, like I mentioned, we are very lucky to have a fairly big farm. 100 hectares are under vine, but then what we've done is actually, so from about 2009, apologies, we became a member of the BWI. What we've done is we've put 80 hectares of a very special biome aside called Renosterveld. So it's under a lot of stress. There's very little Renosterveld left within the Western Cape. And through a conservancy as part of the Buckleray Conservancy, so it's ourselves and our neighbors that have put a certain amount of hectares of Renosterveld aside. That obviously encourages soil health, protection of birds of prey and smaller mammals. You know, we've got about 150 to 200 different species of flora. So it's just assisting and having that balance between the farming factor and the Mother Nature factor, and making sure we're not intruding and not being greedy as to, you know, what we need to do to make sure everything is looked after efficiently and sufficiently. And it's also about farming methods, you know, ensure that we're not using anything that's going to affect the natural flora and fauna, and just be careful how we manage what we do use in the vineyards and so on and so forth. So keep it as natural as possible.
Well, I think this is a growing trend worldwide, and especially your new markets, your millennials, your new, you know, they are, seems to me,
yes,
they're more interested in this type of thing than in the old, you know, traditional wine history and that type of stuff.
Completely agree, and it's quite interesting when you speak to the Nordic countries. One of the first questions is around, you know, the conservancy and how we protect our farms and how we look after, you know, flora and fauna, going through into how our people are looked after too. And the other question is whether we vegan as well. So those are two very definite trends coming out, and we can happily say we are now vegan. We're offering vegan wines. We've walked away from all animal products within the winemaking process.
I was wondering about that. I always assumed that all wines are vegan, but now it seems to me there is a difference. So can you enlighten me a little bit more? It's quite interesting.
Sure, yeah. it's a lot of people don't really realize that exactly as you said, we weren't vegan. But when you go into the larger process of how the wine is made, so for example, when it comes down to the filtration, so the fining of the wine, collecting the solid particles out of the juice itself, for example, we used to use certain animal products. So for example, you can actually basically use egg whites, and that almost works as like a consomme. I don't know if you know the soup consomme. So it's a clear soup, and they add the egg white to attract all the solid particles so that you end up with a beautiful, bright, clear soup. And it's exactly the same concept within the winemaking side. But obviously, it being egg white, it's, you know, it's an animal product. And there are different methodologies. I'm trying to remember the other one. I think it's called an isotope or something. It's like a fish bladder powder, something like that, that is added. But again, obviously, it's an animal product. So officially, all wines from the 2019 harvest have moved over to being vegan. So now we have moved over to different methods where we use only plant-based, or for example, bentonite clay. So there are different versions, and there's different products on the market, basically from like a starch version through to a kelp version, and like I said, like using a clay. But more and more brands are moving towards using plant-based, and it's I don't think it's just going to be fad or fashion. It's not just a trend. It's now becoming more of a way of life, a healthier way of living, you know.
Definitely. I mean, it's a huge trend. So Carolyn, been interesting so far, but now what I would like to hear from you personally is, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Sure. It's been a very long journey. Like 21 years later, there's a lot learned. You know, I think in the early days, the complete naivety to obviously being an older now. I don't have to give my age away.
No, man, I can hear you're still a youngster. So stop teasing us.
Thanks, Rob. It's so sweet. But you know, for me, I think the biggest lesson I've learned, bar many others, but one that really sticks with me and which I apply to my day-to-day workings, from putting strategy together right through to when I actually am speaking to consumers at wine shows, for example, is the KISS methodology. So keep it stupid simple. You know, there's no reason to overcomplicate the way we talk about wine, for example, or strategies that we put together. At the end of the day, keep it as clear and simple as possible, that everyone can understand where we want to go and what we want to do. I think that for me has been the biggest lesson learned. And it's through trial and error, and it's through mistakes. And as you well know, we all learn from our mistakes. But if I can recommend for anyone to stick to that simplicity of understanding wine, explaining wine, you know, when you speak to your consumer at the wine show, they don't really want to know about pH, acidity, barrel ferment, malolactic fermentation. I mean, yes, you obviously have the people who will specifically ask for that, but your general wine consumer actually just enjoys that liquid in the bottle. They want to learn about your brand truth, the history, who you are sometimes, you know, and just have good, honest conversations. It doesn't have to be complicated.
I like that. So, Carolyn, can you give us your very own wine quote or a favorite wine quote?
Well, there are lots of wine quotes that I don't know if it's appropriate.
That's okay.
I think for me, you know, wine should never be seen as an unattainable subject, whether it's from an understanding perspective or from a pricing perspective. Wine shouldn't be put on this pedestal, so it's sitting at some mountaintop, you know. And we have to change the way we talk about wine, the way we express the subject. Let it be less intimidating and let it be more inclusive. So at the end of the day, I mean, I don't care how you're going to drink my wine or with what you're going to drink it. If you have chosen to buy my wine off the shelf or chosen my wine off that wine menu, I love you. Full stop, thank you, done. That's deal done. You know, that for me is just very important going into this new cycle. We have to expand our market, and it's not necessarily from a country perspective. We have to expand our drinking market, who we are talking to, who we want part of a broader conversation. And currently we aren't able to do that with the way we are expressing wine conversations and brand. It has to just be simplified, more open, more honest, less intimidating.
Very, very wise words. Carolyn, how do people, if people want to get hold of Zevenwacht, where do they find you? How do they get hold of you?
The best way is to go onto our website. All information is on there. So it's www.zevenwacht.co.za. So whether you want to speak to myself, my details are there, or the office for general queries, from banqueting through to booking accommodation or wine tasting, all the information is on our website.
Okay, excellent. We'll put those links in the description. Carolyn, it's
Great.
been a pleasure to talking to you, and thank you for taking the time, and enjoy the rest of your lockdown.
Thank you, Will. It was wonderful to catch up with you, and best of luck for the lockdown to you too.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm talking to Kelly Zettler from the Thirsty Scarecrow. Welcome, Kelly. How are you?
Thank you, Will. Thank you. I'm very well. under the circumstances.
Yes, I mean, obviously being in the restaurant industry, this is, and in the wine industry, this is difficult for you. But let's start and tell us how you got involved in this industry. You know, how did you get involved in the wine, restaurant, hospitality industry yourself?
My passion for the industry actually comes from my mom. As a child, our home was, you know, always filled with food, enough to feed an army. With 3 fridges and 17 freezers, you know, she was always well prepared. I used to watch her cook all the time, and I was never allowed to cook myself. You know, moms always say too many cooks spoil the broth. And, you know, she used to complain that I made a mess. But I actually first studied visual communication at Stellenbosch University, you know, fine arts. And after I graduated, like any student, I was a little bit nervous to go out into the real world. And I begged my mom and dad to allow me to go study at the Institute of Culinary Arts, which was actually just down the road from us at Speed. And yeah, an additional 2 years, and I got my diploma in chefing. And shortly after graduating, my dad was actually renting out the property on the farm. It was running as a coffee shop, but the tenants were in arrears. And they said to me, look, now's your opportunity. You either do something, otherwise, you know, we're going to give the spot away. So I got thrown into the deep end, but it was a good decision nonetheless. So actually in 2011, thus the Farmer's Kitchen was born and established. And shortly after that, in 2013, I started the Thirsty Scarecrow, and I met my husband-to-be, Ivan, and we've been running the Thirsty Scarecrow ever since. You know, craft beer was always up and coming thing, and the conversation between my family basically went along the lines of, you know, let's build a craft beer pub, and the following day we were laying the foundation.
I mean, it's certainly become very popular, a popular spot in the last few years. So yeah, you've made a good decision.
Yeah, no, it's we've been very blessed, and it's grown beyond what I ever thought it would. We started as an 80-seater restaurant, and you know, now we can accommodate about 500 people.
So you guys on the R44 there at the Mooiberger stall. Is Mooiberger part of the Thirsty Scarecrow business, or is it a separate business?
So it's a completely separate entity. Although Mooiberger is obviously a family farm. I am a born and bred Zettler, but I run my restaurants as a completely separate entity, and I actually rent the property from my dad.
Well, it's such a history. Can you tell us a little bit of the, I mean, it's always interesting to hear, you know, where you are and stuff like that. Tell us a bit of the history of Mooiberger and what you got, what's been done there as well.
Well, the history goes back quite a while. I think it was in 1909, my great-grandfather, Mendel Zettler, he actually opened up a general dealer store on the corner road, and he was selling fruit and veg. And, you know, back in the day, strawberries, they were only available 3 months of the year. I think the first strawberries were actually planted in 1915. And what my grandfather would do is he would actually purchase all the strawberries from the local farmers in the area, and he would transport that via ox wagon to Paarl and send, and I think he got, if I remember correctly, my dad said he got a penny a pound for the strawberries.
Wow.
So things have changed a lot, you know, and with new farming methods today, you know, we're quite spoiled because we have strawberries 8 months of the year. It was in 1970 that Mooiberger itself, the actual farm store was built, you know, and it became very well known for its dried fruits, preserves, nuts, and local produce. I think what Mooiberger is really known for today is its huge wine store, which stocks about over 250 estates. And that was built in 2000, but during that process, it actually took 30 years for my dad to obtain the liquor license for Mooiberger.
Wow. Well, I tell you what,
Yeah.
that store is one of those places that I used to love to visit, because you always used to find some the lost old bottle of wine there at a cheap price somewhere. If you did, I'm not sure. I've been there, actually been there for a while in the actual wine store. So, but I always used to find something that's hidden under a shelf at a good price there.
As my dad says, customers are always looking for a bargain.
Oh, so this was on purpose. Hmm. So the scarecrows that you have there is quite interesting. Tell us a little bit of the history of the scarecrow. And it seems, it's like it's become an institution on that road.
Well, the first scarecrows were actually put up on the farm in 1968, and they've changed a lot from how we know them today. The original scarecrows used to be the traditional poplap scarecrows, which was actually made by one of the ladies who worked on the farm for us, Mrs. Liebenberg. And to this day, she's retired now, but she actually still lives on the farm. So obviously the scarecrows were originally put up to scare the birds away because they were eating all the strawberries. And I don't think we would have ever imagined that they would have become so popular over the years. But obviously, with the traditional style of scarecrows that were made from material, the costs to maintain them were quite high, with the wear and tear and buying new material every year. So it was actually my dad, Dennis, who came up with the idea to make the first scrap metal scarecrow. And I think that was put up in 1990 or 1991. He just had plenty of scrap metal lying around, and he thought it was a good idea. And he's a avid art collector, and I don't know, he seems to come up with all these crazy and wonderful ideas. And from scarecrows that represent the Big Five to the Soccer World Cup 2010, to even our controversial rugby teams with the bull and the zebra.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say too much about the bull and zebra. If you drive past the road, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I've been there.
Maybe this year he'll have scarecrows. He'll release an edition with masks on. I don't know.
It's actually, it's quite a nice advertising board for your restaurant, right? So when visitors come to your restaurant and you've got to basically tell us what visitors can expect. What is your theme and your what do you want the Thirsty Scarecrow to represent, and what can visitors expect there?
I think that the setting itself is very unique in the winelands. When you come to the Thirsty Scarecrow, you'll be greeted by quirky and colorful scarecrows. And, in season, you'll have the most delicious strawberries bursting with flavor, do your own picking in the fields. I think the unique spot really creates this perfect environment for a laid back, vibey atmosphere. And obviously we have the most delicious beer-based pizzas and craft beer on tap. And as you sit back on the deck, you can enjoy a cocktail, a beer, or be it a glass of wine. And for me, my favorite part is when the sun begins to set on the perfect day. You can see the mountains and they just begin to turn this purple color, and there's no other view like it.
That's very, very true. And you guys are always full on those those sunset evenings. So what are your times that you are actually open?
We are open 7 days a week. The Farmer's Kitchen is open from 7:30 in the morning till 5 in the afternoon. Well, 5 in the afternoon. And the Thirsty Scarecrow is open Mondays and Tuesdays. We open at 3 o'clock till closing, and the rest of the week we open from 11 a.m. till closing.
So what is your closing time?
Kitchen closes at 10 and the bar closes around 11.
Okay, so not too. You don't have a serious nightlife crowd. It's quite.
No. Being out on the farm, we're we're not aiming to be a Stellenbosch Joel, you know, that's not our vibe.
Yeah, no, understood, and so I understand that. And talking about vibe, do you sometimes have live music events and stuff like that?
We don't. We've done a little bit of live music in the past, but it's not something we really do. We might consider it in the future, but obviously we do need to adhere to strict regulations set down by the Stellenbosch municipality. So we just want to be in accordance with regulations.
So, I mean, your interest seems to very much in the craft beers. Where does that come from, and what can you tell us something interesting about the beers?
You know, we have 55 taps at our establishment. I don't know another restaurant with as many taps as us. And, you know, I'm pretty sure at some point we've sold every type or style of beer there is to sell, you know, from APAs to wit beers to gluten-free, stouts, porters, Weiss, Saison, you name it, you know. We've even had a beer with a 41% alcohol content, which sold for over R1,000 a bottle. We actually, it's very difficult to get the stock in. I think within 2 weeks we were sold out, you know.
Well, that must be close to South Africa's most expensive beer, right?
Yes, it is. I don't think it's available in the country at the moment. Since we got it in, we had it in a few years ago, and we've been struggling to get it in since. So, but you know, we always looking for new and exciting beers, and always encouraging new upcoming breweries to, you know, to pin in a visit, come chat to us. You know, besides the local craft that we do, we've obviously got imported beers as well from all over the world, you know, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, Japan, UK, Spain. So yeah, we big on craft.
So how did you build up this collection? I mean, it must have been quite a bit of work to get up to that level.
Yeah, you know, we started the business with 16 taps, and like I said, it was an 80-seater restaurant, and we were very blessed from the beginning. I still remember the first day, myself and my husband, we were standing on the side of the road, you know, we were handing out flyers, you know, we had no customers, and we just, for days and weeks, you know, we had no business. And, you know, there we were at the R44 robots handing out flyers. And eventually, after a few months, it just took off and people started to hear about us, word of mouth, which I still believe is the best type of advertising.
Absolutely.
And eventually, we couldn't accommodate everyone, and we decided to expand. And so over the years, the menu grew and the taps grew, and yeah, we've just been so blessed.
It's an awesome story. We are, at the moment, we're sitting with, you know, a bit of a crisis with the coronavirus and everything. And obviously for a restaurant like yourself, this is a big headache. So, and the coronavirus are forcing everyone to rethink their business models. Do you have any new ideas or changes in mind?
At the moment, we're doing what we can do. We are open for deliveries and we're selling a few grocery items. I think it's difficult to say what it might be like in a few months or next year, when there are no restrictions and we can live life as normal. You know, I think it could go one of two ways. I think we could be overwhelmed with locals and tourists and see a boom in travel again, as I'm sure people are just writing off 2020. Or, you know, clientele will be thinking twice about where to spend their money. I think for us, it's important to streamline things with the effects of the virus. I definitely think we will relook our beer menu and possibly cut down on line items, as well as for the food. We might remove some of the menu items, but obviously keep our best sellers. And what I would like to do is I would like to expand on grocery items and offer competitive prices in the market. Maybe create a bit of a deli, you know, in mooi bagger. I have lots of plans, but it's getting it past the family.
I think that's obviously a challenge, but I think that's a huge opportunity. I've noticed that around that area and in Somerset West, there's a lot of local things popping up online where people are starting to do, looking at online grocery delivery, grocery deliveries at home and selling stuff online and stuff like that. And it's obviously an opportunity for a farm and a dairy like yourself to do that. I mean, you've had an interesting journey and, struggled to get your business off the ground. And what is the most important thing that you've learned from your journey in this business and, the whole industry?
Well, I think the most important thing I've learned in the industry is to not worry about what everyone else is doing. I think it's important to concentrate on your own business and stick to what you know. Persistence and hard work will pay off, and it's important to always be involved in your business and don't just walk away and sit back. My husband and myself, we're there every single day. Be innovative, keep your customers interested. And one of the most important things that my husband taught me about this business is that turnover is vanity and bottom line is sanity.
Yeah, that is a very true statement. Talking about statements and quotes, you're in the wineland, so you need to give us a wine quote, or okay, you can cheat. You can give us a beer quote. If you have one.
Well, I like a good glass of wine as well, and because I'm a chef and I love food, I think to conclude any good meal, you need dessert. And like my wine, I like my dessert. So for me, the sweeter the better.
Oh, there you go. Kelly, this was a pleasure. If people want to get hold of you or visit you, or how did they get hold of you guys?
Our landline number is 021 881 3444. Obviously, during lockdown, we won't be there all the time, but they can up orders to 082 549 8800. We're hoping that business returns to normal very soon.
Okay, well, I'll put these numbers and any links you have in your description. But Kelly, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for talking to us. I mean, we love to talk. My mission is to talk to everybody in the Winelands over time. So and I'm certainly going to come have a craft beer there at some point as soon as we have the opportunity to move around again. And yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Will. Thank you so much. And just, sorry, one last point. They can obviously also go visit our Facebook page, The Thirsty Scarecrow, and we're also on Instagram for any updates on the business.
Perfect. Like I said, I'll put all those links in the description. So yeah, thank you very, very much, Kelly.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Nora Thiel. Nora is from Delheim in Stellenbosch, the wine estate. Welcome to About the Winelands, Nora.
Thank you very much for having me. It's wonderful to actually speak to someone outside of the farm.
I can believe that. How did you guys cope with our lockdown situation?
Initially, it was awesome because we had no people walking here, and we live right slap bang in the middle of everything. So it's quite different to not have customers or visitors 7 days a week with us. We even had our bookies walking through our parking area, which they've never done. So it's quite special. But when the cash flow dries up, then you also start worrying. So.
Yeah, I can believe that. But I must say, it must have been the first time that you actually, in your lifetime, that you had the farm to yourself, right?
Yes. So I was born here and, well, in the hospital in Stellenbosch. But I mean, I grew up on the farm, and we always, since I was born, had people around us. And because my father was instrumental in the starting of the Stellenbosch wine route in 1971, you know, we've always just had visitors visiting our homes, and you often have people walking straight through your house just taking pictures and saying, I don't have to worry because they're just looking, you know. It's like
Oh my word.
that's how we grew up, yeah.
So talking about that, can you tell us a bit of the history of Delheim and how your family became involved in the wine industry?
So I must quickly just go back to, so this year we're celebrating 80 years of the farm. 1939, Hans and Del Hoheisen, who got this piece of land above Marathi. It used to be one property called Driesprong, Marathi and Delheim, which was separated in 1908. And the upper portion, which they bought in 1939, sort of as a retirement home, just before the Second World War, is where my father came and worked with them in 1951. His mother was the cousin of Del Hoheisen, and that's where the link comes in. And he basically, after the Second World War, had no father, and his mother needed him to work somewhere, and they offered that he could come to South Africa and work for them on the farm here. They actually just built the first tanks in the cellar in 1944. They were built by Italian prisoners of war, and the first wines were actually produced in the early 50s, just before my father arrived. And then he basically walked into a business where his far off uncle and aunt all needed someone to help them, and he then arrived here, and they sort of, he says on his first day when he came here and he asked them what he should do, Hans told him, on this farm everybody finds their own job. And 80 years later we are proud to be a family wine business.
It's amazing how he became found his own job and then became the owner of the place eventually, right?
Well, he worked with Hans and Del until 1971 as an employee, and then at that stage he said to them, look, he wants to be a partner in the business. So 1971 officially the company Delheim Wines was grounded, and then the next 15 years he actually worked himself into 50% shareholding. And it was only in 2003 when Hans passed away that we started buying out the other half of the portion, and only a year and a half ago that we finally have 100% ownership as the rest of the Sperling family to carry on the legacy that they started. But it's basically, I see it as one family because of the trend that, he was family of Del Hoheisen. So we celebrate it as a continuous family business.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. So for your 80-year celebration, did you guys do anything or plan anything special?
We've been hoping to have some wonderful events, which we cancelled.
Oh yeah, of course, I forgot about that.
Yes, we were going to do some very big retro tastings now for his birthday in July. And in the meantime, we've got Emilia Bears writing up some of our stories over the past 80 years. So we're using it through our newsletter, just bringing people up to speed from way back. And it's actually amazing how many wonderful stories we've got locked up in books and have forgotten to share with people. So it's been quite a journey to I've been looking through all our albums and history and write up a bit of how much they were part of the graveyard in South Africa, which he started in the early 70s, which was unheard of, So a lot of things that happen behind the scenes and stuff we just don't use to sell the wine with. It's just part of our history. It's what built us and we grew up in.
That's amazing. I mean, that part of Stellenbosch had such a history with, like you said, Marathi next to you, and the whole story of Lawrence Comfer and that old history as well. So that's all interesting. Social responsibility is really a core value at Delheim. Can you share some of your initiatives in this regard?
So we call ourselves a family wine business, more than just being the 6 family members that grew up and lived here. As a Sperling family, we have 15 other families who live on the property and still do. So we have, as I mentioned, a graveyard that was just part of what we thought was important for people to get buried where they were living. A creche for the kids to go to, an after school club for the kids who come back from school. So we try and just help on the education side. It's just something we do to empower people to take the next step forward. To me, it's more than just spending one day a year and going to paint a creche somewhere outside of our business. We continuously just try and work with the people that work with us to uplift them and look after their kids and their education. So yeah, that's, to me, is just what we do. I don't like to advertise it.
Well, yeah, like you say, it's a way of life, right?
Yeah, it's just how we grew up. And then people always say, yeah, but you must tell people that. And I'm like, yeah, well. We maybe just the Wine Industry Ethical Trade Association, the VITA audit that we do. They specifically then also audit us in terms of the accommodation that the people live in, the health and safety standards, the labor legislation, everything that goes around people. So we've opted to just have an external audit done as well, so that we can actually say we are not just a member of VITA, but we are an externally audited member.
I think that's very important these days. You know, the world is so concerned about where things are coming from, that it's imperative that you have to do it if you want to sell your products worldwide.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've often toyed with the idea of fair trade. Fair trade is a brand that the world understands in terms of what it means. But in our case, fair trade to me is a bit of window dressing. VITA to us is more substantial for our family business, and it works better in our business model. I think long term, it's just who we are. It's not trying to put a sticker on a label. So
I think it's so important, you know, that you actually are true to your core values rather than try to advertise it. It's so, because you're right. If you don't live it, it just becomes window dressing. And if you live something, you don't really feel like telling people about it because it's part of your identity. And
yeah,
it's
no,
amazing to hear that.
We once had a tour company who wanted to come and visit our creche with people, and I said to them, look, it's not visitable because it's not, I mean, education is something that is part of what we do. I'm not going to let tour groups go through our creche and have a look at what the kids are learning and how they're learning it, because to me that's not a tourist activity. It's just a basic activity. Yeah.
Totally agree with you. So other than social responsibility, you guys are also very much involved in conservation. And one of the things that you are involved with is you're a conservation champion for the World Wildlife Fund. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, so in the year 2000, I don't know if you remember the big fires we had in the Cape. They were really bad. We basically burnt down the whole Simonsberg, burnt down in one night. And that fire jumped across from Kanonkop across the road onto our other property. It also burnt down the Klapmetskop. And in 2001, we had visitors walking up the Klapmetskop, and I got a phone call from this gentleman who said, but you realize that you've got some very unique fynbos up here? And I was like, we didn't realize what we had there because it was completely overgrown with pine trees and blue gum. Wow. And then we had the luck that Elsenburg College, which is next door to us there on the Klapmetskop, Francis Steyn, who's involved with land care, had managed to get some funding from overseas on a Working for Water project to clear the aliens on their property, which bordered us. And we managed to clear the complete copy of all blue gum and pine trees over the next 4 years, and that copy actually revealed a 300-year-old Breda River yellowwood forest, which is incredibly unique. And in 2003, we opened up the Klapmutskop Conservancy with 5 neighboring farms there to help keep the aliens out and protect that incredible find. And that Klapmutskop Conservancy, which we sort of started running out of a desk in my office, we then registered as a non-profit organization, then started doing hikes up the Koppie for people to enjoy. And that little conservancy then grew and expanded to become the Simonsberg Conservancy, which now includes 35 members around the whole Simonsberg as well as Klapmutskop. And through that, in 2004, the WWF got involved with the wine industry to help protect fynbos, because we are lying in the critical fynbos landscape. And they realized that if they don't help us to see what we need to protect, which is exactly what I didn't realize we had, they came and helped with conservation management plans and deciding what land you shouldn't be using, specifically mapping water areas that we weren't quite aware of that had special, even frogs and wildlife that we were just not, savvy to. So they started this project, the Biodiversity and Wine Initiative, which encouraged wine farmers to look at what they have in terms of conservation landscape. And if you had more than 10% of your land contributing to conservation or saying stewardship on it, you could become a champion in conservation. And it's in the last couple of years, they've chosen to carry on working only with the champions in the wine industry, which are, I think we're 42 members at the moment, that get support from WWF in terms of conservation management plans. They audit us in terms of how much we do with integrated production of wine audits, recycling of water from the cellar, that we do recycling on the farm, the footprint we leave when we do any spraying, least spraying possible. So it's a complete holistic approach to conservation. It's not just looking after the vineyards and the fynbos, but it's a business approach.
That's amazing. So, talking about conservation, the other thing in the Western Cape, a huge issue, water and the conservation of water. So do you guys do anything specific in that regard?
Yeah, so we've changed the way we used to water in the vineyards to being more stress managed. You would use a pressure bomb test on your leaves of your vineyards to check how much water is actually in the leaf of the vine before you would add any water into the soil by giving it drip irrigation. Drip irrigation is also less using water that evaporates when you're using overhead sprayers. So you would minimize the amount of spraying of or watering the vineyards. We also do, interesting fact is you use about 5 liters of water to make 1 liter of wine.
Wow, I never knew that.
Yeah. So in the cellar, when you're producing the wine, you have to do a lot of cleaning, and all the water that then runs out of the cellar, we're one of the first people to set up a water recycling plant. So we treat that water, we mix it with some of the bathroom waters that comes out of septic tanks to make it live again, and adjust the pH on that. We let it run through a wetland, and then we pump it back into a irrigation dam, and we irrigate all our gardens with that water. So it's quite an expensive exercise, and I remember my dad, when we were doing it, he said, "You must mal," because it was costing so much money. But to me, it was just not a negotiable. So we try and reuse the water that comes out of the cell instead of letting it run back just into the fields.
Well, that's amazing. Seems to be the
Mm.
conservation issue seems to be your baby. Where did this love for
Yeah.
this come from?
Where does it come from? Hans Hoeisen was instrumental. His property that he owned next to the timber, or in the Timbavati up at the Kruger Park, he owned 14,000 hectares that he inherited from his father, and he donated all 14,000 hectares to the Kruger National Park.
Wow.
And WWF gets traversing rights, a donation every year from them using that property. And he left his own inheritance to South Africa in the Hans Hoeisen Charitable Trust, which is, I think, the biggest conservation charitable trust in South Africa. And that money has actually purchased the West Coast National Park. It's made it bigger. It's done a lot of investment all over South Africa from the Table Mountain Fund all over South Africa. It's getting funding from that trust. And I was privileged enough, and Victor was privileged enough to be on his farm in the Timbavati before he passed away. And that's, I think, where our love for nature came from.
Wow, what a story. So when the public come and visit the winelands, you know, they're not always aware of what they should be doing and they should not be doing. So in terms of conservation and sustainability, what tips can you give to the public when visiting the winelands?
I think bring your empty bottles back. That would be good. Yeah, we used to give a little bit of money back for people who brought their empties back, but today recycling has become more, you know, normal in South Africa. So it's not just, it wasn't just us doing recycling of bottles, but I think if people could just understand that you don't need packages for every single bottle of wine that you take with you. Try, and in Europe you sort of bring your own bag that you put your bottles into. One could reduce just even the packaging that you have from driving from here back to your house, and instead of just throwing another box away, encourage people to actually reuse, you know, like you go shopping in town with your bag. Why not go shopping on wine farms with a bottle bag? In Europe, they actually make wonderful bags, or even in Canada, I've seen these wonderful bags where you could put 9 bottles of wine in. You just carry them home.
Maybe there's
Bring
a
your
business
empties back next time.
There might be a business for somebody there making reusable wine carriers.
Carry bags for bottles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So conservation.
And drink the fresh farm water that we have on our farms instead of insisting on bottled sparkling water. I think that would be a great move.
I second that one. I think sometimes the bottled water are worse for you anyway. So let's get into that discussion.
Exactly.
So issues like conservation and sustainability and social responsibility. I mean, you have a lot of overseas visitors and tourists coming. Are these important issues to them and also to your international wine buyers?
I think it's we've forgotten to tell all the stories that we're busy with. We've started putting up more visuals as people arrive on the property. So even just a sign that we put up last year that the Cape Leopard Trust gave us, because we have leopard roaming around on the farm. Just informing people more of what we're busy with, I think would do us a lot of good. People are looking out for it. I think it's non-negotiable these days that you're supposed to be looking after your people and the environment. So to me, it's like, you know, it's not something that I used to sell extra, but it would be nice to sell more or to tell more stories so that people can feel more part of the brand.
Yeah, I think
and I think the big thing that we're talking with the WWF about is that the little logo that they have on the championship status of conservation champions it's not recognizable by consumers, so they don't understand what it means. And we need to work harder on making that link between conservation and the wine brands that are actually looking after the environment.
What about your buyers internationally? Do they actually compare brands and look at these things, or do they just buy on price?
I wish there was a bigger drive.
Well, let's talk about the basics. Can you give us your very own wine quote, or your favorite wine quote?
Yeah, it's that part of just enjoy the wine, don't overthink it. We've complicated the wine industry so much, people rather drink beer. If we could just make more people enjoy a glass of wine easier than being worried whether they know too much or too little about the wine. I think it's make it simple, that people can just pick up even a Gewürztrum, you know. I was talking to someone about today, I said, people are just scared of the name, never mind the wine, but it's such a beautiful wine. And if more people could just put a bottle of Gewürz on the table and say, enjoy this with a curry, and enjoy the simple things in life, because it is just amazing what we can make out of grapes. And we just complicated it because people think they don't know enough about it, so they'd rather not try it. Simplify it and enjoy wine more.
It's very interesting that you just said, because it just made me think, you know, you were just mentioning this, the social media side of it and stuff like that. That would, for instance, be an interesting story, because I think a lot of times people want to hear from the wine farm or the winemaker or the winery. What, you know, if it comes from you saying, have this with your curry, then people will actually have it. If they see that story coming from the source. So that's quite interesting. So Nora, just quickly, if visitors coming to Delheim, just give us a quick rundown what they can expect on the estate.
At the moment, they can come from Monday to Thursday between 9 and 5 and buy wine. That's it. And see the beautiful autumn colors on the mountain.
Okay.
We're strategizing tomorrow about when to reopen restaurant and so on. It's midwinter, and we've decided to not do, we've had to cancel our mushroom experience. We even put a mushroom box together. People can order some dried porcinis with risotto with a wine selection, have it ordered home. And we'll have to reconsider how and when we open, because it's winter and our whole restaurant team is actually working in the vineyards and helping packing wine. We've tried to keep them busy. We'll have to open with a bang later in the year, rather than sort of sit and wait for people to feel comfortable to do outings or to restaurants again. But we'll be here and we'll look after the farm for everybody until it's time to be ready.
If people want to get hold of you or they want to order wine, how do they do that?
Online, yeah. Any online platform that has Delheim on it, please support us. And then our own online platform, we've also just made it much easier. You can even use SnapScan on there, so people can order their wine home. We are available in a lot of retailers in South Africa. Otherwise, take your car and drive up here in the middle of the week. It's incredibly beautiful at the moment. The winelands. Yeah. And yeah.
Awesome. Nora, thank you. It's been such a pleasure talking to you, and it was so interesting.
Yeah, thanks for having us. It's some people always say, oh yeah, we've been to Delheim, but like 30 years ago. You know, people forget that we're still here, but some people who come back, they said it's so nice to still come back and see some familiar things which their memory lane brings back to them. I think there's very few wineries where people can say they were here with their parents, and some of the little corners are still the same, and they have memory lane moments which are really nice to see. So look forward to seeing everyone again.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate your time, and I'm sure everyone will enjoy this. And yeah.
And thanks for having me. Yeah.
No, thank you very much.
Wonderful. And we have to see you out here as well soon.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely will be. Actually, it was one of my favorite places to come as a student in the 80s. So I hear what you're saying when
you see. Yeah.
You know, exactly. About nostalgia at Delheim.
Yeah, Exactly.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in to episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and Apple Podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today, we are chatting to Tim Pearson. Tim and his wife Vaughan are the owners of Seven Springs Winery in the lovely Overberg region of South Africa. Tim, thank you for joining us this morning. It's great to have you online. Welcome to our chat.
Thank you.
Please tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry in South Africa.
Okay, I mean, that's quite a long story, but I'll be as brief as possible. Yeah, I'm 66 years old. I'm English. I've born and bred in the United Kingdom. But the South African connection, I'll go back a few years. 1994, 1995, my wife and I lived in South Africa with our two young daughters for 6 months. We lived in a place called Nelspruit, which is now, I think, Mbombela, which is in what used to be called the Eastern Transvaal. We were going to buy a small cleaning business over there, but it didn't work out. But we were there for 6 months. So I guess that's where our real passion for South Africa came from. We loved the Kruger Park and we loved the area and things like that. So the business didn't work out, so we came back to the UK. I built my business up over here, which is a commercial cleaning business. And 2005, my wife and I came back to South Africa for a 3-week holiday. We were in the Cape for 3 weeks. And it was my wife who said, look, if you're still interested in doing something in the wine business, wine industry, let's just have a look and see if there's anything over here. And we visited Hermanus for 2 days. And my wife said, look, if we're going to do anything, this would be a great spot. So came back to the UK, did a few web searches and found a piece of land that was for sale down the Hemelanard Road and spoke to the owner. Went back and purchased 12 hectares of land. And that's how Seven Springs started. Initially, we were going to go in with a few other people who were going to buy similar plots of land and then go in as a, not as a cooperative, but as a joint venture, if you like. They fell by the wayside. So we decided to start our own business up and start up Seven Springs, and I'll come on to how we got the name later. But that's in a nutshell how it started. I have no experience in the wine industry.
So I was wondering about that because it's quite a jump from a cleaning business to the wine industry.
Okay, I've always loved wines, and a lot of our holidays when the girls were younger. We have two daughters, Kim, who's 36, and Kate, our youngest, who's 33. A lot of our holidays when they were much younger were camping holidays in France, and they always were in areas which were wine-producing areas because I've always loved wine. So that's where this sort of the beginning of like the knowledge came from, and visiting winemakers and visiting different estates and things like that. And a lot of them were very, very small people, very small farmers. So that's we didn't have much money in those days, so the holidays had to be done on the cheap. which meant we were taking last-minute cancellation holidays and just going to areas that were beautiful and were full of, full of wine farms.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, the French countryside and the French wine areas are such a joy to visit. Tim, why did you decide to establish a new winery from scratch rather than investing into one that already existed?
Okay, I guess the easy answer for that one, Will, is that I guess I've always loved a challenge, and I think the thing is, I guess it would have been easy. We have a house in Italy, okay, so we have a home in the area where they make the Verdicchio grape or Verdicchio wine in Italy. People say, well, why didn't you set up there? And it wasn't a matter of just sort of investing in a wine farm or something like that. I like to take something from nothing. I enjoy a challenge. But we'd found this piece of land and we felt that we could develop it. We knew the area was good for making Pinot Noir and Chardonnay. We didn't have a lot of money behind us. We didn't have, millions and millions of rand that we could invest in a wine farm. So it's something we had to do from a more, if you like, a more modest start. And by buying some land and then planting that land and then developing it from scratch, gave us the opportunity to do this. And my cleaning business was, we employed 250 people in the cleaning business over here. And that business was making enough money to be able to invest on an ongoing basis in Seven Springs.
That's awesome. It must have been quite a journey from the time you planted the first vines to actually producing the first bottle.
I think that's a bit of an understatement, Will. I mean, look, okay, I mean, I know it's a cliche, but life is a journey. And I think what you have to do, if you're passionate about something, you can find a way of doing it. I'm not, you have to live within your means, I guess, but it's been an interesting journey. I've had to apply logic to all I do, but we have some good friends over there in the wine industry. So we knew people like Bayers Truter and Ken Forrester and Darnie DeVette. We'd met people like this before, we even thought about buying some land over there. And I always felt that the South African wine industry, or people within that industry, were very much united, very much pro South Africa, very much pro the winelands, very much pro their own products, and were people I saw had a real passion for what they're doing. But that's the same with anybody making wine or anybody in farming. I think people don't go into this type of business to make a lot of money. If that had been something that was high on my agenda, then we wouldn't have gone into the wine business. We'd have invested money in property or something like that. But I think the most important thing for us was, and I'm very much involved in Seven Springs with my wife as well. Vaughan, my wife, works with me, and we work very much as a team over here. But so that's the scenario there.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, it's true that what you're saying is that farming, I think, lends itself, to be a community type operation in the first place, and it's very nice that you can actually, do your business, and you guys doing it as a couple is amazing. Seven Springs, an interesting name. Where did that come from?
Very good. Okay. Well, if I tell you, we purchased the land in 2006, and then we planted vines 2007, 2008. So we actually have sort of 8.5 hectares of planted grapes. But so the fact was, we had time to think about names and do marketing and start getting things into shape. The name Seven Springs took us about 4 years to come up with.
Wow.
It was only in we didn't want to use something like Pearson Family Vineyards, and we just couldn't come up with a name that we really felt was appropriate. Anyway, we decided that our first harvest would be 2010. It was going to be 2011. But in November 2009, Peter Finlayson, who is Bouchard Finlayson, co-owner and winemaker, Peter said, look, if you want to make wine next year, i.e. in 2010, you can do so, because these grapes are good enough to make wine. So we were then sort of a year ahead of where our plans were. And then we thought, oh, we've got to come up with a name. We've got to come up with somebody to make our wines and somewhere to make the wines if we're going to make them in 2010. So we then started looking for an appropriate name, and it was actually my wife Vaughan who was looking online at Caledon, which is our nearest town. Seven Springs is between Caledon and Hermanus. Vaughan was reading that Caledon has 7 springs, 6 of them thermal springs, 1 cold spring, and we said, that's it, that's the name. We had that eureka moment. So that's where 7 Springs came from.
Oh, that's an awesome story. What's a bit of inspiration there?
So I thought if winemaking is going to be half as difficult as coming up with the name, we might as well get out of it now.
Well, I mean, now you're talking about that, I would like to ask a bit about your, your winemaking philosophy, and also tell us a bit more about the wines that you are producing.
Okay, so the grapes we planted were Sauvignon Blanc and Chardonnay for the white grapes, and Pinot Noir and Syrah for the red grapes. So we make 6 wines in total, an oaked and an unoaked Chardonnay. We make a Sauvignon Blanc. We make a Syrah Rosé, which is only in its 2nd vintage. We've only made two rosés.
Interesting.
We make a Syrah or a Syrah or a Shiraz, if you want to call it Shiraz, and a Pinot Noir. And I guess our winemaking philosophy is minimal intervention. We only use sprays and chemicals as and when they're required. So we keep it, minimal intervention is a very difficult term to sort of quantify, but we keep it as naturally as possible. We're not organic, we are not biodynamic, because we have next door an apple farmer who uses chemical sprays and things, and we're close to people that are using chemical sprays. So we didn't know enough about organic farming, living 6,000 miles away. So minimal intervention is what we do in the actual vineyard and the winery.
That's interesting. The oaked Chardonnay that you are making interests me, because it was a fashion in the 90s in South Africa to almost over-oak the Chardonnay. And
correct.
So can you tell me a little bit more about that? That's quite interesting.
Yeah, from day one, we've only ever used 2nd and 3rd fill barrels for our oaking regime, if you like. So we use barrels that have already been used a couple of times, 3 times before.
I assume that is because your vineyard is quite new.
Yeah, and the other thing is, neither my wife and I like overly oaked wines. Why kill off good fruit with a heavily oak? I think if you're going to add oak or add oak barrels, what you need to do is to use the barrels or use the oak as a complement and not as a dominating factor. And I think with winemaking and wine, I think the most important thing is having the right balance. So when we started the farm, when Peter Finlayson said, look, you can make a wine in 2010, we had to find a winemaker. So a very good friend of ours, a guy called Guillaume Nell. Guillaume said he'd had a young lady working for him for the season. He was a winemaker at Baxburg at the time. Okay. Guillaume came up with a young lady called Rihanna van der Merwe, and Rihanna was 24 at the time. So we took Rihanna on in very late 2009 to make our wines in 2010. We didn't have a winery at the time, so we made our first wines at Iona in Elgin. And in subsequent years, we made our wines at a place called Almankirk in Elgin, until moving to our own winery facility 2.5 years ago.
Oh, awesome. I see you've established quite a good network of international distribution, and that must have taken a lot of hard work and sweat. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because that was actually established in quite a short time for such an extensive network.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it's about reaching out to people, but it's also difficult is the right word, because you can't meet these people face to face often. If you go to shows like Provine, and we've been to Provine twice, and it's such a big show and has so many people going on. I think what I tried to do to start with was target people who I felt would be suitable for importing our wines. I didn't have a hit list of, look, let's have a look at this country first and that country second. I think what we wanted to do, the most important thing, was working with people that have a similar philosophy to us, people that you felt could represent your brand in their country, but also people we felt we could work with on a personal basis and help build our business while building their business. And we've had some people that we've dealt with. We've had, we had an importer in the USA. Unfortunately, his business stopped. Him and his wife were divorced, and we were ended up owing us a lot of money and things like that. So you have all of these sort of you can do as much homework as you can on people, but we have some good importers. We have some people we've been our longest importer is a guy called Morten, and he's based in Denmark. He has a very small wine shop called Vingaven, which is in the north of Denmark. But he's consistently orders our wines. We go over every couple of years and do wine tastings with his customers. And it's a matter of building relationships up and actually working with people. So yes, we have a number of networks. We're actually looking at the moment at extending or expanding our international markets. But we only produce 50,000 bottles a year, Will. So we're not we don't produce a massive amount of wines. And certainly from our perspective, we opened a tasting room about 18 months ago, which is obviously closed during this current crisis. But that's obviously that's bringing more and more people in, both visitors locally and international visitors, because we are close to Hermanus, international visitors to our vineyard and our winery.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that our winelands have some of the most fantastic places you can visit. Make sure you follow us on Instagram at Visit Winelands, and we will keep you updated with the latest offers and other special deals in the winelands. That is on Instagram at Visit Winelands. Now, let's get on with the show. Talking about the US, I see that you've got a brand called Over the Mountain, specifically that you branded for the US market. Is there a story behind this?
Well, would you think there's a story behind it?
Oh, yes, that's why I'm asking the question, I'm a curious person.
Of course, there's a story behind it. The fact is, there's if you do a web search, you'll probably find that there's a Seven Springs based in Missouri, a very small winery based in Missouri called Seven Springs. There's also a small vineyard, it's about 22 acres in acre terms, in Oregon called Seven Springs Vineyard. Okay. The vineyard it's just used to produce Pinot Noir grapes, but they then sell the grapes to one or two producers who produce the wine under their own label, but under Seven Springs Vineyard. So we felt if we're going to sell our wines in in America. The only way of doing it was to come up with some kind of alternative brand rather than looking at legal battles of saying, look, we're called Seven Springs, etc., etc. So we decided to come up with a different name for America, and that name took me about 10 minutes, which is quite a change from the Seven Springs
I was
name.
just thinking that it's like it's quite a difference in choosing a name in time frame.
And very easily, well, the name Seven Springs came from the name Over the Mountains, sorry, came from almost a literal translation of Overberg, which is the area that we're in.
Of course.
So Overberg, you being Afrikaans, I guess, would know what the literal translation of that is. Or so it was very, very simple to come up with that name. We hadn't even thought about it before, and then when we thought, oh, we've got to come up with an alternative name, it just sort of snapped, and we thought Overberg, Over the Mountain. Yeah, let's go for that.
So that's interesting to me that you mentioned that. You're obviously not producing in bulk, and I've talked to a lot of wineries before that are scared of the US market because they feel they cannot really supply the demand that would come from the US. Have you had any areas in that problem or problems in that area?
No, I think what you have to do is to choose. Look, the important thing I think is choosing an importer, and it's no good us going for an importer that is states wide or covers all of the United States, because obviously we don't have enough wine. We couldn't supply a fraction of what they would look for. So you have to choose importers that probably have, we have an importer at the moment, for instance, in Florida. They're called PG Fine Wines. They're based near Fort Lauderdale, but they only cover Florida, and they only cover the restaurants, mostly restaurant business. And so, they are of a size which we can supply and look after, and it works well. So it's about not trying to chew off more than you can eat.
So my next question is about, your location. You're so well located between tourism hotspots. They're close to Cape Town, close for lots of international visitors in a place like Hermanus. And are you currently looking to expand your tasting room and maybe build a restaurant or accommodation or any of those things that most of, the bigger farms are doing? Is that in your future plans?
Look, I don't know. No is the simple answer to the question. We have a tasting room. It's quite small. It's very personal. It very much fits in with our philosophy as people, and I guess our brand. What we are, we're very inclusive people. We're very welcoming people. And anybody coming to the tasting room, it's a matter of giving them a personal tasting rather than a generic tasting. We don't want to employ people in a tasting room that goes through a sort of a checklist and say, this wine is X amount of percent alcohol. It was harvested on this date. So when people come and taste wines with us, it's either Whitney, the lady that runs our office, or Gus. We have a winemaker now called Gus Dale. Gus has been with us 2 years because Rihanna, our winemaker we've grown up with, Rihanna went and is now living in Australia. She met a guy from Australia and decided that he couldn't work in South Africa, so she decided to go and live with him in Australia. But so it's either Gus, Whitney, or Renica, who's our assistant winemaker, who will do the tasting with people when they come on the farm. So we kind of afford to take somebody on full-time doing that job because we don't get sufficient visitors. We get quite a few visitors, so it's done by whoever's there. And if my wife and I are there, we usually go and come over to South Africa on there.
Are you open certain times, or do visitors have to make an appointment?
No, we're open daily 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock. So our office, obviously our office is at the winery. We're open 11 till 4. If people want to come and do a group tasting, for instance, and we have some groups coming in from like, we had a group in from New Zealand last year, and I think another one from the Netherlands last year. If somebody's going to bring a tour along of 7, 8, 9, 10 people, just let us know, and then we can prepare for it. But weekends, we open weekends from September until the end of March. We open 11 o'clock until 4 o'clock weekends.
Oh, awesome. Tim, now to something more serious. I mean, this coronavirus, I think, has forced everyone to rethink their business models. And I noticed that you don't have an online shop on your website, as an example. But do you have any changes or new ideas in mind going forward? Are you seeing any major changes happening?
You said go into something more serious. I thought the wine business was quite serious, but yes. I think what the coronavirus is doing, it's obviously everybody's going into a lockdown mode. And as I said, we live in the UK. We only arrived back in England from South Africa about 11, 12 days ago.
Wow.
But what's happening is more and more people are obviously shopping online now because they're unable to get to the shops. And online was not something we didn't have an online shop. We did actually, our wines were or have been available online through a company called A Buzzer based in Cape Town. Mm-hmm. A guy called Nick Plummer has been running and managing A Buzz. He owns a Buzz, but not directly. But we were in the process before this happened of setting up an online portal on our website for our wines, and we have someone who is doing that for us. She's based in Johannesburg. She is in the process, or has been in the process, of setting up an online business for us. I understand online. I mean, we have a company over here called Slurp. It's SLURP, and Slurp are an online wine merchant in the UK. And they've seen an exponential growth in their business, as most online businesses have in not just the UK, but I guess Europe. During the coronavirus situation, people are sitting at home. They can't get out so much. So they're ordering stuff that they would normally get from, say, a bottle store. They're now ordering online because there's a very little option of doing otherwise. But in South Africa, as you probably know, Will, we're not even able to sell wine anymore. We can't export any wines. So
yeah, it's actually, you know, everything is shut down. Yes, I'm aware of that. I think also I saw that some of your European distributors, I think the one in Germany, has an online shop. So you know,
Anvine is 100% online, an online wine merchant.
Okay, that's awesome. So Tim, what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Oh, how long is this interview going to take? Well,
I mean, people are sitting at home, so go ahead. You know, to pour your heart out here.
But no, it's not a matter of pouring my heart out. Look, I think the thing is, and I'm not just going to talk about what we've done here. I think if you have a passion for something, like I said earlier, you find a way of doing it. Would I have done something, or would we have done something different if we'd have started again? Yes, maybe, and I think we probably would have done. But I think what it's, you know, I built my cleaning business over here from scratch, and we now employ 250 people. I didn't know a thing about cleaning before I started that business. I started from home because we didn't have any money. So I think what you can gain out of life in general is that if you've got a passion for doing something or a desire for doing something, find a way of doing it. I think what the wine industry, what we knew from the start was, we're not going to make a lot of money out of the wine business unless you build a business up and then sell it on. We were not looking to make a lot of money out of the business. It wasn't something we went into because we felt it was something we were going to get rich on, because we knew that was not the case. And I think what we did was we've met a lot of people. We've actually been to a lot of countries that we wouldn't have been to. We've had a really positive experience. We've had negativities along the way. There always are in any business or any venture in life. But, you know, I don't have a philosophy, but, you know, the most important thing as far as we're concerned, and my wife and I are the same, that we're in good health and our kids are in good health. That is most important to us. And just treat people the way that you would like to be treated. You know, we're no different to anybody else. We may have started a wine farm and we may own a wine farm, but that makes us no different to other people. As I said, in our philosophy at Seven Springs is that we're very welcoming, we're very open, we're very inclusive. And I think that the thing is, it's just this business has taken us to places that we wouldn't have been to, and it's given us experiences we wouldn't have had. And I think whatever you do in life, if you have a change of direction in your life, whether it's a job or whether it's a new partnership or whatever, it just throws you in a different direction. And I guess this is what's happened. If we hadn't have gone to Nelspruit, for instance, in 94, 95, to look at buying this cleaning business I told you about, I don't think we'd have been speaking to you now about having a wine business in the Western Cape.
Isn't it amazing? Because at the time you probably, you know, were a bit dejected because the cleaning business didn't take off, and now you ended up in something that you really love.
No, I've never been dejected, because I've always known, as I said, if my wife and I are together, and we've been married 40 years this year, you know, that to me is very important. I think what you have to do is really go back to basics. If something doesn't work out, yeah, it may be a real negative to you at the time, but I think life shows you that what happens, you do something and it doesn't work out. Like I said, it throws you in a different direction. And you know what was a negative, and we loved Nelspruit, we loved the area of the Eastern Transvaal, but we came back to the UK and we built our business up here. So it just you just get on and do something else.
Awesome. Tim, as my last question to you, can you give us your very own wine quote?
That's a very good answer, and I think the very simple answer is no. I don't have any wine quotes, and if I did say something, it might sound pretty cheesy. So I think okay, I'll give you something. Drink wine and be happy.
Drink wine and be happy. Oh, that doesn't sound cheesy at all. That sounds right to me.
No, I think the thing is, look, I think the wine business it's a great business to be in. You've got some phenomenal winemakers in South Africa. You've got some phenomenal people in the industry. You've got an industry that gets very little support from the government. Gets very little support from WOSA. Unfortunately, WOSA is vastly underfunded. But you've got some brilliant people in the South African wine industry that are really driving the industry forward. They're earning the country a hell of a lot of money in exports and in revenue. And, you know, we feel really proud, my wife and I feel really proud of being involved in that industry. And we've made some really good friends, and we've had a lot of positive times.
Well, Tim, it was great chatting to you, and thank you so much for spending the time. I think our listeners will find this very interesting, and I would certainly love to meet you at some point and, you know, visit with you.
Well, you'd be very welcome to visit, whether we're there or not. We're there for 2.5 months usually. As I say, it's usually sort of most of January, February, and half of March. But if you ever get to out Hermanus Way or Caledon Way, you will be more than welcome, as any of your listeners will.
Thank you very much, Tom.
You're very welcome.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Also, for a small donation of 100 Rand, we will list links to your business on our website. Thanks again for supporting About Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on your social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Hello everybody, it's Dr. Peter, the Cape Wine Lover. Welcome, hello. Today is the first time I'll be doing my live wine tasting. I'm so excited.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start the show, I need to share something really exciting. It's called the About the Winelands pop-up. And if you want to get your customers excited about your lockdown or online specials, you need to email us right now. Email us at visitthewinelands@gmail.com and add Winelands pop-up to the subject line. Who knows? We might just make you an offer you cannot refuse. That is visitthewinelands@gmail.com. Now, on with the show. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Abigail Besonio. Abigail is the founder and the owner of the Spice Route in Paarl. Good day, Abigail, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Hi, nice to be here.
Well, it's our pleasure having you. So, Abigail, tell us a little bit about yourself, your history, and how you started the Spice Route.
Okay, so just to let you know that Charles Back is my business partner and my brother in the Spice Route. So we are shareholders and completely joined at the hip when it comes to the Spice Route and make all the decisions collectively. How it all came about, I grew up on Fairview Wine Estate. My parents were Beryl and Cyril Back, and half of the Back family were divided into fashion people and the other were farmers. And I decided to go the fashion route. So I spent 35 years of my life in corporate, primarily in the fashion industry, all with the Fashini Group. And until Charles twisted my arm and said to me, I was actually away overseas on holiday, and I got a call from him, and he said that Seidelberg was coming up for sale right next door to Fairview Wine Estate. And he said that a farmer only has one opportunity in his lifetime to buy the land right next door, his own farm. I think Charles has managed to do it 3 times in his life. Yeah. I partnered with him in buying Seidelberg, and we then turned it into the Spice Route.
Awesome. When did you start with this? When did this happen?
I left the Fashini Group in 2013, and Charles had already started about the year before. But when I committed myself fully to doing the renovation and the development of the property, we really started to escalate the business and welcome all the artisans on site and renovate. And it's really been an ongoing process. We're still nowhere near where we want to be.
Well, it's already become an institution. So, you know, when a guest arrives there at the Spice Route, tell our listeners what they can experience.
I think probably for me, the most important part of what the Spice Route has to offer is the magnificent views. We really think that many wine farms have got so many attributes, but not many are situated with the absolute view of Table Mountain. And one can see the sun setting at 6 o'clock, and you have a clear view on a good day of Table Mountain, which is quite a spectacular sight. Other than that, we've got wide open spaces, which I think is going to become more and more relevant as we go into this unknown future. We've got 3 restaurants, we've got wine tasting, we've got a chocolate factory, we've got CBC breweries, we've got Red Hot Glass, we've got My Gift Store, we've got Brenda's Delicatessen. So there's endless opportunity for everybody to do something that suits their palate or their lifestyle. But for me, the most important is the natural beauty of the situation and the value that it finds itself in.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't believe it. It's also a family destination, right?
I think that's really what we try to capitalize on. We've put a kiddies playground there as well, and I'm hoping to do more of that. It's all natural. We encourage families, we encourage the kids to run around. I particularly love to hear the sound of happy children. They're outside, they're in nature, and that's the way we want to keep it. We want to make the children feel as free as possible. There are no restrictions on their movements. They're welcome in every venue, as are dogs. So it's really all about a family outing. We've got magnificent trails, cycling trails, walking trails, hiking trails. And I think this is something that we're going to build on going forward, because I think after being stuck inside for so long, the most important thing is to get out there and exercise and be with your family in fresh air.
Well, we saw that on the first day the lockdown ended. I mean,
Yes.
I still hear it every morning between 6 and 9. The dogs in the street barking the cars, right? So because
It's
everybody's
really,
outside.
it's a first. In my neighborhood, I've never seen so many people out and about.
People that never walked are now walking. All right. So tell us about the 3 restaurants you have at your venue. I mean, they sound great.
They are. I think we've tried to position them so that they all offer something different to everybody. So we've got the Barley and Biltong, which is primarily a family restaurant where we have burgers, the best chips in Cape Town, and a grilled chicken is a new offering, grilled veg, and we have beautiful trestle tables where people can just join, and there's lots of space, so we'll be able to space them out in the future, and very casual, very relaxed. And then we have the Wilderers, which is the main dish is an unbelievable value for money pizza, and it's situated right under the oaks. Very, very popular because of the way it looks and all the very old oak trees that are there. People love to sit under there in summertime, also very family orientated. And then we've got a slightly more sophisticated restaurant called Jewel, which is for the more sophisticated palate. However, this lockdown period has given us lots of opportunity to reassess all our offerings, all our menus. I think we're going to go even more family and encourage people to use our lawns. We have lots of lawns on the Spice Route, which we've always tried to keep pristine, but we're going to be less anal about that and allow people to spread out and have almost a slightly kind of a picnic offering going forward as well.
Well, that's awesome. I think that you're right. People will be don't want to be cramped into small spaces for a while.
No, I think there's going to be probably a restriction on that, and there's going to be a personal feeling from people that they don't want to be on top of others.
I agree. So something different I also saw there is the distillery. So I'd love to hear more about that.
So I'm not sure if you're aware of, but Wilderers originated, they right at the gates on the way to Franschhoek of the new Val de Vie exit or entrance. And the original starter of it came from Germany. He was Mr. Wilderer. He unfortunately has passed away. But his son, Christian, has taken up the baton, and his late father had a passion for grappa. So we've got a grappa in a beautiful old copper still that is made on Spice Route, and then they've added an extremely successful product, which is their gin range. And I think a lot of people that are listening will know that Wilderer's gin is really, really very popular. So we offer the pizza restaurant in the front, and then you walk through to the back, and there is a whole tasting room. And just before lockdown, we were about to upgrade the tasting room for them as well, and try and do a slightly more a family one downstairs, a private one, and upstairs enhance that. So those are all the things we're going to have to reassess again, depending on how we go forward.
Okay, awesome. The other thing that you offer is a bunch of tastings there. They all look and sound awesome. And you have this tasting passport where people can, can almost taste for a year or something.
Yes, you can taste with it. You don't have to do all your tastings in one go. We've got the chocolate tasting, we've got the wine tasting, we've got the ice cream tasting. So there's a lot on there, the gin tasting that we offer, and it's a fantastic corporate gift. So a lot of our Christmas party people that come and book for their companies buy the passport as a gift to their staff, and then the staff can use it at their own discretion over a period of time. It's very good value for money, and it encourages people to come back. And when you've had your tasting, we stamp it so we know, okay, you've had your chocolate, or you've had your ice cream, or you've had your wine, and then you come back and your beer, you come back and you do your tastings at your leisure. It's extremely popular.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, what a great idea for gifts for your staff, right? So talking about that, I see you do a lot of advertising for year-end functions and stuff like that.
Yes.
Do you offer any
Yes.
other functions or events? Is there
You
something
know,
you're going to expand?
I chatted to Charles in preparation for this interview because I always like to get his input. And really, the two of us sort of looked at each other and said, you know what, we'll do anything. We're happy to really host anything at this point. I think we have so many interesting venues on the farm. We were actually going to do a few more this year, but I think that will have to wait for next year now. I think time will run out by the time we reopen. We're happy to accommodate anybody. We've done all sorts of, we do launches, we do office parties, we do birthday parties, but I think we feel there's opportunity for us to really do more. And I particularly enjoy setting up functions. I love to do flowers from a personal point of view. So anything, we're happy to accommodate anybody and anything.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
Well, I think you're touching on this all the time, but the coronavirus has forced all of us to rethink our business models, right? So what other new ideas have you got in mind besides, do you have anything new that we can expect from? Oh, tell us. Yeah, I'd love to hear.
I think we've got, well, I'm not going to disclose what was on plan. We had some really interesting things before, which was basically looking at more children's activities, but I'm not quite sure where our partners stand on that, but they were extremely exciting. I think how we're feeling at the moment is that we want to integrate a lot of our business together and make them more powerful as a team. So encourage a lot of pairing with our wine now. So encourage maybe the restaurant Jewel to help with more charcuterie platters, come up with some interesting dishes to go with interesting wines. Charles launched a natural wine called Obscura that's made in the Spice Route cellar in Malmesbury. It's made in a quivery underground. It's an absolute natural wine. So we're very much leaning towards being more natural, being more authentic. So we're thinking, well, we've already started a vegetable garden, and our restaurants draw on that and use it. So we ask the chefs, what are your particular vegetables or herbs that you like, and seasonally, and then we plant it for them. I think that's something that we feel we must grow, and so we'd be more farm to table, more seasonal dishes, so the menu will change according to the season. As the corona has hit and the silence on the farm has fallen, so has the natural life on the farm come into its own. There are more birds, there are more squirrels, there are more mice, and the flowers and the vegetables have absolutely flourished. I mean, it's just been the most amazing thing to see. As deathly quiet, the earth has really started to move in the silence. So we had this abundance of vegetables that nobody was using. We gave the farm laborers the first choice. They weren't crazy about aubergine or beetroot. So what we've been doing with the excess vegetables from the farm, I have gone through and picked up every week crates of fresh vegetables and delivered it to Ladles of Love, which is an organization in Cape Town that cooks for the homeless. I think they started with 2,000 meals a week. They're now in excess of 30,000 meals a week. So
Awesome.
we've been giving them support. Charles opened a soup kitchen on Fairview, also drawing from all our natural resources and feeding the homeless in the neighborhood. But that's something that I think we can, because of the success and the way that the soil on Spice Street seems to just be kind to the vegetables and the flowers, is to capitalize on that and to just maybe then do a vegetable market once a month or once a week, depending how big we go. So I think there's a lot of interesting things that have come out of this time where you have had time to reflect and to think how you're going to survive economically past lockdown.
Yeah, I can. That sounds awesome. Abigail, more on a personal note, from changing careers from fashion to hospitality and this. Well, this must have been. How hard was that?
I think it was pretty hard, to be honest. It was always something that lingered in the back of my mind, that I couldn't live on the treadmill for the rest of my life, and that I would like to have a second career, because I literally went into the Fashini group and spent 35 years with them. And I felt that you do have a little bit of a sell-by date in the fashion industry, although I'm still absolutely passionate about the industry and about fashion. But I always had this sort of lifestyle was taking over from fashion, that it became more important to enhance the way you live, the way you fill your home, the way you decorate, the way you eat. So for me, that was always something that was at the back of my mind. So I think this has afforded me the opportunity to follow a direction that I'm equally passionate about, but to sort of go from being a clock watcher, treadmill, running all the time, to a slightly more kinder pace took a bit of adjusting.
I can believe that. In terms of how did you come up with the idea for the spice route? Where did that come from?
I think that was, I've got to give Charles the credit for that. He's a great thinker, and he's an innovator. He comes up with these concepts, and I bought into it immediately, and it just evolved from there. To be honest, I'll give Charles the credit.
Okay, so I mean, you now have a Winelands journey. So what can you tell us? What's the most important thing that you've learned from your Winelands journey?
I think volatility. I think, and I suppose in any business, I mean, I can't make it specifically to Winelands, but I think so many elements affect you. And you've got to learn to be able to ride that wave. I mean, we've had the drought, which put off all our, we've got a large tourist market, and that was very hard. And then now we've got the virus. So there's always something, and if you need to just be tough and strong and manage your way through it and stay positive, because negativity is probably the worst thing you can do.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, like they say, there's opportunity lurking everywhere, and you just need to find the best. So
you just got to find your way out of it, and you've got to adapt and change your business model. If you're stuck in your business model and the world is changing at such a rapid pace around you, you're going to get left behind.
absolutely. So Abigail,
Yeah.
I need to push you for your favorite wine quote.
Oh, I got prepared that one.
Oh,
I'm
really?
going to
Okay.
quote, oh, yes, I'm going to quote Mr. Charles back.
Okay.
So I said to Charles, because I'll tell you mine afterwards, but Charles says, a day without wine is a day without sunshine.
That's awesome.
So that was his quote. I don't have a quote, but what I often say is, I'm not a wine expert by any means, but I sure do know how to drink wine.
Well, that's good enough, right? I mean, that's
Absolutely,
wine is
no
made for
question.
enjoyment.
Correct.
So, if people want to get hold of the Spice Route, want to get hold of you, do you have anything going on at the moment? Is everything closed down?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we've got a very comprehensive website, so people are welcome to visit our website. And then we've got a fabulous campaign that's running on Instagram at the moment. So to stay alive during lockdown and to stay in touch with our consumers, we have done a campaign celebrating all our artists or our artisans on the Spice Route. So I've done one about how I go about designing and making pottery with some of the people that I work with. And we've just had Charles Duplessis, who's the winemaker from Spice Route. He's just done one on the new Obscura wine. And then this week we're going to launch with Brenda's Deli. So people must visit Spice Route Destination on Instagram, and they will be able to follow us. All our contact details and everything are on our website. And yeah, we're hoping to be as open as soon as possible.
Okay, that's awesome. I'll put all the links down in the description and everything. And yeah, that's
Perfect.
great. Abigail, it
Yes,
was
lots of activity.
well, it's great. You know, I mean, it's proven, and you would know this from your fashion days that during recessions and bad times, brands that keep on advertising are the ones that not only survive, but they're the ones that thrive. So you need to keep yourself in the minds of the
Absolutely.
customer. Yeah.
Correct. And stay in touch. I think people, the interesting thing is even our old posts and have picked up. So people are at home sitting and looking for information and trying to engage with brands that they're fond of. So there's been a lot of engagement with our customers and loyal followers.
Well, that's interesting. Have you found that social media has become more important in your business over time?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, Charles did a fantastic campaign for Fairview on wine sales online. You can go and have a look at it. And there's just been such it's just a lot of fun. I mean, he always puts a fun element into it. So there's been a lot of engagement. It's been very important during lockdown.
I love their April Fool's campaigns over the years. I don't know. It's been so good, right?
I was one of the fools.
Oh, my word. Abigail, it's been such a pleasure talking to you, and good luck with everything. And thank you
so
for
much.
spending the time. We really appreciate it.
Well, I hope you're going to come and visit when we are allowed to have a glass of wine on the lawn.
Miss it for the world. I wanted to see
Okay,
that
I'll
beauty
hold
table
you to
mountain.
that.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you
Ciao.
so much.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today, I'm talking to Blake Houwer of Constantia Wine Tour. Hi, Blake.
Hi, how are you all? How are you?
I'm great, thanks. It's a pleasure talking to you, and I'm looking forward to our chat. Are you in Constantia at the moment?
I'm not in Constantia at the moment. I now live in Hout Bay, which technically is actually a little bit part of the Constantia wine route.
It's a suburb, right?
Yeah, it's a suburb next door to Constantia, and it's quite nice on the way to collect guests to town. You get to take the coastal road and avoid all the school traffic compared to when I was living in Constantia. So it's nice out here.
Oh, excellent. So, Blake, tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Cool. So, yeah, I went to London on a gap year and worked in hospitality and service. That was 2006. And I've always worked in hospitality and service since then. I enjoy sports. I enjoy the outdoors, enjoy photography, and enjoy showing people a good time. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell. And I do love wine. So this was always close to the heart. And basically how I got involved in the wine industry was just from enjoying hospitality and tourism, and growing up in Constantia. We were on the farms quite a bit growing up. So it was something close to the heart, and having a bit of experience in hospitality and service just made the blend come together nicely.
Oh, that's awesome. It's nice if you can do something that you love and also something that obviously suits your personality.
Yeah, no, I'm very grateful, and it took a while to find something that I enjoy as much as this, and it takes away the weekends, most weekends. It's you got to bite the bullet, eh?
Yeah, it's a weekend business. Can you tell us a bit of a history about your business, the Constantia Wine Tour, but also with that a little bit to our listeners about the Constantia wine route?
Sure. So the Constantia Wine Tour began towards spring 2012, and basically that is how it got going. Just going around to hotels and guest houses, meeting the people on the wine farms of Constantia, and getting to understand the lay of the land better than what an outsider would. And just marketing the tour to online booking platforms, and also basically from the beginning, it was always important to make this tour very authentic, in that we create our own articles and provide information not just about our tour but about all of the wine farms that make it possible to do the tour. So that's always been a big part of it, is to try and promote Constantia, the tour, and also the wine route from within, and basically just trying to draw in a crowd, of people that enjoy the finer things in life. In terms of the Constantia wine route, so technically speaking, the Constantia wine route has been going from about 1685.
Wow.
As this was the first time vines were planted in Constantia. And yeah, it's about 335 years of wine production. That was originally from the whole of Constantia, which used to be one farm. And then over the years, 335 years, Constantia has been sold off and to other names. And basically, there's a newer wine region now, farms like Eagle's Nest, Constantia Glen, Silver Mist, High Constantia. And those farms form the newer boutique wineries of the Constantia wine route. Then you have your more traditional, like Groot Constantia, Klein Constantia, which was the first subdivision of what used to be one farm, and Steenberg, Eitzig, Bateson, Verwachten. Basically, these farms all support Constantia wine route, and Constantia wine route is a brand now, which is run by a very dedicated lady, Karen Wiltshire, and she represents the farms at events like Condé Nast. So the Constantia wine route fits in the Constantia Valley, and it's a very well-run marketing effort.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, I think one of the big advantages you guys have there is that you're so close to the city center.
Yeah, that's it, eh? Literally, if you drive from a hotel in town, by the time you've gone over Wynberg Hill and you're looking to your right into the Constantia vineyards, I mean, that only takes about 15 to 20 minutes. And then it's about another 5 to 10 minutes to when you park at the farm. So very convenient. And then, of course, if you're finishing off your tour, either at Silver Mist or Glen, Constantia Glen or Eagle's Nest, then it's nice to go back to town along the coastal road. That's very nice. I mean, the guests get to have a view of the ocean and sometimes even some Cape fur seals on the rocks on the way back. So that's the lovely thing about Constantia, is that you see the ocean. You see where the winds come from, which cool the vines. So it's a maritime climate, and to be able to see where the winds come from is quite nice.
That's awesome. Tell me, Blake, can you expand a little bit more on the experiences that you offer to your clients?
Yeah. So we pick up our guests from their accommodation and drop them off at their accommodation, unless they want to go out for dinner afterwards. They often ask us, where would you recommend we go for dinner? So that's quite nice. You never have to worry about staying under the limits. You can actually have a nice time and enjoy the wines. There is food on the tour, which is included in a once-off fee. So you don't have to, settle any bills or worry about getting into a restaurant. So the nice thing about the tour is that, yes, you do drink quite a bit of wine, but there's also food to line the stomach, so no worries.
So it's basically an all-inclusive experience.
Yeah, and sometimes we will get a winemaker if they've got a private tour or a customized tour, tailor-made tour. If they are doing a ultra premium tour, then they would do a 4x4 vineyard tour, usually through Klein Constantia or at Silver Mist, where we have the winemaker and farm manager come on. And at Klein Constantia, the staff there are really well trained, especially since the new ownership from about 2013. They've really stepped it up a level in terms of their service, and also the quality of the wines and how they make it is really special. And you can see this through the vineyard tours. And often these vineyard tours are done by a wonderful gentleman, Alan Wickstrom, who's a really top guy. In a nutshell, it's a 5-star rated experience on TripAdvisor. And also the guides. Yeah, and also the guides we use are very knowledgeable of Constantia, so are able to answer most of your questions. If we can't answer your questions, we find out from the farms while we're at the farms. And also our guests can get, priority to certain places on certain farms.
Awesome, that's awesome. I see that a part of your packages is like a corporate experience or corporate tours. How many people can you accommodate?
Yeah, so when we do corporate tours, which are anywhere from the United Kingdom to, Johannesburg or even local in Cape Town, we usually do a maximum of about 50. We could do more, but 50 is pushing it.
Okay. Well, I see that, Cape Town is such a big conferencing and event hub, basically, with the CTICC and all kinds of other conferences happening there. And a lot of time people would come to Cape Town for say a 3 or 4 day conference, and then but they're not going to fly all, halfway around the world and be in South Africa only for a few days. So they'll probably spend a few extra days. And do you find a lot of customers from, that type of business?
Yes. Once had a guest from Switzerland, and I didn't know exactly what his business interests were, but he actually went to a talk at the convention center where our president Cyril Ramaphosa spoke, and he was actually quite confident in investing in the country, and what better way to feel good about an investment from a nice meeting from the president. What a nice way to finish it off with a wine tour.
Oh,
So
awesome.
yeah, people are very aware of wine from the Cape. So it's what most people want to do when they're out here. So it goes hand in hand. And again, it's just around the corner. So that was nice.
That's awesome. So where do you find your customers? Locally, internationally? I would assume that most of them are tourists.
Yeah, it's about 70% of our guests are from overseas, mainly from the United Kingdom and the United States, and then a gathering of people from all over the world, sometimes Australians, quite a few Scandinavian countries, especially Norway, and Brazilians have become more popular recently. And now even people from India that don't drink wine want to come and just see what wine is all about, what makes an industry tick over for 335 years. And it's not always about actually drinking the wine. So the majority from overseas, and then sometimes we do local people. And once we collected some guests from the airport for a day tour from Johannesburg, and after the tour took them back in that same evening. So people literally fly down from Joburg, even if it's for a day.
Wow, that's amazing. I never knew people did that. It just shows you, right? So
yeah,
something interesting I saw on your website is that you offer a pop-up wine experience. What on earth is this?
So this idea of a pop-up experience was initiated from a guest who now does some public relations from us. And she put me in touch with some people in Mthatha, actually. And in Mthatha, there's some nice hotels there. Mayfair Hotel, where a lot of universities will stay if they're playing sports. There's a nice stadium there. And it's quite a central part of the country. So we did a wine pop-up experience for a practice. And the people from the area were not so familiar with wine, but what they did like to hear was that red wine is pretty good for you in small moderation. It thins the blood, keeps you calm, and it was a really cool.
Don't forget, it makes you creative. I just read an article on that a red wine makes you very creative.
Oh, okay, that's the first time I've heard that. That's pretty cool. Well, then I probably won't stop drinking red wine.
I'll send you a link to that. That's a quite interesting article.
Okay, nice. Yeah, so that was the first time we did it, and but we've done a few tastings at like a fair or like a market. Yeah, so the wine pop-up experiences in a nutshell is where we take the wine to a place anywhere around the country, even a business here in Cape Town, where people want to hear stories and enjoy wine.
Is this something that you're looking to expand?
Definitely. We do more marketing for actual tours and try and grow an audience so that people do tours. But it's there, it's on the website, and yeah, it is something I do want to grow on, but it's not the, it's not the main focus. But yeah, I enjoy it, so we'll definitely be doing more of that.
Okay, excellent.
Just a quick interruption, but I do need to remind you that we are currently in a very difficult time. The South African government has set up a fund where businesses and individuals can donate to support their country through this crisis. Go to the website now and add your small donation. www.solidarityfund.co.za. Please join us all in the fight against COVID-19. That is at www.solidarityfund.co.za. Now, let's get on with the show.
I see also that you have a dedicated social media person living in Durban. So, how important is social media in your business?
Yeah, very, very important. Yeah, that's Jessica Cocking. She is fantastic. She came through one of our many internship programs from the School of Red and Yellow. And she was very good, very dedicated, definitely passionate. So yeah, it's not about where you are, it's who you are. So wherever you are in the world, we've got internet, even with a bit of a lag now with the bandwidth. That's what's most important. And it is important because you keep people in the loop, especially with our mailers. You keep people informed of the happenings of the Constantia wine route. And also, you can use seeing one of these mailers as an opportunity to get your mum a gift for a wine tour, or your cousin's wedding as a build-up event. So a lot of people do use these advantages of social media to purchase gifts, and yeah, it's good to keep it going.
I see that's a thing that a lot of our people that I chat to actually lack in, is actually building a mailing list, and it's awesome that you guys are doing it. That's very, very good. Tell us a bit more. I see also you've got some charities that you support. What are these about?
Okay, so yeah, there's three. So the Rotary Foundation is a non-profit corporation. Okay, it supports efforts in to achieve world understanding, peace through international humanitarian and educational and cultural exchange programs. Okay, so that's the Rotary Foundation. Okay, that was, I think it was founded in 1917, back in the day. So we do vouchers, gift vouchers for them. So if they had an auction and they auction off the gift voucher, people auction off the voucher, and then some people will come on the tour. Then there is the Sunflower Fund. It's a non-profit organization also. And this basically fights blood diseases, especially ones like leukemia. And basically they do this through recruitment of stem cell donors, maintaining a registry of potential donors who are committed to helping anyone in need of a life-saving stem cell transplant. So this is a more recent one, founded in 1999. And then, so it's not directly from us, but through one of the farms that we go to. There's one called the Western Cape Raptor Research Program. So Eagle's Nest, which is very well known for the Shiraz and Viognier. Eagle's Nest, they support the Western Cape Raptor Research Program. So every time our guests make some sales, this will go towards that as well. And basically what they do is they monitor the nests during the breeding season. The program also performs important conservation activities, such as tagging nestlings, so that they understand where they go after they leave the nest. And yeah, this is mainly for the black eagle or the Varroa eagle. There used to be about 4 nests. Okay, now there's 1. So they're doing what they can to try and help a local eagle.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, very, very good. So at the moment, I mean, your business is like everyone is standing still because of the coronavirus and the lockdown, and also your business are dependent upon, you know, getting out and taking people around. So the coronavirus has forced everyone basically to rethink their business models. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind that came to you while you are thinking about what to do next?
Yeah, cheapers. Yeah, first the unprecedented dose of fear and anxiety was something we all had to endure, and then reality hits, and you think, okay, well, what can we do? So we were quite fortunate. This happened by luck. A guest that was going to come on the tour from British Columbia, Canada, had to cancel. So we gave him his refund and said, cool, you can have a discount when you come back as well. And hopefully he does come back to visit Cape Town. And he was very grateful. So he made what he calls a caricature edit of one of our photos. And this caricature edit is now posted on the Constantia Wine Tour Facebook page, and it looks pretty cool. So basically, if people want to, they don't want to do a tour, but they want to have a fun edit of a wine experience, or even if it's just sitting with their dog at home on a couch, or drinking wine in the garden with their loved ones, or it doesn't even have to be wine, but so that is something we're trying to promote. We have been doing a little bit more articles as well, and just to try and create more of an audience and to get more followers. So this also motivated us to start Cape Town Wine Route. So basically, we can write more about other wines around the Cape and basically create more of a following on Cape Town Wine Route, which will enhance tours of Constantia. So this is another thing we've created, this Facebook page, Cape Town Wine Route. And basically it's everything in the Cape. It's not just Cape Town. There are many towns within the Cape, therefore there are many small Cape towns. So basically it's to promote all that is wine. So while people are sitting down and not able to travel, at least they can read more about wines of the Cape and therefore see more about the Constantia Wine Tour. So those are some things that we've done.
Well, that's amazing. So basically, if you've focused on content creation, have you thought about, you haven't, you're not planning to have any other products beside tours that you would be selling? Is that something in the pipeline?
Yeah, so the caricature edits, as we've just mentioned, is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanna order one, you can get in touch with us as well. We'll help you with that as well.
Okay.
Put you in touch with the right people. We don't actually do it ourselves, but we can help you. We know what wines you might want, so we can help you, put you in touch with the right distribution people. And that's pretty much, that's pretty much it for now.
So Blake, your wine journey, what is the most important thing that you've learned?
I think dedication, eh? Dedication. There's quite a few. I mean, you have to bite the bullet, sacrifice weekends that you could usually, go away with friends and that sort of thing. Customer service is something that I have learned before whilst working in London. So definitely learned more about that. But I think dedication, eh?
Excellent. So can you give us your very own wine quote or your favorite wine quote?
My favorite wine quote. Okay, well, my very own. I think wine. Wine is a ticket to icebreakers, conversation starters, and sophisticated conversations.
That's awesome. That's a good one. If any of our listeners want to get hold of you, or want to book a tour, or how do they get hold of you guys? What, or they want to order one of these things you were talking about? How did they get hold of you?
So basically, if you want to get a caricatoon, you can find Daryl at Daryl the Artist. Daryl spelled Daryl, the Artist. So if you want a caricatoon, you can do that. The reference to use is TCWT20. If you're wanting a wine pop-up experience, or you're planning something for spring, for a gift for a tour for your family, your loved ones, parents, godfather, whatever it may be, then email bookings@theconstantiawinetour.co.za, or you can just find the website www.theconstantiawinetour.co.za, and we'll take it from there.
Okay, awesome. I'll put all these links in the descriptions and stuff like that as well. Blake, it was a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for spending the time, and good luck with everything. And yeah, have a great day.
Appreciate it, Will. Yeah, really appreciate it. Very grateful, and all the best with the rest of lockdown.
Thank you.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every week for our latest episode. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Hi everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Gerrit van der Walt. Gerrit is the CEO of Paardeberg Winery. Welcome to About the Winelands, Gerrit.
Thank you, Will. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning.
No, it's our pleasure to have you, and thank you for taking the time. I know you guys are busy.
Yeah, of course, the world is upside down, and we have to deal with what we've been given. So we are making all sorts of plans to see this through and make sure that we're continuing in business, but it certainly is a busy time.
So Gerrit, what would be interesting is if you could tell our listeners how you got involved in, a bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Sure. Sure, it started many, many years ago. So after I completed my articles, I decided to leave auditing, and I started as a financial accountant in the old Stellenbosch Farmers Winery. That was 1989. So I guess you can call me a veteran of 31 years in the wine business. And yeah, through starting at SFW, I've worked in different departments, finance, and then later on into corporate strategy. Eventually, it took me to the US, where I launched Savannah Cider in the US for SFW. But at the same time, that's when SFW and Distillers Corporation formed Distel. So I really went over under the Distel banner. And then shortly after that, they asked me to run the European operations for Distel, sales marketing operation from London. And that's where I spent a number of years before I returned back to Cape Town, back into a strategy role at the head office of Distel in Stellenbosch. Yeah, so I left Distel, I think it was just 2 or 3 years after returning back from overseas. And for the last 10 years, I've been at Paardeberg, where I'm the CEO and looking after the business development for the company. So yeah, that's from a business point of view. But just from a personal point of view, I can tell you that I've got 5 kids, all from the same wife, and the youngest is 12.
Wow.
So yeah, I need to work for at least 10 more years, but I really don't mind, because I think the wine industry is great fun, and I love going to work every day.
Where in the US were you stationed?
I lived in Boston, and yeah, so we took the family over to Boston. We were there for quite a short period of time, because the merger of SFW and Distillers dictated the process, and yeah, I had to after about 8 months, I think 9 months, I had to move to London. So it was a short stay in the US, but utterly enjoyable.
Okay, interesting. So Paardeberg Wines, can you share a bit of the history of the cellar and the winery?
Sure. Well, we started in 1941, so next year Paardeberg will be what you can call an octogenarian in years, but we are going to be as fit and as nimble and with it as a 21-year-old, because we are still very innovative and progressive in our thinking and the way that we drive the business. But it started in 1941 with a person by the name of Jan Rousseau, who got together with a couple of farmers in the area near the Paardeberg or Paardeberg, and he decided to form a cooperative and appoint their own winemaker, to basically achieve better pricing for themselves on a collective basis. So we adopted the name Paardeberg, as we are at the foothills of the Paardeberg mountain. There's a bit of an anomaly. If you just look at our logo, we have a zebra. So just to clear that up, the Dutch, when they looked at these quaggas walking on the Paardeberg mountain, they said that's one wilde paard, one wild horse. Yeah, so we decided to keep the zebra, and yeah, so that's really something that distinguishes us, make us very recognizable. You'll see that through all our products and everywhere in our media. So since 1941, Paardeberg has been quite innovative. We, I think, was one of the first people to really appoint a viticulturist in those days. But I think we really were put on the map by somebody by the name of Joseph Huskinson, who was a winemaker at Paardeberg for 38 years. And he was trained under Günter Brösel at Niederberg. So he brought a whole lot of knowledge to Paardeberg and really put us on the map in terms of winemaking. And then from there on, yeah, it just progressed. Nowadays, we are what we call a group of companies, where we have 2 facilities that process grapes. One at Paardeberg, in the Paarl area, and then the other one at Bottleray in Stellenbosch. We're also renting another facility from Boland in Paarl. So we have got quite a diverse and big business. We have 32 shareholders, so all producers from the area, and they supply us with grapes on a contractual basis. But Paardenburg is very brand focused. So what we've done is we've invested a tremendous amount in barrel space and small batch processing. So a lot of our brands are managed like an estate, if I can call it that way, from the vineyard, very intense vineyard management, right through to the cellar. So we have brands, we sell also wines to other brand owners. And then we've got some distribution company in South Africa. So it's quite a diverse organization at this point in time.
It sounds fascinating. Have you guys followed the trend in the 90s by changing from a members cooperative to a private company then as well?
Yeah, I think we were probably a bit later than the rest. It was 2012 when we made the conversion.
Mm-hmm.
But that was just really a statutory conversion. I think in essence, we were already operating as a market-driven organization before that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that was the actual date that we made the conversion.
So would you accept grapes also that are not from your shareholders or buy-in, or does everything come from your historically the farms that started Paardenburg?
Yeah, I think we've outgrown our normal supply base. So we do contract grapes in as well. But when it comes to our brands in particular, we're obviously very fussy, and we really just make sure that those are from the area. And we'll talk maybe hopefully a little bit later about our winemaking philosophy and how we approach things.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think most of it is from the area.
So talking about that, I mean, you guys have expanded into more than just a winery. People can actually come there and experience things when they come to Paardenburg. So if a guest come to you, what can they expect? Or, when you are fully open for guests, what experiences do you provide?
Yeah. Well, when we are fully open, which is hopefully not too long from now, with the lockdown hopefully coming to an end soon, you can come to do some wine tasting. We've got a fantastic modern facility that we revamped, I think, about 3-4 years ago, where you can do wine pairings. We've got some interesting stuff there. We've done some chocolate wine pairings. We've done some different Chenin expressions, a whole variety of kind of trying to be unique to our environment and what we produce, kind of tastings. We have a restaurant. It's called Eat at Paardenburg. It's run by Rob Hahn. Rob is actually a well-known guy in the area, but some interesting information about Rob is that he was actually one of the chefs that were selected at President Mandela's inauguration ceremony at the Union buildings. And wow. A few of them were handpicked, and they did a private function for him. Yeah, so Rob's got some history there. So yeah, if you want to meet the guy who cooked for Mr. Mandela, then you're welcome to come meet him at Paardenburg. There's a photo of him as well, of the event. And yeah, so we've got a restaurant. It's really a family-orientated restaurant, so very easy kind of environment. Lots of open space outside, where the children can run around a little bit and the parents can relax. We've got a jungle gym, and sometimes we also put up a jumping castle for the kids. So yeah, it's quite safe, kid friendly, and parents can relax. So yeah, good food, great wine, and then yeah, there's also some venues as well where we can do functions, and I can maybe elaborate a little bit on that if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to hear, but I see you do weddings and other events, so I'd love to hear what you actually offer. It's always nice for people when they're looking for event venues to know what is in the area.
we've got a function hall, which came, so it's got a beautiful chandelier, a roof, chandeliers all over. The capacity is 150 for a wedding. So yeah, it's got some character as well. Beautiful wooden doors that was part of the cellar from the word go. So some old wood there, and it's got a lovely view. So a balcony as well, where you can look out over the vineyards. That's weddings, and then of course seminars. So for seminars, we can probably put in a few more people in terms of the seating, and it's quite affordable as well. So you know, if people are interested, they're more than welcome to contact us and explore the packages that we've got for them. We have an area called the Kwacha. The Kwacha is a horseshoe-shaped tasting room where we can do bespoke tastings with the winemaker. You just book beforehand, and we can do a very specific tasting for you, and far more in-depth for the connoisseur who wants to maybe just delve in a little bit deeper into the wines and the way that we make them. And then we'd also do little workshop or provide workshop venues for companies that want to maybe do team building and just break away with a small group to strategize, or whatever the reason they want to just hire an outside venue. And we can couple with that, of course, some fun activities. So if you want to do the team build and a wine pairing, we will do that. And we'll do that in our dryland room. Is a modern boardroom facility. Yeah, and then of course, what we're trying to do from time to time is also have some fun events. So about I think it was 19, sure, I better think now. It was about 10 years ago, yeah, 9 years ago, that we started with what we call the Family Festival. We actually called it the October Festival because it was held in October, but there was no beer. But yeah, so the Family Festival is where we draw in a lot of people, and we basically just have music and eats and just a fun family day where people can relax and become very popular. So we've continued with that every year. And the Family Festival, hopefully we can hold one again this year. I'm just a bit concerned about when we will unlock for that kind of thing. But yeah, certainly. So we have that. We've expanded that. We've done the Pinotage and Biltong Festival at Parweg. We started last year with the Chenin Blanc Festival. And maybe just on that point, you know, Parweg is very well known for Chenin Blanc. It's just such a beautiful grape that is suited to our area. And that's why, you know, we call the function hall even the Chenin Blanc Hall. And we also have this Chenin Blanc Festival that we now plan to run annually.
Are these festivals organized by yourselves as principal? In other words, these are festivals that you actually originate and organize yourselves?
Yeah, the Family Festival is a self-organized festival. The Pinotage and Biltong was a festival run by an outside party. But the Chenin Blanc one, we started with using a third party just to facilitate, but we do plan to continue with that ourselves going forward. And just to make it a bit more, how can I put it, accessible for the wider wine public, we've decided to draw in other wine farms as well. So for the Chenin Blanc Festival, we'll certainly invite other Chenin producers to come and spend a day with us and also have their table where they will show their Chenin. You know, for us, it's important to show the capability and diversity of Chenin that our country can offer. You know, we've registered the trademark Home of Chenin Blanc. So we do see ourselves as the home.
Very clever.
But we don't mind sharing our home with other Chenin producers because we think that, you know, if everybody starts talking about Chenin Blanc, it's got lots of potential to become one of South Africa's signature wine varieties, next to Pinotage, of course. Yeah, so we do events, and then we've got plenty of plans just to extend the experience for visitors to our facility. It's very safe. It's completely fenced off, the whole property. Good access control, and of course nowadays very safe. Also with regards to virus, if you're worried about viruses, we follow all the right protocols and make sure that people are safe as possible.
Yeah, which is obviously important in today's environment. You mentioned the Chenin Blanc, which brings us to the wines, and this is obviously the most important thing. So tell us a bit about the wines that you are producing and also your winemaking philosophy.
Sure. So I think maybe the one thing that we need to understand about our area and our wines that you will find in our brands is that it is pretty much influenced by dry land vineyards, so unirrigated vineyards, which we have a lot of. About 60% of our vineyards are not irrigated. And what we've done is we've really owned that platform as well. So if you look at our ranges, I can quickly speak to that. We have what we call the classic range. And then we have above that, the vineyard collection range. And then above that, the dry land collection. Each one of those ranges will have a component of dry land vineyard wine in it. And we strongly believe that these unirrigated vineyards really produce the best fruit. I remember one day also watching a TV program on the BBC where Dan Jager, who was the buyer for one of the big supermarkets, remarked, we all know that the best wines are made from dry land vineyards. And I certainly concur with that because it's small berries and the fruit is concentrated. So you have a deep color. You've got lovely fruit flavors because the flesh to skin ratio, I think, is what makes the difference there. Maybe unlike highly irrigated vineyards, where you might find that the wines are not as deep in color and maybe a little bit less thinner on the palate. So dry land is important for us, and we really believe that is what distinguishes our wines. We have a viticulturist that, of course, manages the vineyards. We classify all these vineyards into their quality, their ability based on terroir, history. As you know, we've got long history, so we keep good records, and therefore, over time, we've worked out exactly which wines, which vineyards, which slopes are producing the best wines, and we've obviously matched those and mapped it to our brands across the quality spectrum. Lots of hard work in the vineyards. We do very sustainable kind of farming. It's dry land vineyards, a lot of it, and we do cover crops to protect the soils. We also use the ladybirds and some other what do you call the chocakis that actually eat the vitrus. What do you call it? Lois. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with English here. But yeah, so we try and do things right in the vineyards. But at the end of the day, it shows in your wines. And then from a wine team point of view, I mean, we've got a whole group of winemakers headed up by Albertus Lowe, who's also been in the industry for many, many years. He's got red winemaker, white winemaker, and a small cellar winemaker. And they all work together. I think one can safely say a lot of the wine's quality is made in the vineyards. And then in the cellar, of course, you have an opportunity to enhance it or destroy it. And I have to say that our team has done extremely well over years. So if you go look at our website and the accolades that we've received for our wines, it really is a long, long list. I mean, I remember just shortly after we launched the dry land collection, completely made from unirrigated vineyards. We won the best producer of the year at the Michelangelo, and it was mostly those wines that really came through. And it was just, I think, 2013 or 2014, somewhere there. Yeah, so I really, if you want to ask me, what really distinguishes us is the fact that we have got dry land components to our wines. And also maybe another interesting thing is that we do try and bring in very unique varietals and to try and be a little bit different. So we had a straight Cinsault. We believe it's one of the only dry land bush vine Cinsauts. We have a Cinsault Rosé. We've got a Malbec in our range. We've got Grenache Blanc. These are all wines that we put in our let's call it the innovative space, and the Vineyard Collection is the range that houses these wines. But then of course we have got also interesting stuff in our dryland and classic ranges. We do MCC sparkling, Chenin based sparkling, and also Pinot Noir Chardonnay based sparkling. Yeah, so innovation is very important. We recently also launched wine in a can at the very basic level. So we've got a range called the Soft Smooth Red range. Yeah, so maybe let me stop there for a minute.
Well, I'd like to ask you about the can wine, because that seems to be something that's going to become a trend. Do you think it'll become a trend? Will it just be a fad? I see the Michelangelo awards are going to now actually reward, or they're going to have the same thing for canned wines now that they have for normal wines in terms of their ratings and stuff.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if I have to say personally, I mean, I really do like to drink wine out of a glass. But I do think we need to recognize that there's a young new generation coming up that they have different conventions and different ways of thinking about things. And yeah, so we've really launched our wine in a can for that reason. So we are targeting young people across the spectrum, and we really want to, particularly in South Africa, draw also from the underdeveloped wine market. So we really need more people to adopt wine and bring them into the wine category. So it's early days for us, but if I just look at the reports around the world, and South Africa does seem to follow trends often. The US, for instance, has just run out of cans, and they said it's not because there was a problem with can production. The problem was that they didn't anticipate the demand. So the consumer demand was of such a nature that they couldn't supply because of a can shortage. And we find everywhere around the world, it's about sustainability as well. People want to move to carbon-friendly packaging. I think convenience is a big factor. Weight, if you're traveling on an airline, and I think there's just so many applications for wine in a can. But the important thing I think to remember about wine in a can is, you mustn't see it as a cheap wine alternative. We really need to put the very best wines we can also in the can, because yeah, it's recruiting new consumers into the category, and you can't do that with wines that don't stand up to the challenge.
Well, it's very interesting. You're talking about the younger market, and I think the wine drinkers, the young market for wine drinkers are now the millennials really. And, they're also interested in things like you said, sustainability, but also things about additives in the wines, like, vegan, the whole idea of vegan wines and stuff like that. Is this something that you guys are addressing? How do you find, that issue?
Yeah, absolutely. For us to go completely vegan friendly does mean that we have to make some adjustments in the cellar. But what we can at this point already tell you is that all our red wines are vegan friendly. And we've actually advertised that on some of our products, so that the classic range. We've incorporated the vegan sticker on the back of the label. We have done some trials on the white wines to try and move that over to vegan friendly. We, in all probability, will do so from 2021. For us, it was very important to keep quality. So changing your process to stay completely vegan friendly mustn't mean that you compromise on quality. And that's why we haven't moved already in this year, but next year the white wine should, particularly for those branded ranges, be vegan friendly as well. It is quite big. If you look at the overseas market, again, the trends there, the Scandinavian markets are very, very focused on vegan friendly, organic, and that kind of thing. So yeah, we are very much trying to also speak to the vegan and sustainability audience.
Well, that's awesome. So we're talking about the Scandinavian markets and stuff like that. Where are your wines sold? And what is your, I mean, are you primarily exported? You sell in the local market? How does that mix work?
Yeah, so we are very much an export-led organization. So most of our wines, our turnover is derived from the overseas market, which of course at the moment is standing us in good stead. The rand that is quite weak, so export profitability is quite good. And the fact that we can continue to do business in the international market right now, although we can't do it in the South African market. But we already embarked, I think I mentioned earlier on, that we are a market-driven organization. So we started exploring international markets, sure, a long time ago already, 2009, or even before that, we were in the international market, but we really stepped it up. We've invested heavily in people. So we've beefed up our human capital infrastructure. Mm-hmm. And at this point in time, we sell all over the world. So from China, Malaysia, Hong Kong, we sell to Russia, in Africa, Kenya, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Sweden, Finland, Norway, UK. We do Canada, US. All different kind of markets. We've invested a lot of effort in exploring the African market, so there's a lot of time and money going into that, and also the Far East, so China, and then the US. Europe, we do good business in, and we continue to support those markets. But it is a little bit more mature, and we think that there's a lot of value to be derived from the US in particular, albeit that it's a tough market. It's really not an easy market. Many people have tried over many years, and it's not a walk in the park. The Americans are complicated. They've got a 3-tier system, and you've got to get through all that complexity and find the right distributor.
Interesting. It's also interesting that I've spoken to a few places who've mentioned the African market, and it seems that there's quite a bit of growth and also maybe a premium in price in exporting to Africa at the moment.
Yeah, I think, at the moment, right now, I think worldwide pricing is a little bit under pressure, unfortunately.
Yeah, of course.
We've seen, particularly in France and Spain, the guys have actually resorted to approaching their government to distill wines just to get rid of surplus. But I think, yeah, generally speaking, your on-trade is where you can achieve the better pricing. In Africa, there's a lot of tourism, a lot of on-trade facilities where you can achieve good pricing. But there's also a good market at the entry level. So at the moment, I think that side of the business, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are, is growing, at the expense of the more pricier wines. But yeah, there's great opportunity in Africa. If we look at the industry players in South Africa, they've really invested in Africa over a long time as well, recognizing that the predictions of Africa being a potential economic powerhouse. So we do hope that that's true. As I said, we're putting a lot of time and effort into it, and we're already seeing the benefits coming through.
Interesting. I see on your website you also have a wine club. Can you explain a bit more about that?
Yes, indeed. The good news is that there are no joining fees. So all you have to do to get yourself active as a member is to buy 12 bottles or more of our wines, and you can then activate your membership automatically. And then thereafter, we only require you to buy 6 cases per annum to keep your membership active. If you do, you can get 10% off your wine purchases at the classic range. And for higher up, you can get 15% off the vineyard and the dryland and our iconic wine ranges. In addition, you can get a free tasting for you and 3 friends every year. You receive 10% discount on venue hires for weddings, parties. Yeah, and then you get invitations to exclusive wine club events where we will do wine tastings with a winemaker, yeah, educational kind of tastings. And then, of course, free delivery to all the main centers in South Africa if you buy more than 1,000 Rand worth of wine.
That's awesome. So if you're planning a wedding this year, it's a good thing to, before you buy the ring, to actually join the wine club first, because you're going to save all over.
Absolutely. So are you planning a wedding, Will?
I don't think so. Not yet. Not again.
Let me know. Let me know.
I'll let you know if I hear of somebody. Gerard, the big thing obviously at the moment is the coronavirus, and you know, it's forced all of us to rethink our business models. So do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, as we are right now engaged in conversation across the electronic platform, you know, that's clearly become a new way of working. People are, you know, connecting in different ways. But you're right. I mean, you know, the whole Corona thing has slowed down the world, and people are reflecting personally and also from a business point of view. You know, am I busy with the right model? You know, where do I want to be? What do I want to achieve? And yeah, it's been no different for us. You know, I think the main strategy that we have, I mentioned already, is that we are an export-led organization. And, you know, we've invested in that channel exponentially. And we believe that this virus has really proved for us, you know, that is where we should continue to focus. It is a big world, and it's a diverse market. So, you know, the opportunities are endless. And if you just look at profitability, it certainly is by far the best profitable channel. Now, it doesn't mean that you're not going to participate in South Africa. I mean, just to point out, and maybe I didn't emphasize that earlier, we do have a distribution company in South Africa called PV Liquor Merchants that does the distribution for our own brands, but also for other brands. So we do distribution for brands like Neertlingshof and Slanhoek and others. So, yeah, I think we are committed to the local market, but the fact that we are export-led in our strategy is a positive. And for us, this time in history has really proved it, that it's not a bad place to be. But then, of course, you know, we moved to a virtual world, and we've realized that there's so much you can do electronically. I mean, we launched this wine in a can that I spoke about earlier during lockdown, and we had a virtual launch. You know, so we had a whole audience of media people zooming in with Trevor King, a bartender, who was actually bartender of the year in 2019, making wine cocktails for us. You know, and we did it all online. And the next day there was a whole lot of media exposure based on this. So we're participating in international wine shows in the next couple of weeks, business-to-business wine shows, where you will be, your wines will go over to the potential buyers, and you can do wine tastings and discuss your wines across the globe, but doing it via Zoom or some other platform. So I think, yeah, definitely, you can really rethink your business in terms of your cost structures, travel costs, that kind of thing. And I think the other big learning for us was that social platforms are really the communication medium going forward. We all know that. And we've already invested in that for quite a number of years, and we've escalated that investment, and it's paying off. So, another learning is e-commerce and e-platforms for marketing and communicating with your consumers on e-platforms. That's the future. So get smart at that, get fit in terms of your electronic communication and engagement with your consumers. That's the way that they work. I know, we all wish that at some point in time we can just chuck the phone in the bin because we spend so much time with it. But it is unfortunately the way that people nowadays are going to communicate. Well, I say unfortunately, but that's the reality. And we better tie into it.
I think you're right. I think also there's so much opportunity. People, I think, always think back to the good old days before these things were there. But actually, if we had these problems we have now, we wouldn't be able to do anything. So I think technology is more of a blessing than a curse than we realize. And it's been like that for every new generation. There's been technology that the older generation didn't like, but the new generation found as a blessing, right? I honestly would rather prefer to drive around than to hop around on a horse or any of the older things. But what I'm wondering is the whole issue of direct to consumer, right? Understand if we're export driven, it's more business to business sale. What about inside South Africa, direct to consumer business, and also even internationally? Because the one thing about technology and the internet, it actually cuts out the middleman. I mean, that's been proven by Amazon and those things. How do you see that play out in wine distribution over time?
Absolutely. I think consumers want to have information about their product, and they want to be able to go back to the source immediately. So I mean, for instance, we've explored also opportunities like the artificial, what do you call it? I forget the terminology.
Virtual reality.
Virtual reality. Thank you very much. So, if you just engage those things, I mean, we've got the technology devices that can handle all these things nowadays. So your communication to your consumers is direct, it's quick, it's interactive, and it can be real time, and it can update at real time. So I think you're 100% correct. I'm unfortunately, I'm of the old school, so I can't even think of all the potential applications of this. But it's the one thing that I've realized more and more is that you need to get smart people engaged in your business that can drive these platforms and speak directly to consumers. Even if it goes through the channel in which they buy the wine is not direct. When they engage with your product, they want direct contact. It's that personal thing that makes a difference. So yeah, people also the platforms that people use to communicate are powerful things as well. So when you give somebody a great experience, it is known very quickly by many people. If you give them a bad experience, it's the same. So you really need to be engaged, I think is the word, and real-time engagement.
I think that is the big thing about technology. Does not really, it exposes us for who we really are. If we have a bad product, it will expose us. If we have a good product, it will expose us positively. And where you're right is that I think the one thing that has changed is that as an exporter, you now need to actually communicate with the consumer, whereas before you could have gotten away by just communicating with your distributor and let them actually talk to the consumer. I think that is maybe one of the main changes, what I'm hearing from you.
Absolutely right.
Mm. So Gerard, it's very interesting. If you look back over the years, I mean, you had a very interesting wine journey from, you know, South Africa, then to the States, and then to London, and then back to South Africa, and then, you know, you went to Paardeberg, and now you're on this journey. What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Sure. Well, I think the one thing I've learned is that I shouldn't stop learning. You know, yeah, just when you think that you understand the business, it gets a bit more interesting and a bit more complicated. But if I really have to, you know, say the one thing that has stood out for me, and that has really made a huge difference in my experience, is it's all about relationships. You know, a relationship is something that will carry you through when it really gets tough. And we've seen that now in the past couple of weeks as well. You know, people want to do business with people that they can trust, that they relate to, and that engages with them. So, you know, that's the one thing that one must never ever neglect in the wine business. It's a social product. You know, it's a product that makes it easy for us to engage with one another. But it's really about relationships, and a lot of time and effort needs to go into building those, and it's something that you establish over time, but you continue to work on that. Yeah, maybe if I can add one more thing, you know, at the business end, it's also about distribution. You know, route to market is so important. I've learned that you can have the best product in the world and the best message in the world, but without route to market, you're dead. You know, so you know, build those relationships, those distribution networks, those customer base relationships, and that's gonna just carry you through.
Well, amazing. Yeah, that's true. The platform that you to get your product or your message out is extremely important. So yes, you're right. So can you sum this all up with your very own or your favorite wine quote?
Oh, okay. Well, I think I'll make it pretty much about wine. And what I will say is, you know, a wine's beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If it works for you, it is a good wine. You know, I think we need to embrace the fact that there's a lot of diversity in our wine offering in South Africa. And you know, we've got different terroirs and different expressions of it. And each one of those brands have got some consumer that is going to love it. You know, and at the end of the day, if they like your wine, then it's a good wine.
Oh, awesome, Gerard. Gerard, thank you very much for your time. Just as a last thing, if people want to get hold of you guys, or they want to come and visit you, how do they get hold of you?
Easy information, of course, is found on our website, so www.paardeberg.co.za. We've incidentally just revamped the platform, so it should be quite fresh. A lot of information there, and also email contacts, etc. Otherwise, they can of course phone the seller. Our telephone details are on there as well. Yeah, we happy to engage with anybody that would take the time to engage with our products. Maybe come and visit us. We'd love that.
Oh, that's awesome. So we'll put all the links down in the description of, you know, where this is distributed so that people can get that. So I'm just looking at the description below. And Gerard, thank you very, very much. I know you're busy and you took a long time, and you gave us quite a bit of information, which is great. And I think our listeners will enjoy it. So thanks for spending the time.
Thank you very much. Well, it's been my pleasure, and I do wish you well, and whoever listens to this, please stay safe, but also stay positive.
I think that is a very important thing that you just said there. Stay positive, right? Because we need to keep our mental and our physical strength. Thank you. Thank you, Gerard.
My pleasure. All the best.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Hi, Patrick James Robertson from the Fishwives Club Boutique Winery. Just had a fantastic swim here at Camps Bay Tidal Pool. You can see behind me here the 12 Apostles. It's absolutely stunning. Really beautiful scenery here in Cape Town. The water's nice and chilly on the Atlantic side. It's perfect for swimming and really waking all parts of you up. But my message today, we have another lockdown on sale of alcohol, and really the South African businesses are really suffering under these really draconian measures that our government is taking, and we believe incorrectly, and there's a lot of protests going on to save South African businesses and all the people it employs, because there's just no support from the government at all, and we have to fend for ourselves. And my message out there to business owners and entrepreneurs is that we just got to work together and look out for each other and pull together. This is when it really counts, and this is what we do best, is pull together and support each other, and buy from the family-owned businesses and buy from the smaller businesses, the businesses that have families, putting food on the table, uniforms on their children, and basically the struggle's real for so many business owners and for people in these circumstances. So my message is also to just persevere. It's really tough, but this is what makes you. Makes you or breaks you, and you've got what it takes to pull through, and you've got everything you need, even though it doesn't seem it. We've just got to have faith and dig deep and pull through, and we will pull through, and we will succeed. We will get through it. We'll survive, one way or the other. So just have faith, love each other, support each other, and let's get through this together. Let's win together.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for your latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast.
Before we start the show, I need to share something really exciting. It's called the About the Winelands pop-up. And if you want to get your customers excited about your lockdown or online specials, you need to email us right now. Email us at visitthewinelands@gmail.com and add Winelands pop-up to the subject line. Who knows? We might just make you an offer you cannot refuse. That is visitthewinelands@gmail.com. Now, on with the show. Good day, everyone. Today I'm speaking to Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines. Welcome, Lisa, to About the Winelands.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the invite.
So, Lisa, tell me, how are you enjoying your lockdown period? Are you having a good time?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm enjoying the 2 hours extra a day. It's quite refreshing. To wake up refreshed every morning is a nice thing. I've never been a morning person, so well, that's quite nice. And otherwise, I must be honest with you, I enjoyed the time with my kids and my family. It was all an unusual experience, something we most probably will never have again. But I think it can slowly but surely come to an end now. I'd love to go walk on the beach and go back into the winelands. I miss it terribly.
So, talking about the winelands, how did you get involved in the wine industry?
I went to Stellenbosch University.
Oh, that's a good way to start, right?
Yes, I think so too. Yes, a university in the winelands. So it's everyone was sort of involved in the wine industry. No, seriously, at that stage I was romantically involved with the person who's my husband now, and he was as a winemaker, and all the events we went to, everything was around wine, and it united us because it meant meeting people, eating great food, and having great moments together, and we just loved it. It was a nice industry to be in, and it involved and connected a lot of different types of people. So it was lovely. That's how it started. And he then moved to Germany as a flying winemaker. And after my studies, I also went to Germany and stayed there for over 18 years before coming back to South Africa. But because I studied politics and multicultural relations, my partner was stationed in a very small remote little town with only one employer, which was at that stage the largest wine producer in Europe. It was also the only place where I would be able to work. So that's how I got into the wine industry itself. I started to work for this wine producer. And then once I returned to South Africa, that's how I created Lisa Loves Wines. I started Lisa Loves Wines with the experience that I had in the industry in Europe.
Well, that's awesome. So I mean, you've been in the wine industry for quite a while. So and also you speak different languages. Which languages do you actually speak?
I speak Italian, French, German, and a bit of Spanish, as well as Afrikaans. Afrikaans is my mother language.
Amazing. So Lisa Loves Wine started as a tour business, am I right?
Yes. Well, I worked in the wine industry before. So when I came back to South Africa, I initially looked for work in the industry. But it really bothered me to think that I would be spending so much time in an office under a roof within 4 walls, or traveling again, which I didn't want to travel again at that stage. I wanted to stay put. So, it started by chance, really, as it so often does. And one tour guide actually in a coffee shop recommended an institute where I could get myself qualified. And that's where I started to freelance as a tour guide. And I then started Lisa Loves Wines as a company offering wine tours because that was inevitably my background. And I just enjoyed it so much to be back in South Africa and the winelands. I wanted to share this joy, you know. Often people who live in their own country, inhabitants or locals of such absolute beauty, are sometimes oblivious. You know, they're oblivious to the grandiose mountain backdrops, the sea views, the landscape, the wildlife, and that you can enjoy all of this while softly sipping wine in the sun. I mean, it's like gorgeous, it's simply stunning. So I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to experience it more. And yeah, but the wine tours, they were just the start of it all. Lisa Loves Wine's goal is to be a platform where people can connect and learn, and a platform where there is a cultural exchange, you know, and enjoying authentic cultural experiences. Yeah, so that's the beginning of Lisa Loves Wines, was actually just showing the world what the Cape is all about. But in the future, I hope to show the Cape what the world is all about in terms of wine. So that's the next challenge. You can watch the space.
Well, that's interesting. So, Lisa, what makes your, I mean, why would I come on your wine tour? What makes your wine tours different to other people's wine tours?
Well, they're very personal. They're authentic. They're in the tourist's home language. And Lisa Loves Wines can relate back to the tourists in the term that the tourist might understand and know, because of my experience in Europe and the mindset of the European consumer, and also the wine consumer, for which in which I work, in a milieu in which I worked, and as a brand manager and in marketing and sales. So it's a different type of tour if you can relate back to where the tourist comes from. No.
Well, that's interesting. So, are you currently, when people come on the tour, do you personally take them on the tour?
Yeah. Yes, at this stage I do it personally. Well, at the moment not, because of the virus. Funnily enough, the virus is, well, my industry is wine and tourism, and both of them are pretty much kaput now in lockdown. But when I do tours, I do it personally. It's all hands-on. And yes, what people appreciate is the knowledge of wines. Yeah, as I said, in the language of origin, and the personal nature. I think people appreciate an authentic experience. And I also visit wineries that not run-of-the-mill wineries, smaller wineries, or just unknown wineries. You know, each winery has a story to tell. So that's what makes it a bit different.
Well, that's very nice. I mean, that's our you know,
Yeah.
aim is to tell the story of the wine. Yeah.
I quickly want to share something exciting. I have heard via the grapevine that the Fishwives Club will be launching a new lifestyle club soon. If you have not heard of the Fishwives Club yet, just know that you are probably missing out on the sexiest wine label out there. To stay in the loop, please quickly go and follow them on Instagram. The Instagram handle is @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Let me repeat that, @the Fishwives Club Lifestyle. Now, on with the show.
So, Lisa, in terms of any other services you offer or you're planning to offer, can you expand on that now, or are you going to keep it a secret to a later date?
It's a little bit, well, it's a little bit fresh,
Okay.
but I'm super excited about it. So I'm going to reveal it. I would like to offer a platform for other wines, you know, for people in Cape Town who are interested in wines. I find that there's a lack of accessible European and other world wines in South Africa, and I would like that will be my next project, because I'm literally sitting at the source of a whole network of producers in the world that offer wonderful value for money and are unknown. And I think the South African wine connoisseur is appreciative enough of good quality wines that do not need to be a brand or a well-known brand or wine. I think South African palates are evolved enough to be able to appreciate lesser known, good value for money wines. And I would like to import these and offer a platform not only to taste the wines, but to experience them as a cultural offering, with food, and still want to see how it develops with maybe, for example, if you do sherry, then you might have a flamenco player, or you do sort of a pop-up system where you, for 1 month, you showcase sherry and the region sherry and the culture of sherry, the food of Jerez, and the next month you do the south of France, but with brands that you might not know and are still great value for money. I look forward to partner with someone in the future and offer this right here, and especially now after Corona, where people might not be able to or do not want to travel to these countries, offering them right here, these experiences right here might be very interesting.
I just wanted to ask you about that. I mean, I think it's a fantastic idea, and I wondered if you're planning collaboration with some local partners or even other producers locally. That I think personally that for somebody here in South Africa to appreciate their own produce and our own wines, we need to expand our horizons and taste other stuff as well. So yeah, I think that is absolutely a fantastic idea.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have no with other individuals, yes, but not with wineries at this stage. No.
Okay, that's
interesting.
interesting.
I would be strictly speaking not a competition to them, but it would also be well, funnily enough, the winemakers in the region, all the people, the producers in the region, they all import wines from all over the world to be able to benchmark their own product. Because that's the one thing that's missing in South Africa, is that we have everything, in European countries, or in Germany, where I lived before, you have everything on offer. You have every country on offer, and the countries compete with one another on the shelf. Whereas here, we only have, generally speaking, South African wines, and I think people are open to new tastes and new backgrounds and new cultures. And it's just a question of getting the right entry point, because there's a misconception that overseas wines are extremely expensive, but that is, in fact, because it's always the brands that we see, and not necessarily the plain run-of-the-mill wines that are excellent quality and good value for money. And this is what I would like to showcase.
Well, that's amazing. So, Lisa, as a wine tour guide, and also with your business, Lisa Love Wines, and your presence online, you're becoming an influencer in the wine industry. So if a wine producer or a wine estate is sitting there and thinking, I want to get more people to me, how do they get your attention? What do they need to do?
It's so easy, all producers are unique. They all offer a story to tell, and I enjoy hearing all of them. My main media platform is Instagram at the moment. I just enjoy the simplicity of pictures, videos, and a few words. And this is the thing that I particularly, as with people, wineries, producers, each winery or producer has a specific angle and a specific story to tell. And I think that I'm quite good at finding that story and portraying it, an authentic story, not necessarily that which most marketers tap into, where you need a lot of money. I don't believe in that. I believe in finding that story or that angle which everyone has, because all wineries are unique, all producers are unique. Finding that story, and it's not an expensive thing, and then to speak of that and reveal that to the world. And I think that's what makes Lisa Loves Wines unique, is the capacity to see that in a producer or in a winery.
That sounds awesome. So you've mentioned the coronavirus, and like you said, it forces everyone to rethink their business models. I like your idea of bringing the world to South Africa.
Yeah.
Do you have any other changes or ideas for your business in mind? And do you have any ideas for maybe for your producers as well, on what they can do while they're stuck in a system where they can't really accept visitors to their place?
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to engage with your customers, with your public, in an interesting, well, as I always say it again, but in an authentic manner, to find what is your unique offering, and that I find very important for all producers, is to find that and to showcase it. But the way that the world of tourism will change, at least, is that I think we're going to have to focus a lot on local tourism and engage our own people, and that's going to be important for wineries and producers to find a way how to attract them. I envisage like family reunion packages, where people can come out to the winelands, to a place that they maybe don't know, and sit around a fire and drink wine and enjoy each other's company as a family, where they feel safe and secure. And that's going to be very important after the corona, that people feel safe, and feel that things are clean, and that they can be sure that the chances are very small that they will contract the virus, because that's something that's on everyone's mind.
Awesome. That sounds like a very good idea. So, Lisa, your wine journey has been interesting. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
That most people in the world have the same idea about life, love, and laughter. We can all sit around a table, enjoy each other's company, all of us, mostly. It's rare that people are utterly unenjoyable. All we need is a table and a glass of wine and a platform to connect.
That's interesting. So on that note, can you give us your very own wine quote?
Yes. Wine and vines are very much like people. Those that struggle or make an effort in life are far more interesting and have more character than those who do not.
Awesome.
That's my finding. Yes.
That's very good. Lisa, if people want to get hold of you, how do they find Lisa Loves Wines? How do they find you?
On Instagram, on Facebook, those are the platforms that I am keeping up to date. I'm restructuring my website, as everyone else is doing in the corona time. And my website will be live within the next month. I'll have my new website out.
Awesome. We'll put all the links down in the description. Lisa, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for taking the time speaking to us, and I'm sure our listeners will find this interesting.
Yes, thank you.
And
thank you.
Yeah, I know you're busy, so thank you for the
Excellent.
time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Spotify, Apple Podcast, and Google Podcast. Before we start today's show, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to our sponsor, Lisa Loves Wines. Lisa also shared with me that she has a very special offer for our listeners. I'm not sure if our listeners are aware, but magnum-sized bottles are becoming very fashionable in Europe,
And I personally think that South Africa will follow suit shortly. So as part of her Big is Beautiful campaign, Lisa will be offering a 20% discount on the Chronicle 1.5 litre from Remoorte. This is a 1.5 litre Magnum, and I will ask the winemaker to give us a bit more information on this wine later in the show. This is a great deal. Father's Day is just around the corner, so I would suggest that you go grab this. We will leave the details and links on how to get this awesome offer inside the description. Now, on with today's show. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Rob and Chris Bouwstreet from Remoorte, a brother team. Welcome, guys, to About the Winelands.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Will.
So I think our listeners will be really interested to hear how you guys as brothers ended up working together and how you managed to work together without killing each other.
Good question. Yeah, okay, I'll just give you a bit of a background. So Chris and I, and our family, we're originally from Johannesburg. Our father was involved in construction. They're mainly developing lodges and that sort of thing, game lodges, but always very passionate about wine. And in 1993, him and my mom decided they wanted to make the move to the Western Cape and, actually get into the wine industry. And in 1994, they found a property end of 1993. And in April 1994, we moved down during the elections. Chris and I were young. I was 10, Chris was 12. So we grew up here in Stellenbosch. And yeah, that's how we arrived here. But we went to school here. After school, Chris studied winemaking at Stellenbosch University. And then when I finished school, I went more the marketing route and ended up in the beer industry. So Chris, after traveling internationally in that, he came back in 2007, and then I came back in 2011. And then in terms of working together, I think, we're quite lucky that we both got very separate sides of the business and separate sort of interests in terms of Chris loves the vineyards and the winemaking side. He's obviously also very helpful with the sales side, but I prefer more the business marketing side and don't tend to get my hands dirty as often as Chris does. So I think that's important for us, is that we've each got very separate sides to the business. And although we, as a family business, obviously we do help each other out a lot in each other's department, but we sort of, we focus on our separate interests in the business, really.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think so. And then just to add to that, so just about Remoorte itself, the farm, we obviously bought in 1994, as Rob mentioned, and moved down, but the farm's we still got the title deeds from 1812, and it was going before that, but that's kind of a year when they gave out a lot of the title deeds to the area, and we actually the third family to own and live on the property. And then we're obviously me and Robert, obviously second generation. We took over from my dad on the farm itself.
Interesting. Have the farm always been under vines, or did you guys start the winery? Or
no, it's always been under vine. So we actually, a few years ago, a lady from Australia emailed us, and she was researching her family history. They were originally from South Africa. One of her ancestors was the constable, or the local police captain at Klapmuts, which is just down the road from us. And he was there from 1790 to 1792. And then on the records, it shows that after that, he made a living making wine it was then De Remoorte. It's now just Remoorte. So we know it was going from then, and they mentioned winemaking then, but when we took over, there was no winemaking happening. It was just growing, but vines have been here from the beginning. But obviously it's changed a little in that all the vines were planted kind of in the valleys and lower down, where since we've moved on, we've moved all the vines higher up, so up onto the slopes, looking for more exposed sites and sort of steeper slopes, better sites for vineyards.
Well, that's interesting. So you guys actually were the first people to actually make your own wines. I assume before that it all went to a cooperative or something, the grapes.
Exactly, yeah. So like a lot of the South African wine industry, it was
especially in apartheid, it was very, everything was kind of quite controlled, and most of the stuff went to cooperative sellers. There was very few independent sellers. But yeah, my dad made the first wines here in 1995.
So you have your wines are exciting. Can you tell us a bit about your wines and also the free to be wines? What does that mean, and you know, how did it all start?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, we're passionate about being an estate. So from vineyard to bottle, we do on the property itself. So I mean, the Remhoogte range of wines are quite established. Obviously, my dad having started making them. I think myself and Rob, we've refined it a little in that we've cut 1 or 2 lines and sort of refined our portfolio. So we have 6 main wines that we produce now, which are, we do 2 Chenin Blancs. So Chenins are our main white focus under Remhoogte. And then we do a varietal Pinotage, a varietal Merlot, then our Chronicle, which is a Cape blend, and then our reserve is our Sir Thomas Cullinan. So we've got 6 wines under the Remhoogte stable, which, as mentioned, you know, Remhoogte are quite established. We've been making it for a long time. We've got to stay consistent, and so people kind of know what to expect. Where Free to Be, we started about 3 years ago, 4 years ago now. The idea behind the Free to Be was to just allow a little bit of space in the cellar to be a little bit more creative, to try different techniques, maybe different varietals. So it's basically wines that are not under our Remhoogte, you know, they're not, they don't have to be as consistent as the Remhoogte wines. So we try and keep it interesting with the Free to Be by changing, you know, varietals or styles every year. So we do a red and a white every year, and there's no kind of recipe on what it is. But generally the reds, we try and make fresh, light, and, you know, really juicy, easy drinking reds. And then the whites, we've varied. We've done a skin ferment Chenin, Weisse Riesling more recently. But yeah, so the Free to Be is basically limited, very limited quantities, but something that allows me to play a little bit in the cellar.
That's interesting. Do you think that the actual market is also changing? Maybe, you know, a lot of people I talk to mention that millennials are changing our tastes a little bit. Is this part of the reason why you guys are experimenting?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, the Free to Be created an opportunity for us to create, to make exciting wines that opened up possibly new outlets for us. You know, high-end restaurants, something that sommeliers could really get excited about, skin ferment wines and interesting cultivars. So it's basically opened up a few doors for us where, you know, like Chris said, the Remhoogte brand is very consistent and long running. And the Free to Be is more of sort of a natural style of winemaking, and which is obviously on trend at the moment. And internationally, we found as well with our importers in the UK and the USA, there definitely is a market for a wine like the Free to Be. There's a lot of excitement about you know, really minimal interference, natural style winemaking, and interesting methods in the cellar as well. So that wine has opened up some doors for us in those markets. And I think, like you said, it tends to be the millennials.
What is the situation with vegan wines and that whole issue?
So, yeah, so I mean, vegan is basically no animal products. And as I'm sure you know, with wine, the additives or stuff that you're allowed to add would surprise most people. I think, you know, the number of, the number of products you're able to add and where they come from is pretty scary. But I think one of our things from when my dad started was that we believe wine's made in the vineyard. So when it comes to cellar, we don't want to add anything and we don't want to take anything away. So we want what you taste in the bottle to be what comes from the vineyard. So we do across all of our wines, we have a sort of a minimal interference or intervention philosophy. So put a lot of work into the vineyards to getting the grapes right, bring them into the cellar, let them ferment, mature them and then bottle them. So maybe just a little bit of sulfur before bottling, but everything's unfined, unfiltered, and just basically trying to keep our wines as authentic as possible. But vegan, I mean, so one of the main, especially in red wines and white wines, one of the main sort of animal derivative products is protein or albumin from eggs, so that they use for fining, specifically in reds. And fining obviously is removing some of the excess tannin, and it's kind of a rounding and sort of softening process in the wine. But obviously by adding that, it makes the wine not vegan. So it's a bit of a loaded kind of sort of subject, but I mean, we don't, because we don't add anything, we are sort of considered vegan. We're not just certified by anyone, but that's basically that.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be an interesting space going forward. So you guys are also involved with craft beers. Can you tell us, that sounds like, like also a bit of fun. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I think the craft beers came about. So I worked for SAB before I came to the business, and I left SAB in sort of middle of 2011 when craft beer was really starting to get onto the scene. I had a few outlets of mine in Cape Town that started delisting mainstream beers, and they were just listing the craft beers, and there weren't a lot around back then. Chris and I have always enjoyed complex, interesting beers, particularly Belgian style. And through friends of ours, we realized it is possible to make your own brewing setup. So we made a 50-liter setup. We started brewing some beer. I found it quite boring, but Chris enjoyed it. So he made quite a lot of beer, and it was more than we could drink. So we just started selling it from the tasting room, and there was quite a lot of interest, quite a lot of demand. So we developed the brand, which is Wild Beast, which is named after the wildebeest, which we have in our game camp here in front of the tasting room. And we started selling out of the tasting room, like I said, and then there was interest from other regions. I had a friend who had a distribution company in Joburg. He wanted another guy in PE. So then we built a bigger setup, a 500-liter setup. And by the end of 2012, we were brewing flat out and selling a lot of beers. And that was the early days of the craft beer sort of industry before all the other breweries popped up all over the country. So it went quite well. And our focus has always been wine, so that was sort of a side project. And as soon as it became a bit more competitive and everything like that, we decided just to focus on the wine. So we still sell the beer from the tasting room. We've got a few retail stores in and around Stellenbosch that stock it, so we don't make a lot. We actually outsource the brewing now because we needed the brewery for wine storage. So we've got a friend who brews for us, and so the Wild Beast beers are still available, but just from the tasting room in a few retail outlets around Stellenbosch.
Oh, that's amazing. You mentioned the game camp you have. Tell us a little bit about the game on the farm and what you guys are doing in terms of conservation.
So I mean, basically the game started just as moving down from Johannesburg. We used to spend a lot of time in the Lowveld, and like Rob mentioned, my dad, before we came down here, he developed a few game reserves, and wildlife has always been a passion of his. And I think when we set up down here, we removed a lot of the vineyards, as I mentioned, in the valleys. So the valleys were then standing open. So we've now put some springbok, wildebeest, zebra into camps in the valleys, and it's more just a fun to have around. They're kind of like pets. So it's area that we can't, or that we wouldn't really use for vineyards anymore because it wouldn't give us the quality we're looking for. We've now kind of dedicated to indigenous fauna and flora. So it's something interesting for visitors to have a look at. And it's just a fun thing for us to have around, rather than having the land just standing open, we've put some wildlife on. So, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. So you mentioned Cullinan and the Cullinan Diamond. I'd love to hear that. I think everybody would love to hear that story.
Yeah, so that was, it's a bit of our family history. So obviously that's why we wanted to give his name to the wine, to our reserve red. He came over with his parents in it was the mid 1800s, and his dad started a transport company, and they were transporting obviously with ox wagons sort of up and down the coast, up into the Eastern Cape and that. And on one of the trips, his dad died quite soon after they started it. So Thomas Cullinan was quite young. He was our great-great-grandfather. He took over the business, but it was never really his passion. And he ended up, so he was taught geology. And obviously at that time, he kind of started following a bit of the diamond rush and the gold rush, and went to Kimberley and got there too late, and then eventually ended up in Johannesburg. And he started a building company, so he was sort of out of any kind of mining or anything like that. And then he used to go out and sort of look for semi-precious stones and then polish. It was kind of his hobby, polish them up and sell them. And he found, in doing that, he found a volcanic chute outside Johannesburg. It's where the town of Cullinan is today, where he thought he might find diamonds, and ended up buying the farm where this volcanic chute is on. They started mining it. And in 1903, he found the biggest, it was at the time the biggest uncut diamond that had ever been found. It's still the most valuable, it's not the biggest anymore, but it's still the most valuable in terms of clarity diamond that's ever been found. It was 3,000 carats. And South Africa was in the process of gaining their independence from Britain. And as a parting gift, the Transvaal government bought this diamond from our great-great-grandfather and gave it to, it was then the King of England. And they then cut it into two stones, two main stones. There are lots of other stones that came off it, but the main or the biggest portion is now the main diamond in the scepter of the British crown jewels. And then the next biggest portion is the main diamond in the crown of the crown jewels. And it's called the Greater and the Lesser Star of Africa. But the Cullinan diamond is what the diamond was called. But at the time, he basically gave the diamond away. The Transvaal government determined the price, which was very low.
And they taxed it as well.
And they taxed it as well. And so
nothing
he
has
got
changed in that area, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he got knighted, obviously because it was such a unique find. But unfortunately, yeah, the Sir doesn't get passed down. So me and Rob aren't Sirs. But we've named our Reserve Red, which is a Bordeaux-inspired blend, after him, the Sir Thomas Cullinan.
So tell me, have you guys at least been invited to the palace for tea at some point, or not yet?
No, our gran's been. My gran and her sister have had tea with the Queen over there, and then when she was out here. But we have not. I went to the Tower of London. I've been to go and see the crown jewels, and I told the guard that my great-great-grandfather found those, and he just told me to keep moving. So yeah, there's no kind of relationship there still.
Well, it's an amazing story, right? Unbelievable.
Yeah, yeah.
So when visitors come to your farm, what else can they, they're going to taste wine, they're going to see the wildebeest pets, and, they're going to hear stories. What else can they expect to experience with you guys?
I think, obviously there's a lot of tasting rooms in Stellenbosch, and everyone needs to have like the unique offering or, some form of differentiation. So I think how we try to be different is that the tasting room is, although we're on a busy road, it's not an extremely busy tasting room. We're on quite a sharp bend and people often miss us. So we try and keep it very, welcoming, and there's never big crowds here. So the service is very intimate all the time. And we renovated about 2 years ago. So there's a beautiful sort of outside area and inside area where you can sit with amazing views of Stellenbosch. So you see like this whole 180-degree view of the Stellenbosch Mountains with the game camp in front of you. So it's a very beautiful place to sit and do a wine tasting. And then other things we offer is we obviously have the wine tasting and the beers. And in terms of food offering, we do flatbread pizzas. We've got 3 different flatbread pizzas that we make here, and cheese platters. But the focus is very much on the wine. So we don't have a restaurant or anything like that. The idea is just to offer really special wine tastings where people can, enjoy the wines in beautiful scenery, with beautiful scenery.
So back to the wine, where are most of your wines sold? Do you guys export?
Yeah, so it's roughly 50-50. So in the past, it was more 80 export, 20 local. We've put a lot of focus on the local markets in the last few years to develop a stronger sort of footprint locally. And so now we had about 50-50. A large portion of our local sales are through the tasting room, probably about 30% of our local sales. And then obviously just the traditional wine markets like Gauteng and in the Western Cape, PE and the Garden Route. The Lowveld, we've got quite a good partner there who sells to the lodges and a little bit in the KZN. Obviously now we've started an online shop, which has done really well over the lockdown period. And then in exports, we've got quite a few international partners. So we work from the US, UK, Belgium, Holland, Germany. Then we've got an importer in Mexico, Singapore, Japan, a little bit to Mauritius, and then locally, or closer to home, it's Botswana and Mozambique. So it's sort of all over, but I'd say the bulk of it is the US is our biggest market, and Europe, split between UK, Belgium, Holland, and Germany.
Okay, interesting. You mentioned your online shop, and obviously, this whole coronavirus has really forced all of us, everyone has to rethink their business models. Do you guys have any other changes or ideas in mind?
I think, through this, it's clear that direct sales are going to just get more and more popular. I mean, people wanting to buy directly from the seller in the comfort of their own homes, whether it's online or through other channels. But yeah, I think we have put more of a focus on our online shop, and we've had help from our sister with making sure that we're keeping active on social media over the lockdown period, just to not lose momentum. So I think going forward, the taste room is important for us, but trade is still the most important. I mean, our wines, we really want them to be drunk in restaurants and where people can really experience them. And then once they have, follow that out and go and get it from retail stores. So we're not really at any of the big retailers. It's mainly the smaller independent wine shops and bottle stores. But going forward, I think everyone realizes that direct selling and online is more important than it has been in the past, I think.
I think that's true. So what is the most important thing that you guys have learned from your wine journey?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I suppose, we haven't been in it for that long. So I've been on the farm for 13 years, which I suppose is actually quite a long time. But I think just to stick at it and be consistent. I think, we were talking to a French friend of my dad's when we had just started, and he said, the wine industry is only tough for the first 100 years, and then it gets much easier. So I think it's just keeping at it and staying consistent, and I think that's where we've got to be a little bit careful nowadays in following fads and fashions and what's in and what's not. I think we just want to do what we do the best we can, and try not follow these sort of fashions and fads, So, I mean, we've been looking at what varietals to plant over the last little while. And, we know Bordeaux varietals and Pinotage, it's what we do best, So we're going to stick at that. And what we're planting now has got to be working for our kids, in 20 or 30 years time. So the vines are still going to be there, and they're going to be producing fruit at its peak. So I think it's looking long term, not really living in the now, and not following fads, which is very it's foreign in the environment that we kind of in at the moment, in the kind of everything must happen now. It's looking at stuff long term is, I think, something that we've really learned to do. And not to get kind of flustered or phased about what's happening in the short term.
I think that's a very important business lesson. You know, if I'm just thinking back to if you look at a place like Champagne with its history, and
yeah,
they've always they followed the fads in marketing, but the product remained consistent over the years.
Yeah. Mm.
So I think that's quite interesting. Can you guys give us
Absolutely.
your very own wine quote?
Sure.
You can invent one if you don't have one. Or steal one.
A wine quote.
A wine quote. I'm quickly thinking of one.
Wow.
Sure. That you've really put us on the spot.
Yeah. We will have one after this.
That's for sure. Maybe you have a glass of wine first before you guys can come up with one.
Yeah. You'll come up with a few then.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't think of one now. I think, yeah.
Well, anyway, while you guys are thinking, I'm sorry I stumped you there. I've heard Lisa from Lisa Loves Wines whispered in my ear that you know that she's looking at doing some campaign on Magnum bottles, and you're producing one called the Chronicle. Can you tell us a bit more about this wine? And also,
yeah, so the Chronicle, we actually, the wine itself began in 2002. It's our estate blend. And the concept behind the wine was to make, you know, we've got our Merlot, Aspect Merlot is very site specific. It's a single vineyard. We do a very site specific pinotage. So our single varietals are from very specific sites on the property. And I think one of the things that makes South Africa unique in terms of a wine area anywhere in the world is just our diversity in a very small space. So, I mean, we've got a 55 hectare farm. We've got slopes that face every aspect. So we've got north, east, south, and west facing slopes. We've got about 17 different soil types. They're obviously all similar parent materials, but very different soils depending on where on the slope you are. So I think, you know, we've got this incredible diversity in a very small space. And the idea with the estate blend, which became the Chronicle about 5 years ago, we wanted to make a wine that represented the estate as a whole every vintage. So we take a component from every one of our vineyard blocks, and I use the amounts of each component vary every year. So there's no recipe to the blend. We just try and make the best blend we can each year. But I use a component from the whole farm, or components from the whole farm. So it basically chronicles every vintage on the farm, where the pinotage, the Merlot, our Sir Thomas gives you kind of a very site-specific snapshot, is like an overview of the whole property. So it's a Cape blend. So it's all 4 red varieties we grow on the property, which are Shiraz, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, and pinotage. And basically, I make everything separate. I keep each block separate for a year. After a year, we'll make up blends. So we rack it, go back to barrel for another year. So it's 2 years in barrel, all French oak, and then racked and bottled. And the idea with the magnums of the Chronicle is that we wanted to, specifically on that wine, do a magnum. So obviously 2 bottles at a more competitive price. So it's less, it costs a little less than what 2 bottles would cost you. But the great thing about a magnum, you know, if there's more than sort of 3 or 4 people at a dinner, a magnum's an awesome size bottle because it lasts a little longer. It does more than 1 round, and they're just really fun to have on the table. You know, there's something about drinking wine out of a magnum, and then also it matures really well in magnums. So there are a lot of benefits to larger format bottles, and we wanted to basically bring that at a good price.
So that's interesting to me, you know, because in Europe, it's becoming a bit of a fashion to take a magnum to a party and stuff like that. We're just talking about fashion and fads. Do you guys think it's going to something that will take off in South Africa a bit more? and become a fashion?
I don't know. It's such a good question. Well, it's very difficult to say because people still always tend towards 750s, you know, to normal size bottles. I think, it's a strange. Maybe it's just habit and what people are used to, but we hope it will. I mean, for us, the Magnums have been doing really well, especially around kind of. Around the festive season, so like around Christmas, New Year, then again in Easter. I think whenever there's sort of big gatherings or big family gatherings, people love the Magnums. But general everyday wine shopping, I mean, I think it'll always be 750s. But, you know, I mean, the other thing, the Magnums they're big to carry. They, you know, to fit in a fridge, they don't fit as easily. So I think... hopefully it's something that takes off, but I don't think it'll ever overtake 750s.
Yeah, I think well, at the moment there is something coming up where Magnums could be a little bit of a gift, and that's Father's Day, right? Is soon.
Yes, absolutely.
So anybody listening should go grab a Magnum from you guys for Father's Day. I think it's a fantastic gift. Yeah.
Cool.
So guys, when how do people, if people want to get hold of you, how do they get hold of you guys? How do they buy your wines? What is the way?
The best would be through our website, which is www.remhoogte.co.za. We've got all our contact information on there, and info. There's tasting notes on each of the wines, a bit of information about our accommodation and our tasting room. So that's got all the basic information. Otherwise, anything more, they can contact us directly. So email addresses and contact numbers are on the websites as well. Otherwise, Instagram, we Remhoogte Wine Estate, and the same on Facebook, which is a good way just to see what we're up to as well.
And then also just to add to that, I think we've got a YouTube channel. So if you just YouTube Remhoogte or Remhoogte Wines, we've got tasting notes. I've sort of gone through every one of our wines. So if you're drinking one of our wines and you want to know a little bit more about it, have a look at that. They are also on our website, but you can check those videos out. So I think Rob's pretty covered everything.
Yeah, the YouTube one is great because Chris has done a tasting video on the Chronicle. So for those of you who buy the Magnum, that's a good opportunity to get a detailed tasting by Chris on the YouTube channel.
That's amazing. I mean, I think that is also a way forward, right? To get that information and awareness about your wines and stuff out on platforms like YouTube is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Guys, it's been such a pleasure to. Yeah, sorry.
No, I think that was also a result of this whole lockdown. You know, just trying to be more like I usually. So Rob generally does Europe and the East, and then I do the US twice a year, and it doesn't look like those trips are going to happen this year. So we started it for them, you know, to do basically have videos where sales staff could show when they are doing tastings, and we've had good feedback just from the general public. So it's a cool thing to check out when you're tasting one of our wines, is to actually have a look at the tasting itself.
Well, that's awesome. Guys, it's been such a pleasure talking to you. I mean, it's been very interesting. Thanks. I know you guys are busy, so thank you very much for spending the time. And good luck with everything. And hopefully we will be back to normal before we know it.
Thanks, Will. Thanks for your time as well. It's been great to tell you a bit about Remhoogte.
Yeah, thanks, Will.
Thank you for listening to today's show. Just a quick reminder that you can get that 1.5 liter Chronicle at a 20% discount. So hurry and get in touch with Lisa at Lisa's Loves Wines. The link is in the description. This is, like I said before, the perfect Father's Day gift.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Morning, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Vincent and Fiona Beure from Saxonburg. Hi, Vincent. Hi, Fiona. Welcome to About the Winelands.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Good morning, Will. Yeah, pleasure to be on, and good morning to all the listeners.
Yes, I mean, I think the listeners are going to really enjoy the show, and you guys have such an interesting story. So tell me, can you guys give us a bit of background of how you became involved in the wine industry?
Absolutely. So I'll start off. I think it was never really for me in the beginning in the plan to go into the wine industry. And my father very much had the philosophy, you have to do what you enjoy and what you love. So he never pushed any of us into going into the wine industry. And I had been working on another project in South Africa, and I was living on Saxonburg and loved it so much being back on the farm because I had been studying abroad, that I asked if I could join the Saxonburg team. And I thought in the beginning I'd just do a 6-month stint. And I joined as I got the position of the Cape Town sales representative position. And 6 months went by in a flash. And I noticed that that's a drop on a hot stone, and that you can't really achieve that much in 6 months. And I just have a huge passion and love for Saxonburg. So I decided to, of course, stay on, and I stayed on in that position, and then grew from that position and took over the Johannesburg market and did the sales there. And then I did the national sales and just grew from that position. And you know, before I knew it, 10 years went by in a flash, and I'm still with Saxonburg and now running the estate with my brother. So that's how I got into the wine industry and starting working for Saxonburg, which I'd been in a whole different industry beforehand.
Oh, interesting. And you, Vincent?
So yeah, well, on my side, it was to some extent obviously similar. I mean, we had the great fortune of growing up on this farm, so obviously there was always a real connection and to the place, and I think when you're that close to any industry, you end up loving or loathing it. And you know, both Fiona and myself, it was the case of falling deeply in love with it. And so after university, also I had actually chosen a different path. I ended up in finance, and then within a few years realized that there was a real sort of strong pull to go back to South Africa. So at that time I was based in London, and get involved as well. And you know, for us it was very much about learning about all the facets of the business, to really get a deep understanding, because it is a fairly competitive certainly industry, and it's also one that's been undergoing tremendous change over the last 10-20 years, if you will, with the inclusion of technology and globalization as well. And that all of a sudden the supply chains had changed a lot. And so my early sort of contribution was also in the sales side, but I was going much more on the international markets. In those days, 15 years ago, we started pushing quite heavily towards Asia. And so I was spending a lot of time in Southeast Asia and also East Asia, and building up those markets with the team we had there. And then about 6 years ago, I found my way back to Cape Town, and I moved on to the farm and started getting involved on the managerial side. And to fast forward to today, obviously Fiona and I run the farm together.
Amazing. So your family, can you tell us a little bit of how your family got involved in Saxonburg, and maybe also a little bit of history of the farm itself is always, you know, that's always interesting to our listeners.
So the farm itself dates back to 1963. So it is actually one of the oldest estates in South Africa. And the name also Saxonburg exists already since 1707, because the first owner was von Sachs, and then it went on to the De Berg brothers, and they kind of combined their names, and that's why it's called Saxenburg. And also the first wines were planted there in 1707 already. And it was always used for wine or mining. Actually, Saxenburg has a lot of, had a lot of silver and granite, of course, and zinc. And so it always went between the two over its history and its course. Then my family purchased the estate in 1989. My father always had our family has been in the wine for 5 generations already. And my father traveled extensively through South Africa with his brother, who actually was studying at UCT back in the days. And he had a huge passion and love for South Africa and the land. And he just saw an opportunity because, you know, South Africa was closed off, and he's always wanted to have a wine estate, and he saw an opportunity in South Africa at the time for him like no other country, where the terroir was exceptional, but it wasn't opened up internationally yet, and he knew he could be part of a change. And so he traveled there in 1988, and he looked at a few wine estates, and he didn't actually find any. And then on his way to the airport, he stopped on Saxenburg, and he said when he entered it, it was like entering home, and he immediately knew that was the farm. And once the terroir analysis was done, it was a perfect match. And so my parents purchased the wine estate in 1989, and then we're actually one of 5 children. So it's Vincent, and then I have an older brother and 2 younger sisters. And my parents moved us over all in 1991 and committed 100% to Saxenburg. And I think the 90s was very much focused onto replanting, because actually when Saxenburg was taken over, it was in a very derelict estate, and it was, we would say, a lump of coal, which we then tried to turn into a lump of gold. And it was actually planted mostly with Chenin, Riesling, and Cinsault at the time. And I would say 90% of that was pulled out and replanted, and the estate was. The estate itself is 200 hectares, and nearly 100 hectares were planted. And they didn't follow trends at the time at all, but they went with what their terroir has to offer. And they set their own trends in the time, especially in the 90s. I would say they were trendsetters, that they then planted Shiraz, which was very uncommon in the early 90s. But, you know, Saxenburg is the ideal location for Shiraz. The whole top of Saxenburg is a decomposed granite field. And so that actually became our main varietal. And then our first winemaker back in the day, in the 90s, was Van Rensburg. And then they got Nico van der Merwe on board. And then he was out throughout the whole 90s and the beginning of the 2000s. And, you know, then in 93, Saxenburg won, I think, 5 double golds in the Veritas and a General Smuck Award. So it catapulted Saxenburg, I would say, on the map. And so that was in the 90s. It was all about, you know, making a reputation and replanting and building the brand Saxenburg. And in the 2000s, we very much concentrated when the market was open on growing internationally. So I would say that's a very short history of Saxenburg.
That's amazing. I want to ask you, you are a brother and sister team, and I said, the question I wanted to ask you is, how do you share management responsibility? But I think that's my nice way of asking you guys, how don't you kill each other?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's, look, there's certainly the wonderful thing about the family businesses is that, you know, the saying always goes is, you know, you get upset at a friend, it's very hard to get to forgive them. You can be upset with family. We've been having idle fights for 30+ years, you know, and we're still here to tell the tale. So, you know, family just has the sort of bond that obviously is very advantageous, but comes with its sets of challenges. And I think we trust each other very much. I think we complement each other also in the sense that we share, we share all of the decision making, and certainly the essential one. And it's good to have each other as a sounding board in that sort of sense. But at the same time, in terms of roles, they're really sort of clear-cut and defined roles that everyone operates within. And, you know, Fiona being the first to actually go back to the farm has cut herself a very strong role in the sales side of things and the marketing and the branding of the estate. and has really built that up for herself. Whereas myself, I spent most of my time on the farm, and I got sort of involved in all aspects from the land, so viticulture, into the winemaking as well. As much as I'm not at all a winemaker, we have an excellent winemaker on the farm, but to get more involved in that sort of process, and then the all-encompassing management part of it. In terms of vision and strategy, we take the decisions together and then execute, obviously, in those departments respectively.
That sounds fantastic. I mean, you touched a little
I
bit
do
on.
want to say we have the advantage that we actually get along really well. so it's actually nice to work together with somebody that you get along with so well and that you're actually friends with.
Also, I think the issue you mentioned about trust, I think that trust that you have within a family is, you know, that's something that you can't really find anywhere else. So that's great. You touched a little bit on the Shiraz, and you know, this is what Saxonburg is famous for. I think it's Graham Beck that said you guys make the best Shiraz in the country, or maybe I think you could have even said in the world. So tell us a little bit about the other wines you are making, and also your winemaking philosophy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's so important. Look, the wine industry is one in which you always take a very long-term view, and you need incredible patience for this, because you're dealing with nature, and so by default you're never too sure what hand you're going to be dealt for any specific harvest or during a growing season. But you can certainly work very well around you know, the sort of the aspects that you can control of that, and most of those take place in the vineyard. So, you know, I think our first philosophy in winemaking is that 80% of any good wine is made in the vineyard. And with that, we take a very sort of rigorous approach to the vineyard and the way that we respect that terroir. We're lucky now that in some ways we have 30 plus years of experience of knowing the land, understanding the specific sites, knowing how certain clones react in specific sites, and we've managed to play with that and adapt to it and enhance it. So that would definitely be the first step of how we look at the philosophy itself. And then obviously it's being close to the market. When I say long term, you know, we have a vision, or our parents rather had a vision in the late 80s, early 90s, that Syrah was particularly well suited for that. And so, you know, today it represents 60+% of our total production, and we are building on that every year as we learn, obviously, as well. And so it's never been about chasing trends. It's being really sort of firm in the belief that what we're doing is the right thing, that we can improve on that all the time. But that's the kind of discipline and long-term thinking that it takes, and that we enjoy doing, you know. And then some years, you know, the varietal will be a bit more unpopular in some countries, and other years it will be there. But you know, we certainly would like to think that is something that we can do very well. In terms of the other varietals, we've got incredible diversity on the farm itself. So the farm is about 200 hectares, of which 70 are planted to vines. And we're adding to that every sort of 2 to 3 years. The varietal breakdown is very much in terms of what is suited there. So we have Saxonburg sits, for those that don't know it, Saxonburg sits on one of those old sort of hills outside of Stellenbosch, and it gives us a 360 degree sort of geographic aspect, if you will. Some of it is facing the Stellenbosch winelands, and some of it is facing Table Mountain and the cooler False Bay slopes. So according to that, we plant in obviously the soils we have as well. And there's again a great diversity of soils, from, you know, sort of heavy clay to decomposed granite to heavier sort of gravel soils and Table Mountain sandstone. But basically what we've done is we've allocated the varietals. On the red side, we've got Syrah, obviously Shiraz, which leads the pack. We've got Cabernet Sauvignon, which for us is very representative of Stellenbosch. We've got some Pinotage as well, which to us is kind of the celebration of, you know, a typical South African varietal. And then for our entry-level blend, we've also got some Malbec and some Cabernet Franc. And then we've got a very small portion of Pinot Noir on Champagne Clone, which we use for our Méthode Cap Classique. And on the white side, I mentioned earlier the exposure to False Bay. We've got higher elevation, so 200 plus meter above sea level. We plant Sauvignon Blanc, and that makes up the biggest portion of the white wine. And we've also got some Chardonnay, some Chenin Blanc, and also some Semillon, which we have in smaller quantities.
To add into that philosophy, I think what we were saying is that from our winemaking philosophy, but also for our daily philosophy with Saxenberg, is always to work with respect, and respect that comes to all aspects, you know, respect to our work, to the terroir, to the wine, to the people around us, to our team, and then passion that we need, you know, for the wine itself. Passion comes with everything for us, and then of course always relevance, and that's to stay relevant with our product, relevant in our message, etc. And for us, also the number one thing that we work is in our philosophy for wine is that terroir is everything, and we should that we need to work with our terroir and respect that. So I think those are the three words that are the most important for us in our philosophy.
Oh, that's awesome. So when you arrive at Saxenberg, it feels like you're going on safari. So can you share a bit more about the wildlife on the estate?
Yes, absolutely. So let me give you a little bit of a backstory to why that is there. So back in the day, that was actually also planted with vine, but that's 40 hectares when you go into the bottom of Saxenberg, and it's actually quite a sandy soil. So as you know, we're out for only quality wines, and we could not produce a quality wine on that kind of terroir. So we decided that we would do a safari park there, and also just because we have a huge love for animals. And I think also, you know, a lot of people come to the Cape dressed in their safari gear, and they're wondering where all the wild animals are. And turns out they're not running around here freely. So for us, it's also a wonderful opportunity to have some of that, those wild animals. And we have mainly, of course, zebra, which are reproducing happily on the farm, let's put it like that. And then we have springboks and wildebeest and a few others that are roaming around there. And we just said, you know, let's have something African, let's have something we all love and can nurture there, and use that terroir for the wildlife. So that's why we have that feeling when you come in and all those animals there.
Oh, that's very, very nice. So tell me, what else can visitors experience when they come to Saxenberg?
So we started commercializing the farm. Obviously, the concept of the typical, or many of the South African farms, I should rather say, is very much about having a tourist attractive sort of activities and on the farm, and which are almost their own little profit centers. So we have a tasting room on the farm that you can visit 7 days a week, and which we completely refurbished actually just over 2 years ago. And then on the farm also we have a number of guest cottages, which we also renovated at the same time around the end of 2017, which are two doubles with all ensuite sort of bathrooms, and then there's a bigger cottage which has 3 ensuite bedroom bathroom also available. They're completely self-catering, so they all come equipped with kitchens, and the smaller ones with more of a kitchenette. And then you have access obviously to the outdoors. You're within sort of a couple of 100 meters from the game park itself. You can organize sundowner drinks out on our in the lovely sort of on a platform within that little game park, and enjoy the wines there. You can there's access to a pool, and obviously there's also a braai facility. So that's another aspect of it. And then on the farm itself, we don't at this point, sometimes when we have bigger groups, we have an outdoor Lapa area where we'll organize, especially more for the sort of overseas visitors, we'll organize typical sort of snook braais or meat braais as well, and then take them through our wines in that sort of way. Obviously, these are things that have been badly affected now by the lockdown, and obviously the continuing sort of regulations. But typically these are very active participants of the farm.
Oh, amazing. You mentioned the coronavirus and the lockdown, and it's basically forced all of us to rethink our business models. So Fiona mentioned that you guys have spent the time working. Do you have any changes or new ideas in mind?
So as I said, I think we took this lockdown as a real time to sit down and put our minds together and really use this time effectively. I think we've done the opposite of saying let's lock ourselves down as well. We've literally said, what can we do with this time? And I think the main thing we've been focusing on is building a relationship with our end customers. So we always had you have a strong relationship with your partners abroad, with the restaurants, with your liquor stores, and that we've been very much concentrating on. But we wanted to, know our end customer, become a friend to our end customer, and introduce them to our team, introduce them to the brand more, introduce them to what's happening behind the scenes, and really take them along on our journey. So we've been very heavily focusing on our social media. We've been putting informative videos out there. We started a YouTube channel. We've been doing weekly webinars. I don't know if you saw where we've invited incredible speakers to join us on the weekly webinars, and it's not only about Saxenberg at all. We've been talking about corks and where corks come from, what do they mean, or the same with barrels, or what do glasses make for a difference. So we've tried to give the customer, an educational experience and take them along on our journey, but also giving them an opportunity to create a dialogue with us. And I think we've never been as interactive with our customers, and it's extremely rewarding and so nice to hear from them. And we've been really working on, our slogan is Saxenberg Wines Creating Moments. And what we mean by that is we want, life is all about the moments that are happening, and we really want to be part of those moments. Are they small or big moments? Are they celebratory moments or lonely moments? Doesn't matter, but most of those moments are around a glass of wine or around a nice meal with a glass of wine, and we want to be part of that journey, and that's what we've been focusing on. And so we've also taken that time to actually make a new website. So look out for that, because it will be launching very soon, and we've created a whole new website where all of this, we've just been talking about, will be integrated, and it will just make a much nicer organic experience for our customer.
I mean, I suppose the only things I can add to that, obviously, is, earlier I alluded to the fact that in the wine industry, everything is about long-term planning. I think obviously with, as Fiona said, with a crisis comes opportunity. It's been devastating in so many ways, but it also brings with it certain silver linings that you can then either act on or not. And for us, that was very much building out our sort of direct to consumer offering, is creating content, not just creating content, but also giving, becoming more personal in the way that we interact, giving a sort of peek behind the scenes, presenting the team, and then also just opening up to customers and saying, ask us all the questions that you've been wanting to ask them that never maybe had the platform to ask, and we'll share them with you and any other listener that is willing to listen. And I think you just, in terms of your planning, what changes is that because there's so much uncertainty, we sort of at the moment we work with what we call our sort of 3 months vision strategies, and that's basically, how do we operate within these 3 months, and what sort of view do we take? But the focus is very much direct to consumer. It's technology is going to play a tremendous role. We are now looking at a concept that is also introducing a virtual tasting room. Not so much, obviously, on the one hand, because people will be for some time more reluctant to set foot into certain establishments, but also because we are speaking to a wider audience now, that may be far away, that cannot get in the car and just drive 20, 30, 40 minutes and be at the farm, and to also bring them in and make them part of the experience. So it certainly changed in that sort of way. Also, I think a spirit of collaboration has come from this. We are working currently, we're very proud of our sort of area, obviously Stellenbosch, but to be more precise, the Polka Dry Hills. We've been working during lockdown on an initiative as well, which I can't divulge just yet, but which will be coming out in the next months or two, with a few of the farms that are in the area. And we think that, you know, this is a time to be collaborative. This is a time to pool resources and kind of find a common denominator and spread the same message, trying to reach a wider audience and with our products and our wines. So that's definitely another thing that we've been working on. I think a way in which the business model has changed, but very much in a favorable way.
Well, that's, you know, it's great that you've guys been proactive, and it seems that you're going to continue on this road going forward. I think people underestimate the amount of engagement you can create. And you're right. I think you mentioned, Fiona, that or it was actually you, Vincent, that said your customers have the first time that you really can communicate with them on a almost a bigger scale. So that's amazing that you guys have embraced this, and I think this is really the way of the future. What is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey?
Well, I mean, one of the most wonderful things, and I think it's probably 99% of the reason why, you know, anyone that's involved in wine or is producing wine or selling wine is involved is because of the product itself. You know, the sort of journey from vine to bottle. The people you meet in the industry are exceptional, whether locally or abroad. Always with this sort of zest of life and adventure and very close to nature and outdoors, and that is the way that we're sort of shaped as well. So I think that's a tremendous appeal. But the biggest lesson is definitely to have patience, in my mind. Everything takes a long time. We plant new vines, we play with new plant material, new clones, new sites. You know, you plant them today and you won't see the fruit of that labor for many, many years to come. Even bar the commercial aspect of it, you know, these things take a lot of patience, and then very often it's the temptation of not sidetracking. It's the temptation of not, you know, taking up other projects or following trends. So I think patience and discipline are definitely a big sort of part of the learning process in this journey.
For us, it's also, you know, not, as we're saying, what already my parents started, is not following trends, believing in what we're doing, setting our own trends. And then also, you know, there's so much amazing wine out there, especially in South Africa. There's just amazing winemakers. And so just get inspired by those people and surround yourself with people that inspire you. You know, the thing is with the wine industry, it's a constant learning. And that's what we thoroughly enjoy about it. And that's, you know, you're constantly adding on. And I definitely believe that's something I've taken from that.
Oh, excellent. I'd love to hear from you guys and get your favorite wine quotes from each of you.
One should wake up with a smile in the morning and end the day with a glass of wine. And I like it because for me, ending the day with a glass of wine or two is like ending the day with a smile. So you started with a smile and you ended with one.
I love it.
I mean, there's so many great and so many cheesy quotes, I think, in wine, but one that really resonated with me is the one that says wine is bottled poetry. And the reason it was, especially more recently, is I've been tasting endless amounts of wine during lockdown as well with our cellar master Dirk van Sale, as we were sort of putting together new blends and, you know, obviously tasting our way through the 2020 vintage and, you know, getting ready for the 2019. And it's very interesting. The more people you bring together, it's always great to surround yourself with experienced and good palates. And, you know, it's interesting that everyone always interprets a wine in a different way. And I guess, you know, a little bit like poetry. It reminded me of English literature. You know, you asked to interpret one of Shakespeare's poems, and it's like, okay, everyone has a kind of draws a different inspiration or meaning from it. And the same way in wine, I think that's the beauty of it, is you know, it's you interpret it in your own way and you associate through it a memory or a time, or you mark an event. And so I love that. I think it's so true for wine. And I think the more time you spend tasting wine, the more that becomes the truth.
Excellent. Guys, that was awesome. If our listeners want to get hold of you, how do they actually, you know, where do they find you?
So we've, as Fiona said, we've been very active on our sort of channels. Our Instagram, you know, you're obviously always happy, and please, you know, have a look at what we're doing there. So the handle is Saxonburg Wines. And then we're on Facebook as well, Saxonburg Wine Estate. You can find us on YouTube, Saxonburg Wine Estate. We've got our own dedicated channel there to which we upload all of the content, all the videos, webinars, interviews that we've been conducting over the last months now. And then otherwise, obviously, if you want to reach us in a more sort of direct way, you can just email us at info@saxonburg.co.za, and we'd be obviously delighted to hear from anyone.
Guys, it was really a pleasure talking to you. Thank you for taking the time speaking to us, and I think our listeners will really love this. And yes, thank you very much for informative talk.
Thank you so much, Will. Thank you for having us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us. Yeah, it was a great pleasure, and I hope we could share some good information with everyone.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, winelands businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm speaking to Philip Mayberg of De Meyer. Welcome, Philip, to About the Winelands.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Well, it's such a pleasure talking to you. I mean, I've been to you. I've been to your place, which is absolutely beautiful. And, you know, I've always thought it would be great to actually interview you. So can you tell us a little bit of the history? I mean, you're the 5th generation Mayberg on your farm. Tell us a bit of your history and, you know, yourself also, how you got involved in the wine industry and of De Meyer.
Yeah. I always say 5th generation to be farming in the area, because I'm not, part of the farm is part of the old family farm, but as most family farms, pieces were, you know, different family members took over different sections and some were added on, etc. But let's say farming in Wildersvlei, 5th generation. So it's, let's say where we are now, the part where the cellar is, that was added on in 1980. My father did that. My cousin's farm next door to me at Justenburg, and which is very nice to have. There are a lot more family members in the area, which is, one is rather lucky having being in the same area for a long time, and farming with family next door. And there are also friends that are other families, not related, that have been farming in this area, the Starks, the Cedarwalls, also for a few generations. So there's quite a connection in the area.
Oh, that's awesome. Have you always been farming with vines?
The farms, are, like most farms in the past, were very mixed. We've only been solely vineyards for the last, I'd say, 15 years. When probably not. Every now and then we plant vegetables, etc., but not on a large scale. We do have lavender, which is also not on a large scale. But before that, the farming was very mixed in this area. There was always vineyard, but with, say, dairy, vegetables, fruit trees. You pretty much cattle and chickens, pigs. So whatever, and sheep, whatever you can think of, they farmed with. I think my father farmed with everything. Whenever he thought of a new idea, he started farming with it, which is probably wasn't the best thing to do, but because you couldn't, you know, bit of a jack of all trades in the end. you should focus on a few things, I think. That's what we thought. But then you have a look at the other point of view and you think, have all your eggs in one basket. I don't know. So I don't know what the answer is.
I think that answer has changed a lot now. There's a lot of people that focused on the tourism industry in the whole business and never thought that the worldwide tourist industry would come to a standstill. So, you know, that all the eggs in one basket theory has been tested severely in, you know, with what we're having at the moment.
You're right. I think up until sort of a week before they announced we were going into lockdown, let's say for DeMay, our most stable income was call it the hospitality side. Whereas when I say hospitality, cellar door and restaurant and venue income. And within 10 days, that was non-existent.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, you have a bit of a diversified business, and I'm interested to hear more about the lavender. I mean, you're bringing a bit of France into South Africa. So, did you start cultivating the lavender? And actually, what I'm interested in is where do you actually sell this?
Yeah, so the lavender, we started off just planting lavender for oil, and my thinking was probably close to 20 years ago now. It's always remained small. It's never, my idea was that if you're farming, that you could add value, that you could make products with your lavender, with the lavender oil, added to different things, which quite honestly I haven't done. So we've just been selling the oil to a few health shops and from the farm. And my thinking was as well, wine is very expensive to move around. If you have to courier it somewhere, it's costly. Lavender in a 10 ml bottles it's very affordable to move around. It's also high value. So if you're looking at the same volume of lavender oil and the same volume of wine, you sort of can't compare it. It's very valuable. So I also thought it was something different to do, although there are a few farms that have it now, so we're not unique. Then a few years ago, we started planting a different variety, which we sell as cut flowers. So that's a lot simpler. We started last week. We pick and bunch, and we sell it just very much locally in Stellenbosch, Paarl, to the few shops, delis, etc. And it's kind of a nice extra business to have, particularly in the winter. And it's also something if we're dropping off wine, it's very easy in Stellenbosch, it's very easy to have a bit of lavender, a few lavender bunches in the vehicle and doing that at the same time. It doesn't, they work well together.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So, I mean, your like you said, your hospitality business. Tell us a little bit about that. You have a restaurant called The Table. I've been there. It's very, very nice. And then, what type of events and stuff do you actually host?
So when I say hospitality, it's the table restaurant doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to DeMay, although it is on DeMay. It belongs to Brendan and Lee. They took over the restaurant in September last year, and it's been going for 9 years, over 9 years now, excluding this period with this funny period we're going through at the moment. But it's been going for over 9 years. When you asked what other events?
Yeah, I mean, I do events. What else do you offer there when at the farm?
Oh, so besides the restaurant, we've got the old dairy's been turned into a venue, which we host weddings, any kind of. We've had weddings, we've had birthdays, any kind of celebration, small seminars, conferencing. We plan to do a few music events as things open up for the summer.
How popular is live music in the wine areas?
I think if you can get it right, it is rather popular. If you can do it where you have a space where it starts sort of in the late afternoon or in the afternoon on a lawn, on the grass with food and light sort of picnic style food. I think that's quite popular.
And it will go on until sunset, but not much later, because I get the idea that people don't really want to go out too late when they've got to drive.
I think you're right. I think it's harder to, if your hours are later at night, it's harder to get a big enough crowd to make it a viable event. And you know, a lot of people don't like to drive out or drive back when it's dark. You know, the countryside, they know street lights, etc., etc., and you get people complaining. So,
well, at least you're not far from Stellenbosch. So in case of a wedding and stuff like that, do people then stay over nearby?
we have a list of about 10 or 12 guest houses in the area within an 8K radius, but often we find people say it's close enough, you don't have to stay over. And you see people arriving with shuttles, with Uber, etc. And you never know how many cars are going to come. Some of the larger weddings, I've always been surprised that sometimes it's even fewer cars than the other weddings, because people do carpooling or share lifts or the shuttles. So you never really know. But it means we're close enough to we're close enough to Stellenbosch, Paarl, northern suburbs, just around the corner.
Oh, that's great. So, Philip, your wines, who's your winemaker at the Meyer?
Okay, so at the moment, Francois Haasbroek. So at the moment, so Francois Haasbroek is a winemaker, and he, Francois is an old friend of mine, and we do sort of a collaboration, probably for lack of a better word. So he still makes his own wine, and under the name Blackwater. So we offer him the facility. So he uses our winery, he's based here, makes his wine, and then he makes our wine for us as well. It just, and I think I suppose it's a different way of doing it. It doesn't work for everybody to do it that way, but for me, it works for us for now. Yeah. So
the philosophy that goes into the winemaking, what would you say is the main thing that you guys look at?
I think, so Francois done his second vintage here. I would say our approach has changed quite a bit from previously, and we are, let's say, the first red wine that's solely Francois wine, let's put it that way, under Francois, is our 2019 Syrah, which is it's unwooded. It's which is quite different.
That's interesting. Yes.
Yeah, lots of fruit. I don't know how else to I don't know how else to explain it. So lots of fruit. It's juicy. To me, it's a completely different style. We call it Syrah as opposed to Shiraz, which in the past we always referred to as Shiraz. It's a complete different style, but it just seems to work so well, and it's just been selling so well.
So is this also a fact that you could, this is, you don't have to wait to drink it. It's easily drinkable at a younger age. That's one of the reasons.
Exactly. And that's what we want. That's exactly what we want. We want to produce wines in that style. We still have a Cabernet, which will Cabernet just takes a lot longer to be ready. It spends time in barrel, etc. But I have been most surprised at how this wine turned out, and that's the way Francois does it. And to me, we are very happy with what he's done there.
Well, that's interesting. Do you find that the market is changing? With younger people, I mean, especially millennials, seem to be more, less interested in the older style of winemaking and looking for something different.
I think you're right. I'm definitely not a millennial, but even I'm changing. No, I think you're right. It's definitely like that. And I was listening to a talk the other day and it was three American people Americans are based in very big wineries, and they're the communication, and they were just saying that millennials also because there was an article quite recently saying that millennials are the biggest threat to the wine industry from the point of view that they're not interested in wine, or not, you know, they haven't taken to wine like the former generations have. I suppose there's just too much choice. But what they also said was, with millennials, you don't try and fool them. Be honest about it. If it's, you know, if you have a virtual cellar or virtual winery, don't pretend there is actually, you know, you tell them it's a brand that you buy in and you do this and you do that. You don't have to tell them it's on the highest peak, the coolest vineyard, etc., etc. You know, be honest with them, and that's what they're after: honesty, truthful. You know, being the truth. I think I'm going off the topic there.
No, you're not, because I think also, I mean, part of that truth is things like sustainability and biodiversity, and even people looking at things like vegan wines and stuff like that, which is, you know, is the trend.
Yeah. Yeah, I was listening to a thing. I'm trying to think of his name now. The boss of Patagonia, the clothing company. I was listening to an interview with him, and he spoke of, I think I've got the word right, regenerative agriculture, as in where everybody's talking about. They're saying, you know, everything is organic and blah blah blah, but also sometimes at a cost. It's also about, yes, organic, but building up the soil. You know, often there's still topsoil dust, even that you're growing things organically and etc. etc. But so you got to go a step further, and you know, keeping, you know, just putting back more and more than just. I don't think organic is enough. Not that we're organic, but we like the idea, and it's a process that we'll work towards. But you can still build up your soil in the meantime.
So that's interesting. I also think that, you know,
I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, it does. But I think that the Cape Winelands have a huge advantage in that, you know, if you go to like the big European wineries, it's almost like a production factory. You know, in terms of they're making huge volumes, and it's not necessarily as tourism friendly as we are in the Western Cape. And it gives us a major advantage because people will still go for the experience, even if they drink a little bit less wine. They're still going to drink, you know, they're still going to buy some wine, but they're also going to experience the environment and all the other things that you can offer in a diversified offering of tourism as a lifestyle, rather than just, you know, buying wine and taking it home.
Yeah, I'm almost embarrassed to say I haven't visited enough wine regions of the world to see other, you know, to give a good answer on that. But as in, we're not the only place with smaller wineries. You see many countries with smaller, and even smaller than the average one over here, I guess, which somehow seem to stay afloat. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if it's the European or subsidies that they get, but it's that fine line about being large enough, small enough, but that it works. You want to end up being, you don't want to just be small that you got to sell at super high prices, because you just, you know, to me that's also not right.
Yeah, it's also not, like you say, sustainable over time. Talking about prices and stuff like that, what do you guys have about do you have any specials at the moment, you know, with this whole situation that's going on that you would like to tell us about?
We have been doing case specials, and we changed that. If you come and collect, you know, a full case of something, we have a far better price.
We'll give you free delivery if you come and collect, right?
And sorry, and we do direct. Yeah.
I'm just joking.
and yeah, we do the changes weekly, because you know, there's been a mad rush, as with everybody, I think, as soon as the things opened up. So our stock levels are a bit, we're out of stock with quite a few wines, but we're bottling again next week. So I can't tell you exactly what, because next week we'll have probably, or the week after next, we'll have different, we have more wine on our list, and we'll have the specials on those wines as well. So it's difficult to say that at the moment we're out of rosé, we're out of Chardonnay, etc., and we're bottling those two next week.
So if people want to get information on this, where do they find you where do they get the information from?
We do have a website, but the website is busy being redone. Our online shop is also should be done by the end of this week, I hope. Yeah.
Okay, so you have an online shop that's going to be done, and okay, so we'll put the links on the website down in the description. Yeah.
Where are your wines being sold? Mostly locally?
Yeah, we export and local percentage, but we're probably about 50-50 or 60-40 export. And our sort of biggest market is, and so Germany, Denmark, Holland, England, Africa. And then of the local market, we sell more. Most of our sales are done directly from. In the beginning, we wanted to be everything to everybody, and you wanted your wine to be all over. And as things have changed, we've changed, and now. And I'm not saying it's the correct way or the wrong way to do it, but for now, that's how we're doing it.
Do you think local sales tourism environment?
I see. Yeah, I think it's going to be very important. Obviously, if you have a certain size, export is very important. You don't think you'll be able to, although I've heard stories of surprised you what percentage they sell in the local market. So maybe I'm not as informed as I should be. Important. If you think of, let's say we have few tourists, although I said that I think the tourism will come back quicker than we think. But let's say it is important to be on local, probably more than ever to be. It has changed. I don't think you have to be available in every retail store. Yeah, online shop. We should have done that long ago. The situation now is not the same as during lockdown or not. Yeah, the coronavirus. Nothing for DeMeo. We do need to improve on our marketing awareness. I've been around making wine for 22 years, and I think we're still one of we're quite the social media. We have to improve on that side of our business largely. As I say, I think we're still unknown, and it's time to.
I think everybody's
improve on our
in the same
marketing
situation, right? And so that's in. I mentioned that in wine marketing and so on.
I think definitely it's going to. And if you look at listening to what those three companies were talking about, if you're dealing with particularly the millennials, then you have to speak to them, and that's the way you speak to them. It's not this traditional way of, but it's the online. You can't not get involved I think your business will die if you don't attract them to your
your wine journey has been quite a few years. What have you learned from your wine journey personally?
It's been, do you want the honest? It's a hard business. Not saying it's a tough business. It's a very nice business to be involved in. I say from an industry rather. Very nice. It's a really nice people, and they talk. If in the wine business, you're part of the same tribe. I think no matter what, retail, journalism, etc., you all have a common interest, and which is rather nice to treat like that. From the business side, it's difficult. I think no matter what part of the business you're in, it's very capital intensive for people that have, like any industry, some are flying. I'm not saying the majority coast along. And please, everybody, don't try and be everything for everybody. I'm repeating myself there. It's so easy to get into the trap of someone's going blind, and you go, no, we don't, and then you think 3 months later, let's start producing one and sourcing one. It's just just too many. Yeah, don't try and do everything.
Oh, that's interesting. So I always ask everybody the same question. Do you have a favorite in the wine industry?
I don't have my own quote, but there like in particular is I don't know whose quote this is the art of winemaking is being able to practice your craft. If you can get that right, then you're doing okay.
That's quite interesting. I've never heard that before. So that's awesome.
I'm not claiming that.
So thanks for talking to us. And
thank you. And thanks for chatting to me.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links
are in the description.
Hello everybody, it's Dr. Peter, the cake wine lover. Welcome, hello. Today is the first time I'll be doing my live wine tasting. I'm so excited.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, wineries businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today I'm speaking to Deirdre Taylor. Deirdre is the Sales and Marketing Manager at Kanonkop Wine Estate. Good morning, Deirdre, and welcome to About the Winelands.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
It is our pleasure. So, Deirdre, I'd like to know, and I think our listeners will be interested to know, is tell us a little bit about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
I suppose, like all good things in life, the wine industry happened to me by accident. I grew up in Cape Town, and I moved to Stellenbosch to come to university, and I was studying, I enrolled to study industrial psychology. And I realized during the course that industrial psychology was not really for me, but I completed my degree, and of course got exposed to lots of wine along the way. So a very happy accident. I started working in the cellar door at Morgenhof years ago, and that's where my journey started, and fell in love with wine. And I think I've been selling wine since 2002, so quite some time.
That is quite some time. How long have you been at Kanonkop?
I'll be here. I started in September 2013, so just under 7 years.
Okay, that's quite a while as well. So, you know, Kanonkop has a rich history also, and also this with some famous winemakers. Can you tell us a bit more about Kanonkop, its history and its winemakers?
I think one of the most fantastic things about Kanonkop, so everybody involved here, really, you feel like you're part of one big family. And we're just under, I think we're around 65 people that work on the property. And for a winery that's been making wine since the 40s, and our brand started in 1973. That was the first vintage that labeled that the name Kanonkop appeared on a wine label. And we've only had 3 winemakers since then. So Jan Boland Kutsia was our first winemaker. Obviously, at the time, he was also a Springbok rugby player. So whether he made wine during the day and played rugby at night, or vice versa, you know, that's what he did. And he's a very colourful and very interesting personality to chat to, and hugely knowledgeable. And you can still ask him now, so what was the vintage like in 75? And he'll be able to tell you, oh, it was this or that, and so much rainfall, it was a dry year, or this was a challenge. And he remembers each and every one. It's incredible. So we have a really long history of very, I'd say, big characters, big personalities, and also hugely talented winemakers that have worked on the property. But we've actually only, as I said, had 3. So Jan Boland was our first. And then obviously he left to take over the reins at Friesenhof, and where he carried on making wine there. And then Beyers joined us in 1980. And then obviously in the 80s, tough time for wine industry in South Africa, and obviously still under apartheid, but it was under the curatorship or under the winemaking or the cellar master of Beyers that Kanonkop really started to become well known. And Beyers was also responsible for making the first vintage of Paul Sour. So Paul Sour started in 81, which is our flagship Bordeaux blend, and he was the winemaker to make the very first one. And Beyers, we still see him around on the property quite often. Him and Aubrey are really good friends, and we do joint tastings with them. And often when I travel overseas, we'll do pinotage masterclasses or pinotage events, and Kanonkop and Beyers Cliff would be involved. So he's very much sort of a presence on the property, and we see him often. And also a very personable guy. He's incredibly good storyteller, and he's very engaging, and people can relate to him. So on top of being a great winemaker, he also has a great personality that people love to chat to and enjoy. And Beyers was our winemaker up until 2003, and then Aubrey joined. Aubrey, who's our current winemaker, was actually making wine at Swartland Co-op. And Beyers met him, and he brought Aubrey on as his assistant in 2002. And then Beyers fell ill over harvest, so Aubrey ended up doing the 2003 vintage on his own. And then Beyers later left, and he went over to Beyers Cliff. And Beyers Cliff at the time was a winery and a cellar that the owners of Kanonkop and Beyers owned together. And then later the Kriegers sold off their portion. But so Beyers, effectively, he went over to his own winery, which he still has today. And then Aubrey took over as winemaker from 2003, and is our winemaker still today. So for a winery that's been making wines for all these years, only to have 3 winemakers is really significant from a legacy point of view, from a consistency of style point of view, but also from a great understanding of what the property and what the vineyards have to offer. A vineyard, it takes a long time for you to understand what one particular vineyard is going to give you. What a dry looks like versus a wet season, what cover crops work well, and then which vineyards do you combine best, what barrels to use, what barrels you combine best. So I think Aubrey has an incredible knowledge of the property, and that would be difficult to pass on, and it takes personal experience and working with all of those elements for many years to have a true understanding, and that's part of what makes Kanonkop so successful. And the other thing is that each of those winemakers have made a Kanonkop style of wine. They haven't made their own style, if I could put it that way. So if you taste through 40 years of Kanonkop wines, and you didn't know where one winemaker finished and another started, you'd be hard pressed to find, where one winemaker started and the other one finished, because there's such an incredible consistency and Kanonkopness, consistency of style through all of those wines. So the Kanonkop is a family-owned winery, Johan and Paul Krieger, that own the property, 2 brothers, and they inherited the farm from their mom, who was a Sour, and her father was Paul Sour, and his father was J.W. Sour. So it's a 4th generation family property that passed from the Sour to Krieger family through marriage, and we've always kept things quite simple. And simple, I don't mean in a lack of complexity way. I just mean that we're really focused. And Johan always stipulates, that his ethos. We talked about being back to the future. So he does what he does well. We do what we do well. We don't try and reinvent the wheel. We don't have restaurants, hotels, big events, big functions. That's not what we're about. We're a winemaking property. We have a great cellar. We focus on red wines, and even more so, we focus on 2 great varieties, Pinotage and Cabernet. So we like to keep things quite simple and uncomplicated, and focus on what we do well. And I think that's had a very big impact on the business and on the cellar and how we do things. And I think it also puts us a little bit aside from some of the wineries that do a whole host of things. I mean, you could find wineries that do everything from sparkling to port, sweet and dry, white and red, and that becomes difficult, and it becomes complicated when trying to bring across a brand message and trying to build a portfolio. So I've always enjoyed Johan's approach in that, is that we do what we do and we do it well and to the best of our ability. And if we do something that we can't do best, we just stop doing it, basically. So in the 80s, we were a complete fruit salad. We grew Sauvignon and Chenin and Pinot Noir. It was decided that we were never going to make the best Sauvignon. We were never going to make the best Pinot Noir. So why try? Stop, focus on what we do well, and build success on it. And I think, that gives you some idea of the background and where we've come from. And if you look at our portfolio, we make the most wines now we've ever made. So we have a rosé, which is the only non-red, which is made 100% from Pinotage in the Cadet range. Then we have the Cape blend, which was the original Cadet. It came out as Cadet Dry Red or Druroy, and it was effectively everything not good enough to be part of the top estate wines. And the first vintage we made of the Cape blend was 1985. Then we released the Cadet Pinotage in 2013. And now, last year, we released a Cadet Cabernet Sauvignon for the first time, which is currently exclusive to Woolworths and to our cellar door. And then in the estate wines, we have the Estate Pinotage and Cabernet, which were the first two wines we made, both started in 73. The Paul Sour, as I mentioned, in 81. And then the Black Label Pinotage, which is a single vineyard Pinotage, which we released for the first time in 2006.
Wow, that's awesome. What's very interesting is how congruent the wines have been over the years, and which brings me. You touched on it a little bit, but I would like you to say a little bit more about, why do you think this has been so congruent? It has to be in the winemaking philosophy somehow. So how would you actually summarize your winemaking philosophy at Canon Corp?
What Aubrey always says, and if you chat to Aubrey and Johan, is when Aubrey started here, he was told that if you come to Canon Corp, you make Canon Corp wine. You need to make the wines in the style and that this property brings about. So he followed on from where Bears left off. The vineyards we farm, obviously we look for improvements, but we make wines to age. We make wines in open fermenters. We use the same coopers for our barrels that we've been using since the 70s. I'm not saying we don't try and improve. Of course, Aubrey is consistently looking at how to make things better, how to improve quality. But stylistically, it's the same. We're not trying to reinvent who we are. We know who we are. We're very secure in who we are. And we try to improve and tweak, but not to reinvent ourselves. And that's largely part of it. It's that strong philosophy of who and what the property is. Oh,
amazing! So, I mean, you mentioned that your main focus is on the wine, and I mean that's what Canon Corp is famous for. But you do have guests coming to the farm. So, what can people experience when they come to Canon Corp?
So, if you visit us, which at the moment we allow visitors to the cellar door, but unfortunately there's no tastings offered at the moment. Usually, if you come to the cellar door, you can taste all of the wines for a normal fee. So we don't exclude Paul Sour or Black Label from tasting. They are available for tasting. There's an extra price to pay or extra fee to pay for the Black Label, but you can really taste some absolutely world-class wines. And then besides for wine tasting, we have an art gallery, and our art gallery is focused around local artists. Most of them come from the Western Cape, and we've done some really fantastic exhibitions in the gallery. And then if you're wanting, from time to time, we host some groups, or we have people that ask us for events. We have a small venue outside that we use for snook braais. And even those snook braais, they're done in the same way as we run everything else in the business. They're done personally. They're done by the family. So if you book a snook braai at Canon Corp, it'll be Paul and Ilse or Johan and Marie that'll be cooking the food, preparing it for you. Ilse will make the soup patat and bake the bread in her kitchen, or Marie will. And you get to experience your evening with them and with wine, which I think is hugely unique. It's not a restaurant, there's no staff, it's just you and them, and a very sort of personalized experience on the farm.
Well, that sounds fantastic. So, Deirdre, in terms of your distribution of your wines, I mean, Kanonkop wines are available everywhere in South Africa and also overseas. Is your market breakdown in terms of South African and overseas? Where's your focus?
We always try to look at the world as a whole. So, of course, South Africa remains our most important market, and we always will put favor towards South Africa. You know, even in vintages where supply is small or the vintage was small, South Africa will get always get a good portion of it. And we're currently selling about 60% of our production is in South Africa and 40% is export. And that export we export to just around 60 markets. So we are quite widely available, but we have a huge support base, a huge fan base at home in South Africa, which is amazing. And I think that's where you want to be. If people locally and your neighbors love the wine, and Stellenbosch people come and buy wine from us all the time, we have a good support in our town. I think that's important. So when visitors from overseas come to South Africa or come to Stellenbosch, and they meet friends or family or come to visit with people bring them to Kanonkop. They take them to restaurants and share Kanonkop wines. So once again, that sort of personal connection that people have with the brand, they share on to others. So although we make a fair amount of wine, especially on the cadet side, the estate wines remain quite limited in production. And we try and be as fair as possible when it comes to sharing out those wines. So most of the wines are on allocation. So for companies that we've worked with for a long time, some of our import partners we've been working with for 20, 25 years. And they have a consistent supply, and it's important. You build a partnership with your importers. We have good relationships with them, and we're a part of their business and they're a part of ours. We won't be successful without them, and vice versa. And I think that's we have that understanding and that support. It's incredible.
Oh, that's interesting. So, in terms of a place like Kanonkop staying relevant in a changing market, there's all kinds of new trends evolving. You know, people are starting to eat less meat and there's a whole bunch of vegans out there in the world. Do Kanonkop follow any trends, or are you looking at millennials as a new market, or do you just carry on with increasing the quality of your wines and that is reflected in your marketing?
On the first point, quality wines made well and of high quality appeal to a large audience of people. So that is first and foremost Aubrey's focus. You always focus on putting the best possible wine you can in the bottle. And of course, we always try and put it in the bottle at the best possible price. You know, we strive to always over deliver on quality for the price point. Secondly, consistency. So if your father bought a bottle of Cadet in 1992 and you buy a bottle of Cadet today, it will still remind you of the same quality red wine that your father remembers, or that he shared with you around a Sunday lunch table. And that consistency is important in times like we have now, where people are when money is short, people are less experimental. They buy what they know. Big brands tend to do better. International brands seem to do better. You know, if you think of, I read a great article written by one of the top guys from Conchiatoro, and that was amazing to see that if your brand is known and trusted, you pull through difficult times so much easier and so much better than new brands or brands that are not known, because people have less money to spend, and they'll rather spend 100 Rand on a bankable bottle of wine that they know than spend 100 Rand on something they're not sure of and they're not sure they're going to enjoy. So that's I think has been one of the most important factors for Kanonkop during the lockdown and during COVID. You know, Kanonkop has been people that have been drinking our wine and buying wine from directly, for 20 or 30 years, and they've continued, which is amazing. So in terms of changing and what we've done, Kanonkop our wines are all vegan friendly, and I think that's important, and we do communicate that. So no matter whether you're vegetarian or vegan, you can enjoy our wines quite confidently. Making sure we put the best possible products in the bottle and put that product on the shelf at the best possible price. Making sure our wines are available and easy to access. Funnily enough, we didn't know at the time, but we recently we redid our website and simplified our wine shop, our online wine shop, and that went live just a couple of weeks before lockdown, which helped us immensely. So we work with a lot of a great number of retailers around the world. So you can find our wines in Carrefour in Belgium and in Coop in Switzerland. So it's made it easy for people to have access to the wines, and that, as I said, was very, very beneficial. And if you look at how people are shopping and how people are buying, and the change in consumer behavior, less and less people will go out to restaurants for the next while. More people are obviously buying at retail. They tend to want to buy at smaller stores closer to home, and of course, online has seen massive growth. And we were lucky enough to be available in all of those channels. We work with all the major retail groups in South Africa. We work with them online, so it's been really easy and simple for people to be able to access a bottle of Kononko. And of course, if you make it easy for a customer to get their hands on your product, then they will buy it.
This is true. I think, you're mentioning the coronavirus, and, we all had to rethink our business models, and you've touched on it a little bit, but are there any other changes or new things that you have in mind that you might have considered over this period?
Kononko is always operated, we're a fairly small team. So it's easier to make changes when you need to. There's no big corporate structure. There's no, not a lot of, we're a very flat structure. We have sort of two or three levels. So it's easy for us to sit around or to be on a team, a Microsoft Teams call or a Zoom call between us and make decisions and make changes of what we need to adjust to what people are asking for. We have seen that more and more people want to, as I say, buy locally, support the farmer, which has been amazing. We're seeing many more people buy directly from the winery, which has been great. So the changes we've had to make is, for myself even, that I usually work with the trade. I have very little to do with private customers. A colleague of mine, Heidi Kritzinger, she manages a private client business. So our private clients and our cellar door have been inundated with orders and requests. And so we've had to, reshuffle our work days a little bit and reshuffle the man hours. So for those of us that are involved in the trade side of the business, put in a couple of extra hours to help us set it all. And because we're a small team and we can react and make changes quite quickly, it was easy to do. There was no big, meetings or things that needed to take place. It's guys, the cellar door team needs help, needs support, and we all jump in and get it done. And I think that's also one of the, it's been hugely beneficial to understand one another and one another's needs. But other than that, our business was already designed in the case that we not terribly. We had good on-trade exposure and a lot of restaurants that bought our wine, but we were most of the volume of our sales were in the retail sector anyway. And those are that's the sector, retail and online, that's growing. Obviously, online has done incredibly well, but we were with in that channel, we're selling to those customers already. So it's a case of tweaks and making sure that you're available if somebody has a need, responding, listening to what your customers are asking you to do or asking you for, and trying to help where you can, and just stay in touch and stay relevant.
Oh, really, really good. I think you mentioned a few things. One of the things was the importance of the local market, and somebody mentioned once to me that South Africa has one big secret, and that most South Africans know as many people outside of the country as inside the country. And I mean, I think this is especially true of your area there of Stellenbosch and surroundings. Do you find that word of mouth, I suppose, is still your biggest way to actually get your awareness and your message out about Kononko? And a second part of that question is, do you actually embrace new things like social media and stuff, which is almost like a technology word of mouth? Or is that part of your strategy?
Very much so, and you've hit the nail on the head completely. So as I was saying, we have people that have been buying our wines for years, and they're proud to buy Kononko and they're proud to serve Kononko. And they introduce so many people to the brand, whether they have friends or family from overseas coming to visit, they happily share Kononko with them, or whether they travel. And social media has been a very big part of our communication. We have, we have a good database of people that we chat to, regularly. And when it comes to Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, we work with all of those, and we try and build as much direct conversations as we can. And a number of the partners we work with, the importers we work with, have a similar philosophy. So yeah, I mean, I've spoken to, I've met Upper South Africans, whether it be in London or New York, who are saying that they love Kanonkop and they've come to tastings that we've done, and when they have lunch or dinner with friends and family, or invite them around for a braai or a barbecue, they're happy to share Kanonkop because they're proud of it. They're proud of this wine from South Africa, and they want to show their brag, or they brag a little bit about what products come from South Africa. And I think that's amazing, because if you've been introduced to something around a table with your friends, or around a braai with some mates, you're more likely to take notice of it and to appreciate it. That works so much more effectively, and you're likely to internalize it and to take it on board, than if standing in a store and a promoter tries to come and tell you and sell you something. It's not nearly as effective. So if it wasn't for people that loved the brand and supported us, we wouldn't we wouldn't be here today. So I think that's been one of the biggest successes for us, is that personal connection with people who love and share our wines.
Deirdre, you've had an exciting wine journey. So what is the most important thing that you've learned from your wine journey so far?
Number one, I love wine. So I'm first and foremost a wine person. I always joke, if the wine industry had to end today, what would I do? I have no idea. Maybe I'll go sell beer. But I love wine. I love to drink wine. And I think if you love what you do and you love your product, what makes the wine industry so much better is, even in your downtimes, even in times when things are tough, at least you've got a product that you can enjoy. I mean, how do you wake up and be excited in the morning if you sell toothpaste or toilet paper? What gets you out of bed? And it's very seldom that you work with people that are not nice or that you don't like. And it's very seldom that you travel to places that are not nice and you don't like. So you're hugely fortunate in the industry. It is a lot of work though. And there is a bit of a myth that the wine industry is so glamorous and it's easy. It's really not. There's a lot of a hell of a lot of competition. It's probably one of the most competitive sectors in the world. And if you work for a winery in South Africa, I mean, South Africa is only 4% of the world's production. It's small, and not that many people know about you. And it's a lot of sharing of stories and sharing of products and engaging with people that you need to do to win them over. But it's usually pleasurable, very enjoyable, and I've loved it. I hope I get to stay in the wine industry for the rest of my career. It's my plan, for as long as they'll have me.
Well, it's great that you love what you do. So can you give us your very own wine quote, or a wine quote that you've that you like?
I suppose there's two things that I often say. A really great bottle of wine, I describe it as, this is a wine I can sit in the corner and drink. The wine is so superb that you don't need conversation with it, because conversation will just interrupt your thought process and processing and enjoying what you have in the glass. So sometimes you get that really, really special bottle and you think, I just want this for me, I don't want to share it. But I think from the business perspective, and I really have always enjoyed I enjoy the commercial side of the business. I enjoy the business as much as I do wine.
Deirdre, that's been so interesting. How do, if people want to get hold of Kanonkop, how do they get hold of you guys?
In terms of reaching out to chat to us, or reaching out for some wine?
Both. Hopefully to buy wine and chat.
Well, of course, Monday to Thursday from 9 until 5, they're welcome to pop into the cellar door. We open, and you can find us then. We're happy to have a chat on some wine, and then also you're able to buy them here. And then our website, kanonkop.co.za, you can read a lot of information about the history, about the winemakers. On the website, we also have vintage reports for each vintage, showing rainfall and temperature trends. There's some a short video you can watch on watching the winemaking process, and you can order wine on our online shop. And then, of course, we're available, as I said, in all the major retailers in South Africa. And you can find us, quite often in all of your good wine stores.
Okay, that's awesome. Deirdre, it's been a pleasure talking to you and very interesting. Thank you very much. I know you're busy for spending the time doing this, and I think everybody will appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Will, and for everybody else, thanks for listening, and thank you for continuing to support Kanonka as your wine of choice.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description.
Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we'll be chatting to leaders, influencers, wine producers, restaurants, wineries businesses, and other role players. Tune in every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram TV, Google Podcast, Apple Podcast, and Spotify.
Good day, everyone, and welcome back to About the Winelands. Today, I'm talking to Paul de Villiers. Paul is the owner of Landskroon Wines. Welcome to About the Winelands, Paul.
Thank you, Will. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon talking to you.
You have a long history in the wine industry. Can you tell us a bit about yourself and how you became involved with the wine industry?
Yeah, maybe I should take it back a bit further. It all started in 1689 when three de Villiers brothers arrived in South Africa from France. They came from a little town called Niort in La Rochelle, and they started farming in the Franschhoek Valley. One of the brothers, my ancestor Jacques, acquired the farm Boschendal that we still know today as Boschendal. They farmed there for about 100 years and in Franschhoek, and then they moved to Boschendal. And then in 1874, the family decided to move to the Achterpaal where we are now. They started on the farm Weltevreden. And then later on, my granddad bought two adjacent farms. And in 1963, my late dad and his brother bought the farm Landskroon. So we consolidated the 4 pieces of land and we farmed it under the name Landskroon since then. Wine has always been made on the property and was mainly sold in bulk. But in 1974, exactly 100 years after they moved here, we started bottling our own wine under the name Landskron. The first one was a Cinsault. And I, of course, grew up on the farm and enjoyed, you know, working on the farm during holidays and so on. And I think that's where the love for farming and eventually winemaking comes from.
Oh, that's amazing. Amazing story, right? And you've been on the farm, obviously, your whole life. Are you one of the winemakers as well?
Yes, and when I started here, I actually, after, you know, the normal studying at, I studied at Elsenburg, and I took a course in cellular technology, first viticulture and animal husbandry, and then cellular technology, and I did my practical at Paardeberg Wines in 1979, and towards the end of 1979 I started here with my dad, who was then the winemaker. And you know, within the next 2 years we made quite a few changes because the business excelled a bit, especially with the establishment of estate wineries. I think when we established the Landskron wines, there were only about 27 private owned estate wineries, and then of course a number of co-ops. And where we've got today, probably about 500 small wineries. So it grew into, you know, quite a large business over the years, the whole wine industry as such.
Oh, that's interesting. Tell me, Paul, our listeners would be interested, what is the difference between an estate and a cooperative winery?
In those years, it was the establishment of an estate grapes or sell grapes if you registered make wine from the grapes from your own farm. We later deregistered, so we were only then known as Landskron Wines and not Landskron Estate Wines. That enabled us to buy in grapes if we wanted to, or buy in wine and then blend with our own wines. But still today, most of the time, everything that we produce or we sell in the bottle comes from our estate. If there's a shortage of some wine at a certain stage, or we had a bad year, for instance, for pinotage or whatever, then we can buy in. There are not a lot of estates as such remained, you know, because I think most of them saw the benefit of maybe buying in some grapes at a certain stage, or maybe buying some wine. But at that stage, I think it was a good idea to you know, establish this own private bottling of wine and have the terroir and also the specific area demarcated as an estate or a private cellar.
Oh, that's interesting. So when people come to your estate, you know, what can the guest experience when they come there?
Landskron is probably more well known for their reds. About 90% of our crop is red. We have 15 different cultivars, ranging from Cinsault, you know, Pinotage, Cabernet, Merlot, the whole range. We've got a few not so well-known cultivars as well, like Petit Verdot and Malbec. And then we also have 4 port varieties that we use to make port wine with. Nowadays, we're not allowed to call it port anymore, but that's the style we make. We call it Cape Vintage. And that's normally a blend of 4 different cultivars: Portuguese, Tinta Amarela, Suzhou, which are one of the few cultivars that has got a red juice. And then Toriga Nacional is the 4th one. So those we use mainly for making port. Left over, then we'll make a dry wine from it and sell that as a dry red in bulk. We don't bottle it as such. And then, of course, the stalwart whites, the Chenin Blanc, a little bit of Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, we buy in because the area is quite hot here and Sauvignon Blanc doesn't work that well, but we got the market for the Sauvignon Blanc. And then a very well-known cultivar or wine is the Blanc de Noir, which means white from red. If you translate the word Blanc de Noir, which is a French descriptive name, and we make that from Pinotage. It's an off-dry pink wine, lighter than rosé, so it's very popular in summer, and you can actually just drink it or have it with something like salmon or something like that. So that's more or less the range that we've got. So we've got 20 wines on our wine list. So that makes, when people come here, you know, they can taste these wines. We've got a food and wine pairing, two different ones, a more expensive one with Paul de Villiers wines, which is a range that we select the grapes and put more of that wine in newer oak. We mature it a little bit longer. So that's a more expensive one, and we use that specific pairing with those four. We've got 4 wines in the Paul de Villiers range, 4 reds and 1 white, which is a Chenin Blanc, which we also ferment and mature in French oak casks. Then, of course, there's what people enjoy here. It's normally a bit quieter than some of the other very busy estates. We've got a lovely view. People can have picnic lunches here if they, organize that beforehand. We can organize a picnic lunch for them, and there's some nice play area for the kids. We've also got walkways through the farm that people can walk around, and then we've got these bicycle routes that people can do the mountain biking. I think there is a link on our website where they can have a look at how that is done.
Well, that's awesome. You also have a cottage on the farm where people can come and stay. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, we've got a cottage here, and it sleeps 4. It's normally for like a family, small family, you know, and it's self-catering, and it's, you know, this cottage is, of course, during the week or weekends. They can also have a look at the website, or they can just phone the farm and find out if it's available. And also a very nice view, you know, if people stay in the cottage, they can look towards Table Mountain in the evening, and you've got that lovely view of the area from the southwestern slopes of Paarl Mountain.
Wow, it sounds fantastic. Paul, tell me, your wines, where are they sold? Are you exporting any of your wines? Are you concentrating on the local market? How do you do it?
Yes, we make use of Vinimark to distribute right through South Africa. And then about 50% of our wines, just a little bit more than 50%, is sold locally. But we've got about 25 countries that we export to, some, you know, small, others a bit bigger. We do quite well in Africa, Namibia, Botswana, and then Tanzania, and also Zanzibar and Uganda. We tend to do quite well in those countries. And I think it's mainly because of all the lodges and sightseeing there, and a lot of tourists coming to those countries. And then we have a company in Minnesota, in the USA, which, you know, they service a few states from there. And then different agents that sell our wine there. And also in China, we've got an agent there that we export to. So it's we try to cover the area, you know, the bigger area if we can, and we try to get new agents in different countries. We're busy now with one in Turkey.
Oh, that's interesting. So the other thing that I was wondering, you know, it sounds like you've got a global footprint. But the coronavirus, the coronavirus has forced everyone to rethink their business model. We've been in lockdown now for a while. Things are reopening. But do you have any new changes or ideas in mind?
Yeah, I think all of us tried the online business, online sales, and it worked quite well. But what we found is, the delivery of those orders, there seems to be a backlog developed for those orders, because a lot of wineries have done that. And I think the companies that do deliveries didn't really expect the online orders to grow that as it did over the last 2 months. We of course couldn't deliver everything we couldn't deliver, so we had to wait for the next stage to open up that we can start delivering. So there was quite a big number of orders that had to be delivered suddenly, and I think that was the one problem. But I think that's a thing that one can look at in future as well, when everything gets a bit more calm. That the type of sales that a lot of wineries will look at and will try to make better in future.
I was wondering about, delivery. Do you think that because of everything happening that, more courier companies will come to the party and that delivery charges nationwide will actually start dropping a bit?
Hopefully that will happen. I think after, this period that a lot of deliveries had to be done in a short period of time. One that does that type of business, I'm talking about the courier companies now, will probably relook their whole strategy and how they will handle it in future. But I think the biggest problem was all of these orders, although it came in over a period of 2 months, maybe had to deliver everything. All of the wineries experienced the same problem. That was such a big vast amount of wine that had to be delivered, and that's now the problem.
Well, everybody wanted the wine
But
on the
hopefully
same
that
day,
will,
right?
within the next week. That's the thing, because everyone was starting to run dry. Hopefully that will be sorted out soon.
I think it looks like things are, slowly creeping back to normal, and so hopefully that will happen. So, Paul, your wine journey has been long, and what is the most important thing you've learned from your wine journey?
I think the whole wine making, every year there's a new thing that you learn and that you try from time to time. One has your recipe, that works for you. Later on, which cultivars work better on which soils, and the styles that you think will work better in the marketplace. But it's an ongoing, making a change here and there, small changes, because you can't really make big changes and then change your style completely, because you've now got a number of wine lovers that like your wine. So nothing really happens fast in the wine industry, if I can say that. You've got to take it just too quickly and do the basics right. It starts from in the vineyard. Make sure that you plant that on the right soils. Do the basics right. Don't let the vines bear too much, because with red, you want to keep the quality, and you don't want to have too much quantity. Then eventually your wines would be lighter in style, not as it should be. Rainfall might have been lighter, it might be a drier year, so as we had about 2 years ago. And you've got to make changes in your winemaking process to adapt in that instance.
Okay, that's interesting. So, Paul, if you have to give us your favorite wine quote, or do you have your own wine quote? I would love to hear that.
I think there might be a few ones, but I think it's important to enjoy a good glass of wine every night. You don't have to buy expensive wines, but if you think the wine is good, then you can drink that. You hear a lot of comments from different people how the wine must be tasted and what you must look at. The basics you can do, but if you like, or you get that question many times, what is a good wine? Good wine is a wine that you enjoy, and then you build on that and take it from there. Your taste will change over the years. A good wine that you like.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. If people want to get hold of Landskroon, how do they get hold of you guys? And if they want to order, how do they do that?
The best would be to go to the website. There is a page where you can order, or you can just phone Landskroon on 021 631 1039.
Okay, that's awesome. We'll put all these links down in the description. Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Very interesting. Thank you so much telling us a bit more about Landskroon. And I'm sure that you're going to be able to welcome visitors to your farm again soon.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you for supporting our show. If you would like to get more exposure for your business, please have a look at our sponsorship options. Thanks again for supporting About the Winelands. Please follow us on YouTube and on our social media channels. All details and links are in the description. Welcome to About the Winelands. In this show, we will be chatting to influencers and leaders in the wine industry, winemakers, restaurants, and other businesses. Tune in every Wednesday and Friday for our latest episodes. You will find us on YouTube, Spotify, Google Podcast, and Apple Podcast. Be sure to subscribe so that you do not miss out. Now, to get on with the show. Today I'm talking to Laurie Cooper of Abingdon Estate. Good morning, Laurie.
Good morning, Will.
I'd love to hear a bit more about yourself and how you became involved in the wine industry.
Yeah, so my kind of journey in wine is probably a short one, but a fast-tracked one. It goes back to my parents started Abingdon back in 2004. So throughout school, I was involved in the industry, and then my parents were running a wine estate, but I never had any interest in it. I don't really remember much of it. It was only much later, around 2012, I was living in London, and I finally decided to do just a quick wine course because I really needed to know more about wine. And that was kind of the beginning of being completely sucked in and immersed in this industry. And from one short wine course to my WSET diploma, I then came home, started to join the farm full